such a fucking hoe. I love it. I know you like it more. I love it. Fuck around. Try to see I know she like it for me. I'm a fire like a lighting on a pussy gold. I'm asking why she did it, cause she lied. All we do is so discreet. You ask me, I know my ex. She's jumping on my dick. I know she like it, cause you such a fucking hoe. I know you like it more. Fuck around. Try to see I love it. Jumping on my dick. I know she like it, cause you
Not a cute vampire. That's exactly what the fuck I feel like. That's exactly what I feel like I look like. A goddamn a melanated vampire girl. Blade tease. What's going on? What's going on, Conscious Crew, girl? I am tired, and when I'm tired, y'all know I ain't got no damn sense. And I'm even more goddamn ratchet, honey, because I ain't got the patience. So this should be an interesting group discussion at 3:30 in the fucking morning. I need you guys to definitely hit that old nasty piece of thumbs up, girl, because it's a lot going on. Okay? Thumbs up the video. What's going on, Arshawn? Why my 21-year-old nephew know about CTV? What? Are you kidding me, Arshawn? Your nephew knows about me? What? I think I'm one of the only few same-gender loving content creators who literally kind of has like respect across the board. Like respect from the straights, from the straight dudes, from the straight women, from the gays to the trans to the non-binary. Like somehow I done crossed over, girl, and I done. We done got all type of eyeballs, okay, on the platform. That's amazing, Arshawn. That is super, super, super fucking dope. It'd be lovely if you would hit the link tonight. I don't know how much you've been keeping up with this whole situation, but my God, it just keeps getting more interesting. So before we top things off, you guys, thumbs up the video. Lots of people probably done fell to fucking sleep at this point. I want to shout out the 700, 800 folk who was in the building, girl, for the September interview between Kelsey Nicole, come to find out, Harris, and prosecutors. I'm still digesting. Probably shouldn't even be having this discussion right now, for me at least, because I have to listen to that shit again. It's just very interesting. Very interesting, okay? subscribe if you're new here. Shout out to the 40K. Share the stream out. Make sure that all of your notifications are set to all. Girl, let's just go ahead and get the fuck into it, okay? Let me just run this little nasty piece of intro, girl. Then we'll get into it, honey. I'll be dropping the link, honey, and letting y'all okay.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
What's going on, Hector D. Jesus, who also says that I'm warming up to a nigga, okay? I have one of the most unmatched breakdowns, okay? So, interesting that you say that. So, let me put out a disclaimer, okay? I know a lot of people who, like, found me in the middle of trial coverage. They, everybody found me at different interims, okay? Who's new here. With that being the case, a lot of people had the assumption that, oh, CTV is biased. CTV isn't biased. CTV literally refined his perspective over and over and over and over again as more information got brought to him. Because I'm actually not interested in pushing a narrative, because I'm not per se a fan of Tory. I'm not a fan of Megan. I'm not a fan of Kelsey. I was a fan of truth, and I'm a truth seeker first and foremost. And whoever side the plane lands on, it's just whoever the hell side the plane lands on. I don't benefit from pushing the narrative in one direction over the other. I'm also a very critical observer. I'm a very critical thinker, and I like to apply common sense with a sense of intellect. And there are certain things that I look for to help me to draw certain conclusions. So, Tory Lanez kind of had his work cut out for him in terms of him being innocent, simply right off the bat because of his pathology of violence, okay? The violence he done committed against other celebrities, other singers, other musicians. He has a well documented history of abuse. We looked through all of that footage, okay? Because most of that abuse has been caught on fucking camera, and it just couldn't be denied, because in any other criminal suit, a person's past would have been explored. Their relationship to the criminal justice system, whether they've had other domestic violence disputes with neighbors, ex-girlfriends, you see all of that shit come up. So just like defense thought it was fair game to run it down on Meg's sex life and her body count, Tory Lanez reputation and his behavior had to be relevant to this case. It just had to, because he was being accused of pulling the fucking trigger. Also, Tory Lanez, this is not his first run-in when it comes to gun charges and all of this shit, because in 2017 he was pulled over and a unholstered gun was found in his front console. So he had his work cut out, okay? And you had someone saying that they saw him shoot them, and then you had surrounding witnesses who put that gun behind his back. Put that gun back in his hands as well. So there was a lot going on. When I tell you that we intellectually, meticulously just rolled over this thing for months, actually, because we was talking about this case on and off prior to trial manifesting, and we just kept putting it back together again, just like true detectives should. Now, I know when it comes down to being convinced beyond a reasonable doubt, everybody kind of stands on a different scale, and of course there are some people who still believe that Kelsey pulled the trigger. For me, based upon everything that we've seen from Tory Lanez, coupled with the GSR, coupled with it landed rationally and logically for me, okay? Based upon the things I observe in situations, based upon the things I observe in people's personality types, based upon, honey. But I exhausted my brain. I can say that, bitch. I exhausted my brain when it came to Kelsey being a shooter, when it came to them all tussling over this goddamn weapon, and when it came to everything else, okay? At the end of the day, 12 jurors found Tory Lanez guilty of shooting Meg, of discharging an unregistered firearm recklessly, and all the tea and all of the things are spilling out now in terms of what the jurors saw. And as I said in my previous live stream, it's been eye-opening to really see that stuff and hear that stuff for yourself, because listening to articles and listening to journalists and bloggers describe the evidence is a very different experience from actually hearing those gunshots, yourself, and also hearing the fear in the neighbors who called in to 911 regarding that, and listening to what they were saying about this woman and her screaming, and it seemed like somebody is hurt. I mean, it's just really been wild. And now we just also ran through and heard the interview from Kelsey girl, and I'm gonna be honest, you guys. It doesn't change it for me. The interview doesn't change who shot Meg, but what it does do is give me an entirely different attitude toward Kelsey and her vantage point. And that interview was very eye-opening as it relates to Kelsey. So we'll get into the interview. I'm going to drop the link, not before I bring up my handy dandy co-host, Reckless Logic. Welcome to the live stream, Reckless. How are thou?
Hey, I'm doing well. What's going on? Hey, everybody.
Ecam was giving you a hard time, but it seems that StreamYard is treating you right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm spilling fucking Coca-Cola all over my body. All over my body. Are you ready for this discussion, girl?
Yes. Let's get straight into it.
All right, so I'm gonna drop the link. You guys already know, first come, first serve. StreamYard holds 10 people. There's already 2 here. That makes 8 slots. So I'm going to give you guys time, okay, on some ready, set, go shit, okay? I'm gonna drop the link on 3, honey. First come, first serve. On the count of 3, okay? 1, 2, 3. Motherfucking StreamYard link is dropped, honey. Okay? I'll wait till you all assemble in the background, and then we'll pull you all up. Until then, let's check out some of these comments. Hector says, the thing for me is that all those that are now crying bloody murder for Tory, but where was the outrage when the black woman was undisputably shot? That part, Hector. I hope you hit the link too, Hector. We'd love to hear your perspective. Sharon says, I just got my notes, but I was refreshing like a mad woman on period. The Thoughtful Thought says, this is so off topic, but Conscious is so handsome. Thank you, Thoughtful Thought. My beautiful Ray is running it down, honey. Don't forget to subscribe, share, donate, support, all that good jazz. I appreciate you all. Frank says, oh my, it's expensive over here on period, honey. You ain't no Frank. Marge says Tory is guilty, and that's all, and that is motherfucking it, okay? God's number one child says Tory has no grounds for appeal. He'll be denied. That shit is a wash, okay? His lawyers are only going to appeal to keep him from wrapping a goddamn rope around his neck to give him some goddamn hope, okay? Because they know that Leprechaun is throwing that ass in a circle for a honey bun right now, for Big Dick Derek on cell block 8. Sonya says he's a sociopath, very scary, extremely. Good to see I'm not the only one with insomnia, girl. We vamps over here hardcore. Okay? So I think we have a little nasty panel in the back, girl. Let me welcome Auto Magic, C Woody. Of course, my boy William. Of course, Dalia. Of course, Beauty and Me, Nikki. And then there was Pink Clover on period. Let's see here. Do I want to put all the focus on me. Don't want to do them like that. I do I want to have a nasty panel like this, child. Okay, we got one more spot, y'all. So y'all hit the goddamn link, okay? All right, welcome to the platform, you guys. First and foremost, this is fucking nuts. Reckless. I know you were in and out of sucking dick while I was, reviewing the audio, but
Once again, you lying again.
what did you make of Kelsey's? Because it was lengthy, and it's been a long day, but bruh, I don't know how much you heard, but that shit was interesting. What are your thoughts?
It doesn't change my position on what I said when it came down to Kelsey. The thing with me is that since I know for a fact I don't know everything that happened in that interview, I will be listening and I will be just about taking notes and kind of do a lot more listening so I can get more information. So, but from what I understand so far, it doesn't change my position when it comes down to who shot Megan. It was Tory still. So.
Okay.
That's it. And basically, and also I did see in the comments in the chat, someone did say that Kelsey did actually expose the hospital that Megan was actually located to Tory. Is that true?
Yeah, when he asked her where is she said she was outside the hospital.
Oh,
Meg, and
okay.
then he asked her like what hospital, and she said, Sinai, etc. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Then she wondered why she got dropped. Got you. Heard. Makes perfect sense.
Okay, but just as a pushback to that,
I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm gonna go on mute.
When you're not here to leave nothing alone, you hit a swing and bang. But as a pushback to that, I felt like Kelsey was following the lead of Meg. I mean, Meg is the same person that got back in the car with Tory. So why would Kelsey think anything of telling him where she was after they both already done been bribed to death, and Megan felt comfortable getting back in the vehicle, and Meg also protected him by telling the officer that it was glass, and they all kind of had made an agreement, by the time they got back in the vehicle, that they was just going to deal with this shit another way without cops being involved. So for me, I didn't feel like Kelsey's behavior was like out of order, because Tory had already neutralized himself as a threat by the time they even got back in the SUV. So at this point, it was just about, once again, keeping the shit under wraps. But it wasn't about protecting Meg from Tory at that point. It was just more so about this nigament done happened, and everybody everybody just want to go into their fucking own corners and just move forward.
Okay, I can understand that.
All right. Auto Magic, welcome to the platform. Your thoughts on the 80-minute shakedown?
I listened to half of it, but this is what I get from it. I feel like what she said in the interview is cool, but it don't change my stance. I still know, I still think Tory did it. I switched, right? But this makes me question when she brought up the fight, because in the interview, she's saying the fight was between her and Tory. And then on the stand, she said the fight was between her and Meg. So basically what I'm getting from is when she said she lied in the interview, I think she wanted to either she wanted to tell the truth because she didn't want to like if you sit in front of the police or you sit in front of the lawyers and stuff, and something bad happened, she might wanted to like remove herself from the equation and not say she got into a fight with Meg because Meg got shot. So she might have said me and Tory got into a fight, but in reality, her and Meg got into a fight, right? So she wanted to cover herself from that, and the perjury thing, she wanted to make sure she get perjury from lying then. And if that didn't happen, she was trying to make the situation better for Tory on the stand and tell a lie on the stand, allegedly. You get what I'm saying? To like make the story like muddy up the waters a little bit for the situation and make it plausible that there was a struggle for the gun. And yeah, she was crying and stuff. She was very emotional. but those same emotions can come from her fighting Meg and feeling bad that they got into a fight, knowing that she's finna get dropped because they just got into a real deal fight. But it also just it doesn't sit well with me on where's the motive for Tory if if either he got possessed he was at the wrong house getting drunk, opening himself up, you know what I mean, and left, and some shit left with him, or she really got up underneath his skin and said something so disrespectful that he just lost his shit while he was drunk and started shooting that gun. Because like I'm trying to figure out where is the fight, who fought who, because she said she got into a fight with Tory in the interview, and on the stand she said she got into a fight with Meg. So that's what I'm trying to figure out.
So you think that Kelsey lied, and that it was her injuries came from her and Megan swinging and banging?
If it's true that they got into it, that Meg, the only reason I see her and Meg getting into a fight is Meg saying something disrespectful after he say, go ahead and tell her the truth. You know, while you was dealing with COVID, you know, we had our own situation going on while you was down there recovering, and maybe they got into a fight because of that, like disrespect, like not necessarily over Tory, but two women fighting because of disrespect, things that was said while they were in the car. You know what I mean? Or because I don't see a reason why Tory would fight Kelsey.
But Kelsey told you why, because
watch, I didn't hear that part.
Oh, well, she stood after the shooting. She went to Meg's aid, and Tory got out of the vehicle, and she thought he still also had the gun, and because he just shot her, you know, she assumed he might have been approaching Meg to finish the job, so she stood up. And you know, there was that altercation, and then the second altercation came from her jerking the car with the gear shift to distract Tory, because now he was left alone with Meg in the driveway.
I got something. Okay, so if you had got into a fight with Meg, how would you try to like smooth over that situation? And if you got into a fight with Tory and he just did all that stuff to you, and you know you got a heart murmur and you could be having medical complications, why would you be on the phone with him so sweet and just listening to him talk and saying that everything gonna be okay? You know, Meg's team handling stuff, and all right, cool. I'm gonna call Quan. You know what I mean? Like if she fought Meg, she would be trying to get in there and trying to be in her face and be like, "Girl, I'm sorry. You know this and that and this and that."
But she was.
But she was outside the hospital, right? She couldn't get in, right?
Yeah, but that's because she couldn't get in. She wasn't allowed.
Right. She was trying to get in so she could talk to her and be like, "Yo, I'm sorry," and be with her while she was shot. You know what I mean? Like try to
read. Why would Meg accuse Tory of shooting?
No. I'm not saying that she shot Meg. I'm saying that she got into a fight with Meg, and her standing out, her being at the hospital trying to get in.
Oh, because at this point, a shooting is going to trump anything else that happened in that happened.
Right, but if she got into a fight, if she got into a fight with Tory, do you think she'd be on the phone? Like, listen to that call. It don't seem like she got any like problem or like any lingering drama or problem with Tory while she's on the phone. I don't hear any attitude towards Tory.
Well, some people would disagree. Some people feel like she did have attitude on that phone call. So I guess
some people say her attitude was when he brought up Megan.
Why would she? I mean, I don't.
If you got into a fight with Tory, would you be on the phone with him? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, would you be on the phone?
I mean, I'm a different bitch. I'm a different type of bitch than Kelsey is. But listening to Kelsey, like I understood the rationale. Like Kelsey is the employee in the situation. She's the non-celebrity in the situation. She is trying to follow the script. Even though there isn't a official one yet, she do know that by the time they all agreed to get back in that SUV, that everybody at least was on the same court of not getting the police involved. She knew that much. And that they would have been on their way to Meg's place with Tory, Daquan, and her in tow if police had not intervened. So when there was an intervention and they all got separated, I felt like Kelsey just tried to, she just moved on to the next situation to try to figure out what was going on. I don't think she thought it was the proper, space and opportunity for her to do all that with Tory on the phone. She knows this is a jail call. Matter of fact, she said in the interview that she only answered the phone because she thought it was one of her other jail bays. If she's now, though, on the same script that we're not getting the police involved, she's not going to do all that on the phone with Tory. Even as it relates to her and Tory's fight, she's going to play it cool. She know how this goes. She's a street bitch. And, she obviously also deals with prison niggas as well. So she's not going to be flipping out. She's not going to be trying to get him to incriminate himself. She ain't going to be doing all that. She's going to play it cute. So,
what do you think?
Yeah, because they all made an agreement before they took off in the SUV.
Okay, because I'm just curious to see because she got 2 fights. She got one with Tory and she got one with Meg. When she testified, she said she lied in the interview, so they had to redo her testimony pretty much. Well, she had to add, basically, recant that.
Because her, Tory.
No, she said she lied. Then she understand, right? She said she lied in the interview, right?
Yeah. She said that she lied about certain things in the interview, that she wasn't going to be honest. And I believe one of those things is the fight. I believe she did not disclose that fight because when she was pressed on the stand, she said that there was a bump. After they kind of had pressed on her, but she never even mentioned that her and Meg had any type of physical aggression toward each other in the interview. So that told me that she did edit out certain parts of what happened that night. But
do you think that she replaced the bump to prevent herself being perjured? She left room for you to, look in between the lines, and the bump equates to that fight being with Meg and not with Tory.
Could have been, because she didn't know what question was going to lead, what response was going to lead to another question that was going to lead to another, that will lead to another, lead to another. And she already knows that Tory Lanez team is after pinning the shit on her. So, I can see why she was trying to plead the fifth and she didn't really want to go into detail because she knew that they were literally trying to get her to incriminate herself. But I also think her and Meg were also on some girl code shit. I think that she felt equally embarrassed that, there was a physical altercation over him.
Yeah,
and,
pretty much.
I think that they both had shame about that, and yeah.
That's the only thing that I was trying to figure out, where was the fight.
I'm sure that her lawyer coached her too.
Right, because this was a couple years after the incident, right? This was like 1.5 years after the incident, or 2.
Yeah, this almost 2 years after
the incident. So she had time to try to remove herself as much as possible from that event. You know what I mean? Because at this time she probably know that Tory's legal team, like you said, is trying to pin the murder on her, because at that time we already knew that she had not murder. I am so sorry. The shooting on her, because we already knew that she had GSR on her. So she probably tried to remove herself as much as possible in that interview. And then her lawyers probably told her hey, if Megan get up there and say y'all got into a fight, that's perjury. So you need to clear that up. So you're going to have to go up there and tell them that you lied on certain parts, and you're going to have to basically start all over and give another account and try to put it in there in a good way. Don't incriminate yourself fully. Don't just say, oh, the fight was not with Tory, it was with so-and-so, because now that could be perjury. You know what I mean? Because you was on tape and you probably swore an oath in that interview.
Yeah. A lot of some people are asking about the context of the fight. I don't think that they were fighting over Tory. I think that they were fighting because Kelsey confronted Meg after Tory said what he said off of principle. And then because Kelsey didn't let up off of Megan's neck, and she continued to, confront her the whole way in the SUV, that it led to things going kaboom between them. But I don't think they was fighting over fucking Tory. I think that Kels was fed up over the betrayal of it all.
Right, and then disrespectful stuff was said. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And like Megan said, at some point, because she slipped up even in the Gayle King interview, she went from saying, this fight never even had nothing to do with me. It was, going on between the people in the back. But then she also said in the same breath that everybody was arguing in the car. Or either she said that on the stand. She either said that also in the Gayle King interview or on the stand, that everybody was arguing. So everybody was talking shit. Everybody was pressed. Everybody was ripping each other up. It was a very hostile situation. Alcohol was amplifying shit. Betrayal coming back up. So it's all up and out. And I believe that, when they
feel like
fucking strapped, because Sean Kelly is clear about the fact that when he woke up to arguing, he went to that balcony and saw two females swinging and banging on each other, and it looked pretty violent.
Right. Like, so somebody had
Kelsey left that shit out of the interview, but then on the stand had to admit that there was some type of aggressive or physical contact between her and Meg. Just let me know. Yes, y'all fucking fight. Y'all fucking
and that's
fight.
Why that crying just felt, to me, her crying just felt too. It was like it was justified. I was real emotion there because she's really cool with Meg. So she thinking about the fact that her friend, her employment, all of that, her lifestyle is all coming to an end because of the fight that she had with Meg. So it's like she's getting emotional because she know her life about to change. You know what I mean? That's what I got from that cry. It wasn't necessarily because she got beat up by Leprechaun. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's just like how I look. Like, I don't see her crying over that.
All of it, I think if there's anything that I took away from Kelsey's interview is that she was equally traumatized. Like, no, she wasn't shot, but seeing somebody that you love shot is traumatizing. And then also all the physical violence of that night is traumatizing in and of itself.
Yeah.
And then, it's also the loss of her friendship to Meg altogether. They've been friends since 2012. Like she said, we was like, Mike and Ike. And so all of that trauma, the betrayal, the loss of the relationship, the extremity of witnessing somebody that you love get shot down, your own violence in that situation. And then it's the perception of betrayal because she feels like everything I did in that night was to save you. And you threw me to the wolves. And so there's a lot of anger and a lot of feelings that both Kelsey and Meg have toward each other. But I think some of that is a misunderstanding on both of their parts, because since there wasn't a lot of communication, they both are left to their narratives about each other.
Yeah.
They both are left to make a lot of assumptions about each other because allegedly Meg allowed her team to talk her into letting Kelsey go because Kelsey was doing this and doing that and blah, 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 blah. And she was dealing with Tory and da, 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 blah, 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 blah. So I feel like if they would have communicated and they would have given each other a shot, and it does seem that Meg is the one who pulled the plug.
Because in that car, I feel like they, like she said, like you said, Meg said that they were arguing. Everybody was arguing. I feel like Tory was mad at Meg for cop blocking, taking him away from Kylie's house. Meg is mad that Tory stayed when he was supposed to leave, and she had to go back and get kicked out of the party when she's supposed to be trying to build a relationship with Kylie. Kelsey is mad when Tory bring up the fact that, there's a relationship between him and Meg. So everybody is arguing for different reasons. And then when you add on 4 shots, getting in the door, and then more drinking, Kelsey passed out at the party. Meg probably wasn't as drunk as both of them, but she was drinking too. So it's like everybody's drunk, and you just left the Kardashians' house. Come on now, we know what's happening. So, cause that gunshot, bro, that air don't sound right. That air don't sound right. Like crazy. Like
You say the air?
the video, the shots, like how steady they were. Like that's like to me,
Yeah, it was like a point and shoot. Pow,
yeah.
pow, pow, pow.
Yeah, that was ugly. Like that's not a good sound right there. Like the succession of shots and how they like the rhythm of the shots. You get what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like it wasn't that didn't sit right
And
with me.
that's why I don't believe Kelsey was fully cognitive at the point of the shooting. I think like obviously she know that Tory shot the gun, but I believe Sean Kelly when he says that Tory exited that vehicle after the shots went off initially inside the vehicle. Then he saw Tory Lanez emerge with his arms pointed and continued to shoot because why else would there be a pause? The only thing that really explains the pause is the fact that Tory Lanez opened the door and got out the car and continued shooting.
Right.
And like that makes perfect, consistent sense with what happened next after that pause, pow pow, because he stepped out of the fucking car.
Yeah. That interview to me wouldn't necessarily that interview left as is probably would have caused some type of, what did she say in her interview about the shots? You said she said what did she say in the interview? Because I missed that part.
She said he emptied the clip from hanging out of the window, and she said he pretty much like kind of rested back into the vehicle after emptying the clip.
Yeah,
and she was the one who ran over to Meg. So she never even said that he got out of the car at all. That he emptied that clip from hanging out of that window. But that's not what Sean Kelly dared witness to.
It seemed like she was trying to. I don't know. It seemed like she was trying. Because did she say she was out the car at that time, or was she in the car at the time?
I think some things are just missing from Kelsey's brain.
Yeah.
Like, because look at if she would have been sitting right behind Tory. Right behind Tory at the point of him shooting. That is very close proximity to that fucking gun. Like, I can understand why her brain might have tried to edit some of that shit out, because imagine how loud those shots were with her standing right behind Tory.
Yeah, especially when you're not shooting the gun and it's unexpected. Yeah, it's very loud.
It's unexpected, and then you just you stand right behind a motherfucker and they're shooting at someone you love. Like,
yeah, her brain just went out of she just went out of it.
Yeah, I think, and then they were drunk. So you have alcohol, and then you have shock, you have trauma, you have all this shit happening in one brain all at once. I think some shit just kind of washed out. I think all of their brains are edited to a degree, that all of their brains are edited through the natural phenomenon of alcohol and shock and trauma.
And time. And 2 years worth of replaying it in your mind different times, coming up with different like scenarios, not necessarily scenarios, but remembering bits and pieces over 2 years and trying to piece it all back together.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you tell a story from 2 years ago, you might miss something and then like alter something because you thought it went this way, but it actually didn't go that way. But you can't alter who you fought. Like it seemed like she was trying to protect herself and being confused on that interview, given she had 2 years to prepare and she had lawyers to try
I think she told it from. I think it was a pretty genuine account from her end. I think she told it from how she remembered it. I don't think she because you don't remember what you don't remember.
Yeah.
She wouldn't know if her brain done edited shit out. She wouldn't know. Or because people's brains do weird shit when shock is happening and when adrenaline is rushing and when survival mode kicks in. Like, the brain does its own thing. How the brain also recovers from that trauma is very interesting. I have aunts who have been through traumatic events, and there were other relatives who bear witness to some of these traumatic events, and some of the details are completely absent. from some of my aunt's minds about those events, but that are very clear to the people who weren't directly involved, but kind of, you know, what's in the peripheral of the situation. And you know, and one of my aunts, you know, she's like still to this day are flabbergasted about some things, because she just like, God must have just edited certain shit up my brain. Like God must have just removed certain parts of what happened from me, because like she doesn't even recall things, you know. But when she goes to give her account, she's giving her account based upon how her brain did put that shit together.
Yeah.
She doesn't even know that, you know, there are things missing. She's just unaware.
Yeah, because think about it from Kelsey's point of view. Like, she's sitting in the car, right? And Megan, they all supposed to be cool and have a genuine type of mutual love for each other, right? And you see somebody shoot at your friend, not even just shoot at your friend, but get out the car and then continue to shoot. That would be very traumatic, and your brain might want to try to remove that part.
Beat the hell up twice by the person who shot.
Right. So your brain might want to try to remove some of that stuff because you just can't believe it. It's like so outrageously like, are you serious, that your brain would just like try to delete it? Yeah.
Yeah. Inconceivable, you know. So how, you know, and I don't think any of these people went to counseling afterwards. I think they all just kind of tried to naturally cope with it. I don't recall any of them ever talking about going to therapy and getting into counseling for what took place. So that's why I thought Sean Kelly's vantage point was very significant, because it gave us somebody who was far removed and on the outside looking in, who's not affected by alcohol, and who's just really playing the part of an observer, versus everybody who's in the situation, who's drunk, everybody's in the situation traumatized, everybody in the situation da. I think that Meg and Kelsey remember the most significant parts. Like Kelsey remembers her assault, and she remembers who pulled the trigger, and Meg knows who pulls the trigger. But I think some of the other secondary, thirdary observations are, you know, kind of on a balancing act for one reason or another. Yeah. And I think that they're both, but I do think that they're both intentionally lying about a fight. I do believe a fight happened. It just makes sense.
Yeah, it does. It does make sense for nobody first just to fight Tory.
Yeah.
Because if she's so scared that the gun went off and her brain shut down for her to not remember certain things, if she's sitting in a car, I don't think that adrenaline would. It could, at the same time, adrenaline could get her up out the car and try to take the gun from him. But at the same time, it could not. You know what I mean? She could be in the car really scared. You know what I mean? Because, like, for her, because she said she got into a fight with Tory because she was trying to take the gun away from him, right?
No, she got in a fight with him because she thought he was approaching Meg to do her more harm. And so
she got out the car and tried to do that. Yeah.
No, she was hold on. So, you know, it was two different fights. The first time she was already at Meg's side, and she saw after the shooting, Tory came around the door and started approaching them immediately after the shooting. So she jumped up and to stand in front of Meg to block him from her. And that was the first tussle. And then after she got thrown into the SUV by Daquan, she started fucking with the gear shift to distract Tory, who was over there alone with Meg. And then Tory came over to Kelsey and pulled her out of the SUV by her hair and started beating on her. And then Daquan had to intervene and breaking that up.
I think all that is fair. I think she made all that shit up.
I think I have a theory.
I don't think she made all that up because Sean Kelly witnessed two men on one woman. And I believe that one woman was Kelsey, and he was watching Daquan and Tory Lanez in a wrestling match for her body. But what Sean thought was happening was they were jumping.
They was beating her up, right?
They
was trying to put her in the car.
Or did he maybe
one man off her?
Right. I think trying to pull her off of him because she was probably beating him up for what he did to Meg. You know what I'm saying? Like, she probably jumped in front of him and started beating him up.
I don't think she beat him up because her injuries were pretty extensive. She had bald spots all in her head. She had her arm and her legs were fucked up. Like they showed all of the images in court or whatever. Those images are going to drop as well on the internet. But she had like a lot of injuries to her body, and she even felt like she had it. And she even felt hold on, you guys. And she also felt like she needed hospital treatment as well because of that altercation. She was sending text messages to Megan about needing to go to urgent care over her injuries and shit. He fucked her up. He did her in.
Well, they fucked her up.
But yes, so let me pause out and get through everybody else, and we'll double back around. See, Woody, welcome to the platform. Your thoughts on the interview. What you thinking?
Hello, everyone. Yeah, that was a good dialogue between y'all too. Yeah, you're absolutely right. As someone that's been in both situations, like a very traumatic situation, and like I've been to war, like outside the wire, gunfights at war, and it's amazing the things that I just don't remember. Like, you know what I'm saying? And I was sober as can be, and I've also been in the military. I've also been blackout drunk many times, and it's amazing what your brain remembers, what it doesn't remember. And even like after like sitting down, trying to really sit down and concentrate, trying to remember on what happened, or hearing people's accounts of events and trying to remember, you just don't get those memories back. Like, yeah, you get little bits and pieces, but that's all it is bits and pieces. So when you add one on top of the other, yeah, you're not going to get a full story. And add on to the fact that the police is involved, people trying to lie and cover for themselves and for him for whatever reason. It's like we'll never know the real truth. The only person that I see that has like the realest account of everything that happened is that driver, because he was sober and he was there, but he's not talking.
And he's probably also going to be useless because he's Team Tory.
Right. Exactly. He's worrying about his job. And I don't know what those drivers, I'm sure they have like some type of NDAs or whatever that they sign where they can't discuss what go on in those cars.
Yeah.
I imagine the drivers see everything. They hear
Everything.
all their conversations. They see the drug use, the abuse, the this, the that. They see everything. But he probably has the realest account of what happens. Like I said, he was sober. He was there. He was involved in everything. And even the witness, Sean Kelly, like, one, he's trying to tend to his small child. It's early in the morning. They woke him up out his sleep, and then he's not even from America, is he? And he's not a part of the culture. So he's really trying to figure out like what is going on. Like even in his testimony, he was like, I can hear everything that they're saying, but I didn't like it. It was almost to me like he was saying he could hear everything that they were saying, but he really didn't understand what they were saying. Because you know, they speaking in shit, they speaking like black people. He ain't black, he don't know what they saying. To them, he just hearing words. He understood the N-word, but other than that, he's probably like, man, they just yelling. What are they talking about? As far as Kelsey and Meg, I'm from the hood, but I just don't have that hood mentality where one, I'm gonna get back in the car with somebody that just shot me, and two, take a phone call for somebody that just beat me up. Even if she didn't know it was him when she answered, the second I heard his voice, I would have hung up the phone. Like, what are y'all doing? I don't like we say the word mammy, and as reckless say mammification so much on this platform. I think we're becoming desensitized to like how real and how in depth that shit affects someone mentally. Like, just think the mental state you have to be in to get back in the car with someone that just shot you. Like, what?
So this is what I surmise from it is I forget that Tory Lanez wasn't a stranger. He was somebody that had became a trusted figure
right
in Megan's life. He was somebody that she had bonded with. You know, he was somebody that also Kelsey had formed a relationship with. So what we're talking about in this situation is people who had relationship to each other. Mm-hmm. And I think, you know, and because of his immediate call to remorse and so-called conviction and, you know, y'all please, 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 and begging them and all of that kind of shit. I think that was very soothing for them in the moment that all this shit was transpiring, and because they all were clear about not wanting to get the police involved, it was a meeting of the minds, at that point. Like, okay, we all at least agree to get the fuck up out of here, and the worst of this is probably over. Clearly, you're probably not going to do anything more fucking stupid because you also have something to lose in this fucking situation. And so I think that they all, just naturally came to the conclusion that the worst was over. We just need to get the fuck up out of here now.
Yeah, and I wonder if Meg just truly didn't know what happened to her because they adrenaline pumping, like until she went to the hospital and they told her that it was actual shrapnel in her foot. I wonder if she even knew that she really got shot. I wonder if she just felt like, oh, maybe it was glass, or maybe in a
No,
scuffle.
she was clear from the jump. It wasn't glass. She knew she got shot.
Yeah, you heard them shots. You gonna hear them.
Yeah,
she heard the shots.
She knew she got shot, and she knew why she was selling the glass.
To that point, I was wondering, did she know?
Hold on, Pink, because I'm gonna have to go in chronological order so that I can maintain some order here. But I will get to everybody, I promise. But yes, it seemed like she produced the glass intentionally, because she said she told Gail King that after he came out the window, and started shooting, there was a point where she looked down and she was bleeding. She was bleeding, and then remember,
you're right.
And then I remember in her IG live when she finally got fed up, she was like, "Nigga, you shot me! Like, you shot me, my nigga! Like, I wasn't gonna say nothing. I wasn't gonna go there. But since y'all want to play ball-headed whole games and try to spin the fucking narrative and do all this and do all that and make it seem like nothing fucking happened, now I'm gonna tell all the goddamn church's business." So I think she was always clear. But I do consider if her calmness, the calmness that Kelsey kept saying came from it could have been due to shock. Or it could have been due to shock coupled with Tory's remorse. Kind of neutralized the energy in that moment. I mean, shock, and this nigga is apologetic. That's how some women, get beat on by their spouses.
Right,
and then they to love bomb. And that's essentially
and you're right, it happens immediately after.
Out of their ass. Mm-hmm.
Yep, immediately after he punched her in the face. I'm so sorry, I'm just upset, and I'm sure you're right. He just log bombed them.
And I think also they all took into consideration how much alcohol played a role in the craziness of this night. So they probably gave a lot of benefit of the doubt to Tory.
And I'm sure that even in those type of moments, like I said, I didn't been in those type of moments. I mean, you have every thought in the world processing through your head. I'm sure like they thought about their careers and how no snitching is big in our culture, period. But in the hip hop culture, because that's why these artists is really mad at Meg. Yeah. It's not that this case is going on. It's that they look at her like, oh, you telling what happened? You snitching. So now they all mad at her, because I'm sure that they all knowing Tory, and they probably know more of his violent, outrageous acts than we do as the public, because they hang in those tight-knit circles. So I'm sure like some of these artists like Drake, they know that this is his temperament, this is in his character, but they really mad at Meg. One, of course, because she a female, that's just obvious. But because, oh, you telling, like, oh, you just gonna go along with this. And I think even to the very end, even when Meg was on the stand, she still was trying to cover for him, but I don't even think she was really trying to cover for him. She was really trying to get that snitching narrative off her back. Because when Meg testified, I was like, what is she doing? Like, why is she doing this? And I had to remember that she didn't bring this to trial. The state brought this to trial. So she really trying to save the last little bit of her career that she can and try to get that snitch label up off her back. Because
now she had to jump out the window, because now everybody done made her sound crazy. Everybody done called the events of that night a narrative versus the actual truth. She done been doubled down on about this being glass and this don't look like a gunshot. She's being trolled by social media. So now she got to take the stand in order to say, okay, all y'all motherfuckers who been talking all this shit, y'all saying I wasn't shot, y'all saying I wasn't hurt, y'all said saying all of this shit. This trial was probably more about Meg vindicating herself in the face of everybody, including Tory, who tried
And she
to
had
deny
to.
that this happened to her.
Because think about who her target audience is. Her target audience for her career is female, is women, and mostly Black women. So how would it look to her audience to, defend some guy, and she be the man went out in social media talking about protect Black women, and she a proud Black woman and all that. So how would it look for her to be defending somebody that just shot her? Like, at some point she had to make a decision, like, save him or save myself. And I'm glad that she chose to save herself in her career.
And to make this a bit more about Kelsey, I completely understand Kelsey's train of thought throughout this whole thing. I know a lot of people in the comment section have problems with Kelsey, and they feel like Meg was justified in the way that, and her cutting her off because Kelsey was moving weird by communicating with Tory and helping to get him out of jail and da 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 da. But that's not that. I feel like she did that because that's exactly what she assumed Meg would want based upon the way that Meg was moving in the situation. Meg got her ass back in her SUV once again with her shooter. She also was prepared to not get the police involved. She also still didn't tell the police that Tory had did this. And once again, they all had came to a unanimous agreement that they wouldn't get the police involved. So Kelsey didn't think anything of taking a fucking phone call from the nigga that they all agreed to not even charge or report to the police, and to just probably get him out of jail. Let's get to the resolve. Let's figure out what to tell TMZ and all this shit because of this footage, and let's just keep it fucking moving. I don't think that Kelsey, I think that looked proper to Kelsey based upon where she's sitting in the situation and her looking at how Meg is moving. Like, Meg is protecting him, and we all agreed to not get nobody involved. So yeah, like, why would I not be on the phone with Tory Lanez? Why would I not? Like, why would I be treating him like the villain when we still supposed to be on code? That this never happened. And to keep him out of the spotlight and to continue to, keep to deal with this on the back end. So even though everybody else is interpreting Kelsey's behavior as sneaky and snaky, I can also understand how it looked to Megan. But I also don't understand why Meg, because I feel like Meg got flooded with emotions, and then she got pressure from the label and all of this, and I just feel like if she would have took time to like really think rationally, she would have been able to see that, oh my God, like Kelsey was only doing what the fuck, like she was doing, what's the difference between Megan's actions and Kelsey's actions? Like, Megan was trying to protect Tory. All Kelsey did was join Megan in trying to protect Tory. Like, they both, like, she joined in with Meg. Like, she was trying to be on the same code as Meg. So Meg can't then disconnect from that and act like that's not what this looks like when that's exactly what we're doing. You didn't tell police he shot your ass. You got your ass back in that car after he bribed us and told us everything was going to be all right and to not report him and and I watched you stay true to that all the way up to getting in that ambulance, man. So when he called me, I took the phone call. When he said, "Hey, call Quan so I can get the fuck up out of here," I did that because that's the game we was all running. But Meg wasn't thinking about all that. She just, I don't know, but she just caught up in just the totality of it, and she just, everything looked weird to her. Everybody looked weird to her. She probably was also mad at Kelsey for even letting Tory gaslight her up, and she probably had her own grievances with Kelsey, and so and that's why I say I feel like a big part of the situation between Kelsey and Meg is a misunderstanding. It's going to look like what it looks like to the both of them. Had they had an opportunity to fucking talk,
right,
and just talk through this shit and hear each other out, I think it could have made sense to the both of them. And they and a lot of this shit that happened afterwards just would not have fucking happened because they could have got on the same page a lot sooner than never getting on that page at all. But because Meg was not interested in communicating, I mean, it's just like,
yeah, she left Kelsey just flapping in the wind, and then shit, Kelsey doing what Meg and Tory both was doing, protecting them themselves. But you know what? That goes to show you, like, well, shit, it's common sense that in the industry, these people that be surrounding the artist, they not there for the artist, they're there for the artist's career. Because if whoever was around Meg in her ear would have told her, hey, the best way to play this, even if it was a game, like, go talk to Kelsey, make sure she's on your side, make sure y'all on the same page, at least at the end of the day, save your friendship. But no, I think they just all jumped on the let's say your career bandwagon. You know, the shit gonna come out, Meg, you got to get ahead of this. You know, tell the truth, say that he shot you. And then Kelsey, she just kind of flapping in the wind. And mind you, she damn near homeless at the time. You know what I'm saying? Although Bag did pay for her to get a spot or whatever, she in the middle of she losing her place
but
to
you know what I'm
stay.
also like more shook by, and I definitely gotta get to some of the other panelists, is it's also weird that because Meg was shot in the situation, people actually think it means that Kelsey didn't have grounds to also be traumatized when she got her ass
Right.
whooped, and she also witnessed a shooting, and her whole life got turned upside down as a result immediately after that
Right.
situation. She wasn't even allowed to even make contact with her friend. She was kept away from her and then put on a flight back to Texas to be broke amidst all of the shit. I think it's really fucking ridiculous that people think that Kelsey doesn't have a fucking right to fucking trauma. You people fucking like, let me hold on.
And she getting dragged on social media.
Let me pull it in because I can feel the fire. Yes, hold that thought, C Woody. Nikki H, welcome to the platform.
Yes, come on, fire.
Your thoughts about this interview, child.
Thank you for having me. Here's the thing. You're absolutely right about Kelsey being a victim as well as Meg. She wasn't shot, but her level of trauma was the same. They should have honored their friendship. There is no code with him. Okay. There is no getting back in the car and coming up with some plan to protect him. They should have been protecting themselves against him. Okay. Quan, we already know, was out of it. Okay. He didn't have anything to do with any of that. So you're right. She has every right to feel some type of way because she felt that Meg and her team abandoned her. She's the, friend that's poor. Meg is a star. Okay. But I just can't understand how when she got on the stand, she already had protection. So she could have just repeated everything that she said back in September and it would have been fine and she could have went on her merry way. But for her to get up there, to me, it became vindictive toward Meg at that point. Do you hate her that much to give a testimony that could possibly exonerate this violent beast? He beat you and he shot her, and there's no getting around that. I guess that's where I'm confused. She was protected. So why would you protect him? And another thing, if Tory would have got off, it would have been worse for Meg than him going to jail because they would have been on a mission, the Milagros and academics and all of them, they would have been on a mission to destroy her. She would have been all kinds of wild whores and lying on this man. It could have pushed her to where we don't even want to talk about. So you can't get on a stand and play like that. At that point, it was too serious of a situation for you to play games. I don't remember. Oh, I want to plead the fourth. I want to plead the fifth. All of that was ridiculous. I don't even see how she could sleep at night. It's okay that Tory did all of this. That's why I say, did you hate your friend that much at that point? Because
I
she
think
didn't
she
need to
did.
do
I
that.
think she did because in that interview she expressed a lot of grief toward Meg, and she was very clear about feeling very, very betrayed by Meg, and she reiterated over and over again about, you know, just how close they were and just as her best friend, and you know, how could she just, you know, so she does have a lot of feelings toward Meg.
But does that trump being beat by this thing and your friend getting shot?
Do we consider that maybe Kelsey doesn't give a fuck about the circumstance because it's not Meg pressing charges? It's the state of California. And so can it be argued that if this was Meg pursuing justice herself against Tory Lanez, that maybe things would be different, but because of the way Kelsey felt she was treated and bamboozled and hoodwinked and misunderstood and not given the benefit of a doubt and thrown to the lions, then coupled with the fact that Megan didn't even give a damn initially about getting the FBI, the Feds, SWAT team involved and none of that, that Kelsey's just like, girl, fuck y'all. Give me immunity. I'm out of here.
Understand that. I can understand that. But it's just the fact that him getting off to me because of that testimony, because if there wasn't all this other evidence, that testimony.
And mind you, Kelsey also witnessed, like, you know, a lot of the viewers may go and drive a boat a week and a half or 3 weeks or 4 weeks later and go on to perform and glow up. And it wasn't, you know, from Kelsey's perspective, she's like, not only is she not pursuing charges against him, but she's also dogged me the fuck out, and she's went on to live her whole life intact.
Yeah,
you
then
know,
she was making diss tracks and
diss tracks and all. Yeah, so it's just like, you know, I get it. I can't say that I agree with Meg or Kelsey, but I understand how human this shit got for the both of them. I understand that a lot of shit got lost in translation because of the way things were being handled. And I think that I'm able to understand Kelsey's perspective of this.
But do you feel that Meg have paid for it? All of her little lies, even though, you know, the biggest lie that we know was her saying that it was Glass. All this other who she slept with and didn't sleep with. I wouldn't claim sleeping with him either. She probably was embarrassed. Like she said on the stand, she was embarrassed to admit that she slept with somebody who ended up shooting at her, you know. So I can understand that. But I don't know. I'm just so glad that they were able to see past all of this chitter chatter and convict him rightfully so, because if he'd have got off, he would have continued to punch people and no telling what, he could have eventually killed somebody. So so yeah, that's how I feel about it. Just waiting for sentencing. I hope he does get 10 years. Anything less wouldn't be enough. And let me ask you this, Conscious. Do you feel that they could ever repair their friendship given everything that's went down?
No.
No, that's it.
They both have an absolute narrative about each other at this point, and because of the scariness of that event, and just I'm sure like the level of betrayal that Megan feels trying to protect herself and all of them, and her just really feeling like, you know, my God, the way, you know, like, I can't believe y'all, you know, I think it's far too gone. Like it's over the rainbow at this point. Like I still think it's interesting at how people will deny Kelsey's trauma, because it's equivalent to being raised in a household as children with a mother who you saw undergo a lot of domestic violence at the hands of your father, and people saying, like, people focusing on the mama, and because the mama was the one in the household getting beat, you don't have no trauma because it wasn't directly happening to you, and we know that that's furthest from the truth, that people are traumatized by what they see, by what they're in the proximity and space of, etc. So it's really wild that she that people acting like like she was supposed to skip a fucking loo over this just because she wasn't the one who took a bullet.
Right. It was her trauma just as well as Meg's, just same level.
Yeah, I mean, like, could you imagine the one fighting a fucking man all night fucking long, and then watching like your friend in blood, and hospitals and police and SWAT teams and helicopters, and it's just like,
it was horrific. It was horrific.
There's people in this chat who are traumatized by a lot fucking less that happened to them. A lot less. There's motherfuckers in this chat who are traumatized by a lot fucking less.
Right. That's right.
Like, the fuck out of here. But thank you
Well,
for that.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Nikki. I love you. Who is this in the white? Is this Beauty and Me?
Yep. Hey, Conscious.
Okay, welcome, Beauty and Me. Hi.
Hi.
Your thoughts about this 80-minute interview?
Okay. Don't beat me up.
I won't. I definitely won't Tory Lanez you.
Please don't jump on me.
I won't.
All right. Please don't attack me, chat.
Please
don't attack me, panel. All right.
We won't.
This is my thought process. I thought that interview was a crock of shit, basically. I don't know if you heard the part about Kelsey slipped up when she said Tory shot in the air. Kelsey also said when the prosecutors,
which would ironically corroborate Sean Kelly, who at some point,
but
I don't think he said he shot in the air, but he said he was shooting everywhere.
Yeah, but Sean Kelly said that he was shooting everywhere in the streets. Kelsey said that he shot in the air while he was standing in the truck over shooting at Megan. So it's like, how did he shoot in the air and then he's shooting down? Like, that didn't make sense. When the prosecutors was talking to her, she made a comment. She said, well, I guess she said something like, I guess the bad guy, I guess he's the bad guy, I guess. Like, what do you mean you guess?
Hold on for 1 minute. Hold on for 1 minute, Nikki. A gift and a curse. Do you mind dropping the 6-inch dick energy having ass basset pound in the face dick backer down in the base of the fucking Mississippi River? Get this fuck nigga about my motherfucking chat. Dispose of this fucking hoe. Emasculate his motherfucking ass, castrate his motherfucking ass, and give him lashes across his motherfucking ass. Get the fuck out of here, James Baker. Okay, go ahead, Beauty and Me.
Okay. It was a comment that, like, Kelsey wasn't sold on the fact that Tory was a shooter, because you wouldn't say, well, I guess he's the bad guy, I guess. Like, you wouldn't say that, like, in the interview. You understand? Like, if he did these things to you and he beat the hell out of you, he shot your friend, you wouldn't say he's the bad guy, I guess. Like, for me, that's a red flag right there. Her omitting the fight, even how she describes how everything happened, where she got out and where Megan got out. When you listen to Sean Kelly, he said that after the muzzle flash, he saw the two men, which was Quan and Tory, get out the car together to break the women up. He said that they was fighting violently. He said that they was pulling hair. That's a part of his 911 call, that the women were fighting, snatching and pulling hair. That's in the 911 call. This is when Sean Kelly called in, and so that's even in the article. So a lot of the stuff that Kelsey said in that interview with the prosecutors, it didn't coincide with Sean Kelly. And then even when Sean Kelly got on the stand, some of the stuff that he told police that was fresh and
that's initially what he
different in 2022.
That's initially why he even called the police. He initially called the police because of the fight, not even because of the shooting didn't happen until after he had done contacted police.
Exactly. So meaning, if he's saying that they snatching out hair, then how is if Megan snatched out hair, how is now Kelsey claiming that Tory snatched out her hair? And never mentioned that Megan snatched out of here, because that was the reason for the 911 call. He was woken up by the disturbing, by the noise, by the yelling, the fussing, the women screaming and fighting. He said one of the women was kicking the other woman. He said it was fighting violently, pulling hair and everything. So how does all of that get completely omitted by both Kelsey and Megan? And then he also was clear when he said that the muzzle flash was by the female. This was even in his 2020 statement to the police, that the guns rung off by the female fighting at the car. That's what he testified to. That's what's in the police report. But when he got on the stand, his statement kind of changed after he met with prosecutors, but the police report said something different. And so, I mean, I think you kind of got to go with what happened in 2020 versus 2022, where even with Kelsey, like her 2022 phone call with Tory, right? She didn't seem like as if she just got her ass whooped. Like he just snatched her head. He put all these bruises on her body. She just saw her best friend get shot in the feet.
I mean, but could this be that epic strength that Black women are known for? I mean, she was saving
no,
that's not the type of strength. She was operating on code.
No, that's not the code. That's not the code. Ask any Black woman you know that's not no code. That's not no code.
We know historically, and most of us, those of us who came up in domestic violence homes, and I did, saw Black women put on a face.
But that's when you're emotionally attached to somebody. They hadn't even been kicking it that long to be so attached to somebody. No.
But that's the assumption, is that's what you are assuming. Clearly, even Meg attests that her and Tory relationship was deep, that she bonded with this man. Obviously, for him to remember Kelsey's phone number and not even his own bodyguard means that also Tory and Kelsey were pretty damn close upon this event as well. So it's easier for someone on the outside to say da 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 da, but this was a man that both these women were reasonably close with. And
but it was a man that they only knew for like about 2-3 months. It's not like somebody that they have been in a long-term relationship with.
It's people who get married in that amount of time. It's people who are in a relationship overnight. There is no universal approach when feelings are involved. Like, people's feelings happen at different interims in connections. It may take you 2 years to rally for a man like that. It may take somebody else 3 months to do so. We know that we are living in an age where people connect under all circumstances. Hell, there's people who support me ain't never even met me. And look at how invested people are in my well-being. So imagine having all the access that these folk had to each other, and how much connectedness can take place in such a small amount of time. Especially when you're bonding, especially when you're having a trauma bond. You're bonding over loss. You're bonding over not having parents. You're bonding over things that are very sacred and sensitive for you at that. Bonds can happen from a conversation at the bar that starts a best friendship.
Yeah, but what I'm not talking about Megan. I'm talking about Kelsey. So it wasn't Kelsey and Tory bonding over the deceased parents or anything like that. Well, Kelsey had been gone for a whole week because of COVID, so she had just linked back up with them that day.
Clearly still maintain communication. He knew her phone number.
No, I'm not disputing that. What I'm talking about is if you analyze, and I really want to take emotions out of it. Like, I'm not even looking at this from no emotional side.
Well, that might be the problem.
I'm only looking at it from a logical.
But that may be the problem, is you're trying to remove emotions from a situation where emotions were very much so present, which is why Kelsey felt the way she felt when Tory inserted that truth in that SUV, which is why she jumped up to allegedly defend her friend, why Meg also tried to protect not only herself, but even him from being persecuted and prosecuted for this. So emotions were very much so involved. You try to take that out.
Emotion was not involved. I'm talking about me personally. I'm pulling the emotions out of it. Like, I'm not a huge nobody type of fan. I'm just talking about what has been presented, based on what's been presented, based on how everyone behaved, based on what was presented.
But you're also doing a lot of projecting, because what you're saying isn't even true to the testimonies of these women. These women felt close to Tory. That's according to the both of them. You are saying, but because you wouldn't be able to get close to someone like him in this matter of time, it's hard for you to really take that seriously. But that was serious and a variable in this whole thing.
Can you do like a poll of the women that's in the chat to ask them as a poll, any women in the chat that have gone through, or if they were in a situation that Kelsey was in, where she just said a man violently beat her, okay, put bruises on her, snatched patches and bald spots in her head, and shot her friend in the foot, would they be on the phone with that man within the next 2, 3, 4 hours, talking as calmly as she was talking to this man, like as if nothing had happened?
You do know that every woman in this chat is not Kelsey, and there's going to be a woman that's going to say, yes, I would be. And what are you going to do with that? When one woman says, yes, I would be, just like the introvert just says yes. So, I mean, like, once again, we're not talking about ourselves, and we ain't talking about most people. Like, this is what these people did in this situation.
Okay, so here's another thing.
And I don't think that it's irrational for Kelsey, because Kelsey had time to sit down at the police precinct for hours, straighten up her fucking hair, get her mind straight and get her mind right about things, and to sober up and to get her ass from out of there to then Meg, etc. Like, and once again, they all obviously came to an agreement before getting into that SUV, which is why they all agreed to get into that SUV. And Tory continued to love bomb the fuck out of them. Once in that SUV, he neutralized what was hard for them to probably accept any fucking way, because they all probably struggled to believe that this even happened. So now you get this not even over, but you get a rightfully so apologetic man who's love bombing for his behaviors. He's soothing it. He's soothing the wound. He's soothing the wound. He's soothing the wound. He's soothing the wound. And Kelsey admitted in her interview that she was fucking scared. She was scared, but she also knew how to play her role, which is what she did on that call. If Megan wasn't going to throw him under the bus, she wasn't either. And she wasn't going to fuck around and make an executive decision, even though she had her own wounds in the situation, because she wasn't going to blow whatever the fuck Meg and Rock Nation or however they would have decided to professionally deal with this. She wasn't trying to lose her job. She wasn't trying to lose her friendship. So she was remaining on code. She had a lot to lose as well in this situation. She just relocated. She just gave up all she had to come do this fully for Meg, be by her side. So she's not about to jump in front of Rock Nation. She's not about to jump in front of Meg, who she knows is a part of a bigger machine, and that this is bigger. She's going to feel that this is even bigger than her. So that's what and that's an act. And I mean, I'm not going to say it's an act of love. I don't know what it was an act of, but she extended that to Meg. She allowed Meg to decide. And since Meg wasn't pressing charges, and once again, in that phone call, you heard her say, hey, her team is already da 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 da. So Kelsey was already aware of what the protocol was. So she was just taking a back seat and seeing how this shit was playing out, and coupled with Tory Lanez talking all that good shit about making it right and $1 million and all of this. Once again, everybody had an agreement. So now it's just about staying on code. She gonna stay on code.
Okay.
She's gonna blow it.
I don't buy the Kelsey call, but okay, I understand. The other thing that I wanted to point out is the fact that Kelsey said that Megan was mad at her because she did not make a post. This was in 2020. Now, Kelsey said that she had hired an attorney in July of 2020, right? I'm trying to figure out why did she hire an attorney. But she said she hired an attorney for, this is in the interview, for the attack that Tory did against her. So if you hired an attorney, that the same attorney that's representing her right now, why haven't you pressed charges yet against him? Where's the charges? Where's the prosecutors? Hold on. Where's the in the interview that she just did, September of 2022? She said the reason why she hired her attorney in July of 2020 was because of how she was beaten and how she was bruised and all of this. So if that was the reason why you hired your attorney, why haven't you pressed charges? We're talking about 2 years now. You still haven't pressed charges against this man that you claim was the reason for you hiring your attorney. Why is that? But you said it on this statement with the prosecutors, with your attorney present, that you hired in July of 2020 for these allegations of an alleged assault against you. But you have yet to press charges.
Can I answer that?
Well, I was talking to Conscious, so I don't know.
Yeah, I think they settled out of court on this one. I think she filed a civil suit against Tory, and I'm fairly certain that they settled out of court.
There was no suit. There has been no legal action against Tory for anything. So we have to stop making assumptions. You can only go by based off of what you hear. Kelsey in that interview said she hired her attorney solely based on her injuries that she sustained in 2020 of July. So if she hired her attorney in July of 2020 for some alleged injuries that she's claiming Tory did and not that she got from a fight with Megan, why have she not yet pressed charges against him? And why haven't the prosecutors picked it up and pressed charges against him?
I think that's probably when Tory Lanez jumped in, because I do believe that her and Tory definitely had some transactions, because when her ass was, dealt with on the stand and they asked her who paid for her fucking legal team, and if it was Tory, she didn't know. So maybe that was the fire underneath Tory Lanez's ass, even though he came in willingly off the back, according to Kelsey, with bribery and all of that. But I think she was still trying to fill the waters out with her and Meg and everything else.
That would mean Megan bribed her too, because Megan paid for her apartment for a whole year.
They didn't bribe her because Kelsey was
if you look at it that way,
hello. She didn't bribe Kelsey because Kelsey was the one running behind her about being homeless and about her giving up her place and subleasing her apartment, etc. So it wasn't a bribe. Like, Meg was kind enough to honor the fact that, yeah, you was employed by me, you gave up your life, I'm going to be a reasonable human being in this way and, help you with your fucking livelihood, obviously.
Yeah, but what I'm talking about is if Tory would have paid for Kelsey's apartment for a whole year, it would have been considered a bribe, even if she was asking for it.
He's the shooter. Right? He's the shooter, of course. It's going to look that way because of the context. He's the shooter. Yeah, sure. Kelsey isn't the shooter in this case. So and Meg didn't shoot herself. So,
well, I'm not saying that Megan shot herself. What I'm saying is that I think Kelsey shot Megan. Okay, I'm just putting it out there.
If that's the case, then you not
shot Megan like what Sean Kelly said.
If that's the case, now you got to make it make sense. Why the fuck would Megan pay for her shooters? Like, why would she give a fuck about her shooter's livelihood? Why would she then call her shooter also and ask her, do you want me to mention you in the statement I'm about to make?
Well, here's the thing, right? Kelsey made all of those allegations, right? But she haven't showed the prosecutors no proof. When they asked her, "Do you have your phone on you?" No, it's in the other phone. So it's not like as if they've shown definitive proof that came out of her phone that she texted Megan this or Megan texted her that, because that's what she said. It was text messages. The same thing the prosecutors asked her about Tory. Did he bribe you in the phone? Did he send you a text message? She said, yeah, he sent me a text and he also called me. They said, okay, well, do you have your phone? No, I think it's in the other phone. Why haven't they brought any of this? Like, if he really bribed you via text, right? Because that is considered documentation, right? And you have this other phone. Why haven't none of that stuff been produced? We're not talking about phone calls. We're talking about actual evidence. That is evidence.
So I have a question.
Maybe they didn't because it was already corroborated by Meg talking about being bribed in the driveway.
Yeah, but talking about it versus having somebody that says that they have actual proof, because you're supposed to be able to prove things beyond a reasonable doubt, right? So if you telling me you have proof, because the prosecutors wanted to add bribery charges to Tory thing. If you telling me that there is proof and these women got up there, Megan got up there and said bribery, Kelsey got up there and said that she lied. But if you telling me that he bribed you and you have that documented, why haven't the prosecutors gained access to that cell phone to be able to prove that, okay, yeah, he did bribe you? You know, he did do these things that you are alleging, because you have actual proof. This is the only thing I'm saying. Like, I don't know who did what.
Sloppy work on
it doesn't seem like
it could have been sloppy. It could have been sloppy overlooking on the prosecutor's end because everybody else was sloppy in the situation. Like the whole case was sloppy. Investigators.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like it's all sloppy
but
because
at the end of the day, though, it wasn't going to be the smoking gun, because what they had to prove beyond a reasonable doubt was the fact that he shot her ass. That is really what they were gunning for. That's ultimately what they stuck to.
So do you feel like they proved that? Yeah. Even though Sean Kelly said that the women was fighting and that the gun came, that the first shot came from the woman. You really believe that based on everything that came out so far, that they proved that beyond a reasonable doubt?
For me, yeah, the GSR is on Tory Lanez.
It's also on Kelsey.
His prior charges and his pathology.
I mean, riding around with a gun is not
couple with the fact that if you actually get Sean Kelly's words correct, he emphatically stated that he assumed, thought, and believed that the initial shots came from Kelsey because she moved closer to the vehicle when the car had lit up. But upon those shots stopping and that pause happening, he saw Tory Lanez emerge from the vehicle with his arms extended and more flashes coming from him, and that's when Meg dropped to the ground. So he never placed that gun in Kelsey. He had never placed that gun in Kelsey's hand at all.
But and you read testimony. His police report.
And he had only assumed that the shots came from Kelsey.
But you read his police report before the trial, right? When you went through all of those documents. And in those documents, he clearly said that the gunshots came from the woman. He never said that the gunshots came from the man. Hence is why Tory and them called him as their witness, because that's what he told the police in 2020. His statement changed when he got on the stand after meeting with the prosecutor.
I would have to go back and look at those documents because I do not remember all of that shit because I read a lot of shit. So,
yeah, well, if you get a chance,
I would have to go back and personally.
I think that would be interesting to match up his 2020 statement to the police versus the 2022 testimony after he met with the prosecutor the week prior to trial.
It's not unreasonable for Sean Kelly to have clarified. People do make clarifying statements.
Not 2 years later, Conscious. Come on now. Not 2 years later. Your brain is more fresh at the time that things happen versus 2 years later.
No, they're not. Actually, that's not true. In the moment,
to take a gun out of a female hand and put it in a male hand.
He could have misspoken. It happens. What he could have meant was I believe, but he didn't say that at the time. Could have been. I don't know what the documents say because I don't remember. But I don't leave.
They throwing tomatoes at me.
I don't leave out.
Your group is tough.
I don't leave out that the man clarified his position. And people talk in flippant ways when they're just making a report versus when the stakes are now raised and there's a case and there's charges pending, and then people may now take what they're saying seriously and speak more clearly and concisely. But in the moment that shit is happening, you may not speak in the most accurate, precise way because you're just trying to get to the point when you are initially speaking. Versus now, you need to explain what happened and you need to go through this night in great detail. Like, that happened.
I mean, Sean Kelly could have been paid to change his statement for all we know. I mean, Megan has an extremely powerful label. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense from 2020.
He also could have told the truth.
Change your statement in 2022.
Oh my God.
Don't beat me up. I told y'all beforehand. I gave y'all fair warning. Please don't beat me up. I respect everybody's opinion. Please respect my opinion. Thank you, all the tomato throwers. I respect y'all too.
Okay, all right, hello. Okay, we got other people to get to. Thank you for that beauty to me. Dalia, welcome to the platform, love. Thank you for being here. What are your thoughts about this 80-minute interview?
Thank you for having me. I just want to say that I felt like the 80-minute interview was Kelsey's villain origin story. And I want to start off by saying actually that I recognize Kelsey as a survivor of abuse. If her story is to be believed, she absolutely endured trauma that night. I wouldn't compare her trauma to Meg's because I feel like that's inappropriate. But I also feel like it's inappropriate for Kelsey to expect Meg to overcome her trauma to come to her defense when she's going through her own battles and her own demons, which I feel like Kelsey did through the end of that interview. She really victimized herself. And
okay, so put a pause in it right there, Adalia. So I think it's reasonable for Kelsey to have expected some things from Meg, especially because Meg kept including Kelsey.
Mm-hmm.
She picked up the phone to deal with her and her livelihood and her apartment back in Houston. She also called Kelsey of her own fruition about this statement. So she also she gave Kelsey much reason to believe that there was room for them to be friends in the situation. And I don't think anybody up here expects somebody that they love in their life, whether it's a spouse, a relative, or a very close relationship, for there to be trauma and then for you to be excommunicated as a result of that trauma.
Well, I'm questioning how much she loved her, considering she spent that entire interview dehumanizing her and not sympathizing with her pain. The fact that she was able to say that Meg was sitting basically stoic and calm, and the interviewer or the prosecutor had to, ask, well, maybe she was in shock. Then Kelsey was like, yeah, maybe. That's not something you considered. If you're her best friend, you were sitting with her when she lost her mother. 2 weeks later, she lost her grandmother. She could have been sitting there thinking about how close she came to seeing them again. But that's not something that crossed your mind. That's kind of questionable. That's a red flag. That shows me that you do not sympathize with her. She played this whole, maybe Meg was okay. It's kind of like what Serena Williams said after she gave birth, how we look at these strong, confident Black women and think that they're superhuman, that they can take all types of abuse, that they can take bullets and be okay. She completely dehumanized someone that she called her best friend, who was also her employer. So for me, that's a big red flag, and it points to problems that could have been underlying in their relationship prior to this event.
Okay, so hold on. Okay. So let me insert something there. So we're now talking about two traumatized people. So if Kelsey is swallowed up in her own trauma, and Meg is clearly swallowed up in her own trauma. Can we judge either one of these women for how they ultimately interpreted each other, because they both were swallowed up in trauma? Kelsey is not a psych major. She's not trained to deal with trauma. She's not trained to be Megan's therapist. She's just a person. And she went through a horrific situation with her friend. And these are two people trying to make sense of all of this craziness that happened in one night. I feel like it's insensitive to not give that to both women. Who the fuck is Chelsea supposed to be? She's not Dr. Phil. She's not Iyanla Vanzant. She's not super fucking woman. She's just a bitch from Texas. And she got her ass whooped, and she tried to defend her friend. And I think her feelings are valid, even if we will debate the way she dealt with those feelings. But then again, you're talking about the other woman, Kelsey, who also had trauma, and she's dealing with being abandoned, being scooted out of the situation, being brought to her regular life, and she got Meg out here throwing diss tracks and playing in her face by acting like she's going to be there for her too, by acting like she's going to use her platform to exonerate her, because she's also being threatened. She's being bullied. Her family's being harassed. Her family's being stalked. She's going through her own shit. She's being approached by people in public, and there's nobody there for her. I don't expect Kelsey to have just made this whole thing about Megan, because the reality is it wasn't just about Megan. Other people were involved in this too, and that other people is Kelsey. Even though Meg is going to get the bigger attention because she's a celebrity and she's a superstar and she's the whatever. So of course, all the attention and all the feedback and all the empathy and all the sympathy is going to, of course, go to her naturally. She has the social equity to absorb most of the attention in this situation. But I think that's also the shadow side of this and the unfortunate part of this, because oftentimes, just like in the Kobe Bryant situation, where there was 8 other people who died in a helicopter crash. But of course, Kobe Bryant, being a celebrity, is going to garner all of him and his daughter were going to garner all of the oh my God, because that's who the public had a relationship to. But other people equally lost their life. Other families were devastated as a result of that unfortunate incident. And we have people who had a shared experience, and they had slightly 2 different experiences at certain points in the experience. But I don't understand why is Kelsey expected to behave in a way that Megan is not expected to. And I think it's a double standard to pin it on Kelsey and not also equally hold Megan accountable for the way she behaved, if we're going to hold Kelsey accountable for the way she behaved in the situation.
Well, it's interesting that you use the word accountable, because that's the same word that Kelsey used. I think it's, inappropriate to ask the victim to be accountable for being the wrong type of victim. When it comes to the abandoned, I feel like that's a very loaded word for a girl to say. She was able to call her mother. That's not something that Meg could do. She was able to call her sister. That's not something that Meg could do. If anyone was abandoned in the situation, it was Meg.
But that's not Kelsey's fault. It's not.
I'm not saying it's Kelsey's fault.
It's not her fault. She has family, because Meg also has friends. She has
it's her fault.
And she has relatives outside of both of her parents.
Well, she lost her grandmother, so she's not very close to all of her relatives, but she lost her grandmother 2 weeks after.
But that's not Kelsey's fault, is what I'm saying. And it wasn't, and it's not her burden, because
I'm not saying
don't have her parent. I don't have my mom either. Like, that's not a burden of anybody's.
So in the same way that you're saying it's not Kelsey's fault, it's not Megan's fault or responsibility to protect another woman while she's also going through trauma of her own.
I agree with that, but what I'm saying is that do that for both. Y'all are not doing that for both. I can equally critique both of their behaviors in this situation, because it wasn't one person in the situation and somebody like us from the outside who wasn't even there who are asking for sympathy. We're talking about 2 people who were victimized in this situation. And because of the way things were happened, because of the way that things were dealt with after the fact, 2 years later, yeah, now we're hearing an angry Kelsey because she's on the other side of it now. She understands that she was abandoned. She understands that she was thrown away like a rabid dog. She understands. Now she's able to analyze all of Megan's behavior after the fact because all of this is after the fact. So now she gets to stand here in this place and still be hurt over the string of events, and also once again like feel like, hey, I want to clear myself. And this interview was in the context of wanting to take the stand and set herself free. I don't know what happened for Kelsey in between September and December, because toward the end of that interview, she made it clear that she was ready to do this, and she wanted to do this to clear her conscience, and she wanted the truth as she knows it to be out. And she called herself being noble, and even though she has her feelings against Meg, wanting to, help move this shit along, but somewhere in between September and December, whether it was 1501, whether it was her goddamn husband, whether it was Tory Lanez, whether it was a combination of everything, shit, or whether it was just a combination of her collapsing under pressure, I don't know. But what I can tell you, Delia, is if I had witnessed my friend shot and then tried to beat up the motherfucker that perpetuated violence against her and got my name caught up in all of this conspiracy shit on the internet and being trolled and doxxed and stalked and approached because of a narrative and TMZ footage, and I gave up my life, and I think we are underestimating how much happened to Kelsey. I think we're underestimating it. We're downplaying it. And at best, for me, I can consider them both victims. But like you said, I don't consider them.
I agree.
I don't consider them both, we know that she wasn't shot, etc., that they had different experiences in this experience. But I do accept that we are talking about two victims.
Right.
Victims.
But the thing is that we dissected Tory's pathology for a week and a half. So now we're on Kelsey's pathology because we have this 80-minute interview of her being, pretty candid, pretty open and honest. So that's why I'm directing my attention to Kelsey's pathology, because we have songs from Megan, but we don't have an interview like this. We don't have her statement yet. So for the sake of Kelsey's interview was very telling. The way that she described Megan, the way that she described the actual events of the shooting was very matter of fact. It was emotionless. She didn't really show emotion until the end when she started talking about how it made her feel and how the event started to affect her life. That's when she began to cry. That's when she began to get emotional. The way that she said that she didn't even look down at Megan's injuries. She didn't know how Megan got back in the car. She suggested that maybe she hopped, or she wasn't very concerned about Megan's well-being, but she was very hyper-focused on Megan's actions throughout the night. She noticed when Megan was laughing funny, which I thought was interesting because you notice when she's laughing abnormally, but you don't notice when she's sitting silently. If that's my best friend and she's usually happy and talking, then all of a sudden she's sitting very calm and very quiet, I would assume there's something wrong with her. But the fact that she didn't pick up on that was a bit of a red flag to me. The fact that she didn't, look at her injuries, she didn't know if she was, okay, that's a red flag as well. It just kind of seems like this whole interview was the root of her vendetta, and the foreshadowing that would come at the trial, because she built up this whole narrative that, Megan was having conversations with Tory. Maybe that's why she was quiet. So she was building up this idea that they had some type of agreement. So her justification to speaking to him after the fact would make sense. But it was just red flag after red flag. Even as a victim, you can still be an assailant to someone else. And Kelsey didn't technically, of course, physically assault Megan, but she definitely did not have her best interests in mind in that night and then the nights after, which is why I'm completely fine with her cutting everyone off. If EJ, Tory, Kelsey, if everyone is related to the most traumatic night of your life, cut everyone off. She doesn't have parents to tell her to do so. Luckily, she had someone on Rock Nation or somebody in her team somewhere that said, hey, everybody that was here, you got to let them go. And she did that.
Yeah, I can get with all of that, but in the same breath, Megan doesn't have a right to judge Kelsey's response equally. Then, if Meg got to do what the hell she wanted to do and she responded to her trauma how she did, Kelsey has the same right to be mad as hell, to feel unprotected, whatever her experience is. She has the same right because she has trauma that's happening to her body, happening to her consciousness, just like Miss Megan does. So if Megan gets a pass for how she dealt with Kelsey in the context of trauma, then fair game for Kelsey as it relates to her trauma as well and how she dealt with that. Thank you for that, Dalia. Who is up next? I think
that would have been me.
Okay, it was somebody on the top shelf, honey. William, welcome to the platform. Your thoughts on this 80-minute interview?
Yeah, I have a lot of thoughts. All of this is bringing back my own personal experiences and what I went through as a child. So I can completely understand Kelsey's plight as somebody that has went through, similar traumatic things, although not as traumatic as that. Mine is more emotional than the physical aspect of what she and Megan had went through, but it's still trauma nonetheless. The interview was very enlightening for me because it gave me another perspective that I can, just from a nuanced stance, can really take to heart and be like, yeah, you kind of have to slow your roll and stop judging from the outside and put yourself in their shoes. And that's all that I've seen with the other two panelists is the harping on, well, she didn't do this, she didn't do that, she dot this and she dot that. Well, I don't know if you've ever walked a mile in Kelsey's shoe or what Kelsey was or what Kelsey trauma was like. But even if y'all did, the fact that you are judging and harping on what was her expectation was, I don't think it's fair that you can just sit there and say, well, she didn't do this and she didn't do that. Well, Megan didn't have to sleep around with Tory. Are we going to go there?
I guess you are.
Megan didn't have to sleep around with Tory. Megan didn't have to push Tory off to Kelsey. So you, so you need to manage your own expectations, because I have a feeling a lot of what you're saying is projection, and it has nothing to do with Megan or Kelsey. It's everything to do with what's going on with you.
Are you talking to me specifically?
Not just you specifically, but I'm just saying in general. Whenever I hear somebody start judging the outside person, I immediately start thinking, okay, well, what is going on here that is pumping this response?
It's duck season. Oh, wait.
And I get quite concerned when I hear things like, oh, well, she this and she that, and she's the villain in the story, and this and that and the third. It's like y'all have not walked a mile in this girl's shoes. Y'all do not understand the plight or the trauma. You can imagine, but you don't understand it. Y'all do not understand what it's like, because I went through it. And in some ways, I'm still going through it. Y'all don't know what it's like to be a successful person, but also to also feel like nothing you've ever done matters. Nothing you do matters. There are days where you just don't want to get out the bed. There are days where you just wish the sun don't damn shine. So I want the both of you, the two other panelists, to take in consideration that as much as you're trying to hold Kelsey's feet to the fire, you also need to do the same thing to Megan. Because a lot of what you're doing is judging, and you're not understanding. Now, I understand the whole, well, let's take emotions out of that, but that night, emotion was involved. That night, somebody got shot. That night, somebody, not only somebody got shot, but somebody got their ass beat too. So you don't get to come in and then try to judge them. Kelsey had a right to her feeling. She had a right to say what she felt, and she had a right to be able to do to be able to feel how she feels. And I do not agree with the whole, well, she's supposed to do this. You need to manage your expectations a little bit better. A little bit better. Because had that been you in that situation, and like Conscious said, your response is not going to be the same. Not everybody's response is the same. So let's bring down the judging just a little bit and focus more so on not just the pathology, not just the, because anytime you have to think and take emotions out of it, you have lost the understanding, you have lost the will to really, the ability to really understand what's happening. So you need to be able to be in somebody else's shoes.
Okay, can I respond to you, please?
Go ahead, Conscious.
No, I think that was Delia who.
It was Delia.
Oh, Delia. Okay, go ahead.
Right. I am not coming from a place of judgment. This is just psychology. You're saying that we should not have the right to dictate the way that people assess their trauma. And I completely agree. That's why I felt like it was inappropriate for Kelsey to do that to Megan. The reason I'm not harping on Megan is because tonight we're talking about Kelsey. But
okay, but
Delia,
Delia, I am also in counseling.
Okay.
Okay. I go to see a therapist about every other week or so. The one thing that I do not like about you therapists is this. When one party has a traumatic experience that happens in their life, you harp on that one party instead of also looking at both sides. That's my problem. And if you're going to look at both sides, I understand psychology. I get that. But anytime you have to use logic when logic was not applied to this particular situation, you have already lost the argument. Logic here is not going to matter because it did not matter on the night in question. Does that make sense?
No, because we have hindsight. So now we can apply logic to the situation. If we were in the heat of the moment, of course, it's absolutely emotional. But now that we're 2 years
that's what I'm
removed, we
saying.
can
That's
be
what I'm
logical
saying.
about it.
That is what I'm saying. We're not talking about now.
Could you let her finish, please? I'm trying to understand where she's coming from, please.
Sure, go ahead.
I mean, that was the extent of my statement, actually.
Okay, thank you. So the problem that I had wasn't so much the issue that you were approaching this from a logical perspective. It was the fact that how can I put this? It wasn't so much that you didn't. It wasn't so much that you were approaching this from the psychological background, which I'm going to go off and assume that you have a psychology degree, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In your field, have there ever been any moments in your life where you have felt heightened emotion?
In my life or in my field?
In your life, sorry. Not
Yeah,
in your
absolutely, yes.
Okay. So on those heightened emotions, was logic applied at that particular point in time?
No.
Okay. So when Kelsey did her interview, I understand that you said that, her interview was more non-responsive, except when it got towards the end, she started crying, and it didn't feel right, because for you, it was, you saw a lot of red flags. Do I have that correct?
Yes, I did say I saw red flags.
Okay. Coming from somebody who is an emotional person, who has empathy for anybody that has went through something as traumatic as this, I can tell you one of the biggest disappointments that I've ever had is when somebody tried to use my non-response as something of a red flag. The fact that I am not getting emotional over the situation until the very end, I cannot get over that. So it wasn't that she wasn't able to get emotional during those responses, but she was given matter of fact statements to the prosecutors, and the prosecutors did what they had to do. And then towards the end of it, it was just more so, all of those emotions, and it just started coming rushing back to me. And that is completely normal. I just didn't like the fact that we're at a space where now that we can look at this from the outside, now we're using logic. Now we're trying to use, but back then there wasn't no logic.
Yes, we're supposed to.
I understand that, but I'm just trying to be in Kelsey's specific shoes here, because
that's what we're doing here. We're sitting up here analyzing an 80-minute video, and we're giving our perspective on what we feel. What we feel may not be what you feel, but we're analyzing it from our perspective.
And that's understandable. I'm just trying to really see how she felt in the moment, and when she did the interview, why she felt the way that she felt, and also have some empathy towards her. I'm not going to put all of my expectations and all of my projections onto her, because that's how I feel about her. Those are her feelings, and she is entitled to that.
You do know that this was a court case, right? Where she was judged by 12 people, right? That
Yes, but we
listened
are
to a
not paint.
video and also gave their perspective. So, being that this evidence has now been made public and Conscious is playing it, we are right now a jury of 10 giving our perspective. There's no difference.
Conscious, do you want to kind of?
Huh?
Okay.
Who child, Jesus.
Okay.
Oh, hold on, that was the wrong screen. I don't know why people are telling me to track a pose. Like, I mean, I am a very poised person, so I can sit in a mannequin position for like ever. Maybe I'm a psycho, I don't know. But I like the reality is we're talking about two traumatized women who did not receive any therapy to their trauma. So they both are having a trauma response. Both of their responses are going to be all over the place and going to be a hot mess. They're not going to operate and govern themselves from a higher state of consciousness because they're not even really working through the trauma. They're just coping with it and living alongside it versus actually bringing remedy to it. The only thing I disagree with Kelsey about, and so the reason why we have to lean into Kelsey's narrative is because Megan has refused to go into the nuance of her and Kelsey's situation, aside from dragging her ass in diss records. Kelsey gave us her side in a kind of Imano to Imano way. So if Meg has refused to go into that level of depth about her situation, like, that's on her. So we can't give her something that we just don't have from her. But we have Kelsey's full side. The only thing I don't agree with Kelsey in is her not identifying Tory as a shooter on the stand. I feel like at the end of the day, regardless of how you feel about Meg, the reality is you know who pulled that trigger, and that's ultimately what you came to prosecutors to accomplish doing, like identifying him, and you should have identified him and you should have been a woman about it. But I'm also totally okay. I would have been totally okay with Kelsey coming on that stand and saying Tory shot the fuck out of Meg, point blank motherfucking period. And I would have been also perfectly fine with her going right back to social media and saying fuck that bitch, all in the same breath. I totally understand Kelsey's perspective, like her heart perspective. I don't think she owes Meg anything more than Meg owes her, aside from, like, outside of the case. Like, she, as you're saying, William, Kelsey gets to have her experience and she gets to feel how the fuck she feels because it was her experience to have. And Meg gets to feel how the fuck she want to feel. She feels like she's a snake. She feels like whatever she feels about Kelsey. She took a payout, You know, we learned from the interview that she was upset that Meg just didn't give her the understanding that she was hoping for. Like, you know, she ran with a narrative about a payout, and I realized that she had a lawyer. And there are reasons why she didn't speak out, and that she had already given Meg the opportunity, like, given her the opportunity to be on the same page with her, and Meg had already let her down by calling her about a statement that she didn't even end up fucking making. She made the statement totally about herself. And that's after she was already dealing with being thrown away, not having no communication, being separated from this, having to deal with now all the immediate shit going on in her life and blah, 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 blah. And then watching how Meg is moving, it just became a mess. I don't, as I said in the previous commentary, I don't even fucking understand why Rock Nation or Meg decided to deal with Kelsey in the way that they did. I just kind of
that's what I was
I kind of immediately just like sending her packing because it's like she bear witness. So like it kind of like y'all had somebody else who could have corroborated Meg's entire account, and she was already team Meg before the situation happened. So why would y'all just like throw her down the shitter? like this. It wasn't smart. It wasn't intelligent. I don't know ultimately whose fucking decision it was. I don't give a damn what Jelly or Jail or Jean or a Cyclops told fucking Meg allegedly about Kelsey, and even this whole narrative that, oh my God, like, you know, she had told somebody who told Meg that, you know, she was gonna have to be paid. I don't give a fuck. Run her money then. Run her money. Like, that's the least y'all can fucking do. If she's gonna have to deal with the narrative and the backlash, and she's gonna have to deal with being stalked and have to deal with being fucking trolled and all this shit, like, and then y'all want her to shut the fuck up and suppress what happened to her as well, and act like she in the goddamn sunken place, run her fucking coin. Like, if that's what she's asking for as somebody who's a key witness in the situation, if that's what y'all are asking for, because that's what's in the betterment of Meg's career and her public image, and that's what's in the best interest of Tory and his public image, run her motherfucking money. Like, I don't give a fuck how Meg feels about how shady that fucking was. You're asking this woman to deny her entire experience, just like you're upset, Meg, that Tory is denying your fucking entire experience. But to be mad,
that is literally all I'm saying.
No. But to be fucking mad at fucking Kelsey when you're mad at Tory for doing the same thing that Kelsey is mad at you for fucking doing, like, it's the low vibrational lack of emotional intelligence on Meg's part as well. Like, in terms of their personal feelings toward each other, it's whatever. Like, Meg can stand from her angle in it, and Kelsey can stand from her fucking angle in it. Is fair fucking game, because that shit, the way that shit was dealt with was nuts. And unlike Kelsey didn't have a PR team to run to. She didn't have a label and a big ass machine to help her in all of this narrative. She was left at the mercy of whatever Rock Nation and Meg was going to do. And she was ultimately, she was ultimately left where she was left at. So I can't get, like, I can't trying to quantify people's trauma is unrealistic. I can't quantify either one of their trauma. All I know is that they both have fucking trauma and they have a shared experience. And the way that things happened afterwards was enough for Meg to justify why she cut off Kelsey. And it was also enough for Kelsey to justify why the fuck she's pissed off and disappointed in Meg. And it would be nice if both of these women could get into some goddamn counseling. It would be nice if they could have a conversation and sort through all of the obstacles and all of the smoke and mirrors that are now standing in between them. It's probably not going to happen, but I think it's really fucked up that the aftermath of this created a huge misunderstanding that two people who known each other for over a decade didn't have an opportunity to recover from or to come together as two women and work through, and that they were kind of robbed of that because of all the other agendas that were involved in this. Because Meg had her own shit and her own preference on how she wanted to deal with this, coupled with whatever her team and her label and all these motherfuckers wanted to do. And there was a lot happening and a lot on the fucking line, and it all got washed up in translation. And I think that it's sad to see a friendship go down this way. And yeah, I empathize with fucking Meg. I do, because I know what it's like to stick my neck out on the line for a sorry ass trifling motherfucker who is ungrateful, who is completely removing all that you did for them, and you stuck your fucking neck out and jumped out of the fucking window on the strength of loyalty and all of this shit, and then you get completely fucked in your ass on the back end, and the expectation is for you to act like a model fucking citizen. Like, I think it's absurd and it's fucking ridiculous, and at the least you can let me have my fucking feelings about it. That's a I ain't shooting her, I ain't killing her, I ain't got a sword to her. The least you can do for me And I'm speaking as Kelsey is letting me have my motherfucking feelings.
I agree.
If I feel betrayed, I'm fucking betrayed.
I agree.
If she fucked me over, she fucked me over.
I agree.
Right, wrong, it's different. It is what the fuck it is.
I agree. And that's where I was kind of, because a lot of what Beauty 9 and Dalia were saying, they have points that I agreed with. And I agreed with she should have never got on that motherfucking stand and lied and tried to disavow her statement. And if she really wanted it to be something where she was going to clear her conscience, she should have just, like you said, got on the motherfucking stand and said, yep, that ninja did it. Yep, he shot Meg, point blank, period, and be the end of that.
But that's not what you were saying when you were sending shots, William. You accused of us projecting, not being understanding.
Because yeah, in the context, see, everything has context. I was talking about between your statements of basically pushing what I was, because I was hearing a lot of, well, I didn't like the way Kelsey handled that, handled the situation. And I felt that she da 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 da. And all I was saying was, unless you were in her shoes, how could y'all judge? This is her experience. And that interview was just really, really telling for me, because I'm kind of going through that same situation right now with somebody in my own family. So I understand we're analyzing the situation, we're judging, we're this, we're that. I was also stating that, well, not judging, but analyzing and giving your opinion on the situation.
That's a judgment, though. That's the definition of a judgment. You're analyzing a situation and then you're coming to a conclusion based off of your judgment. So you used the right word.
Thank you. So, but what I was saying was, in this particular context was, you guys are on the outside looking in, trying to tell somebody who has been through a lot of fucking trauma and a lot of shit that they've been through, and they have never walked a mile in their shoes with that experience. That's all I was saying.
But with that ideology, then none of us can really have any opinion on anything.
Well, let me say this.
I listen to you. Hold on. Let me say. Okay. So
I'm hold on for a minute, Donald.
Okay.
Because let me try to get everybody else up in here too. Pink Clover, then Red Clark, Perp, and then Donald. Pink Clover, welcome to the platform, love. Your thoughts?
Hello, everyone. My personal opinion. Yes, Kelsey is the victim. Megan is a victim also. But Kelsey's language in the beginning of the video raised red flags with me. Some of the words that she used, like as in we moved as a unit, wherever Megan was, I was, it was almost as if she sort of put herself almost up to Megan's level. So she expected Megan's team to handle her as they would handle Megan. And I think that the investigators or the prosecutors picked up on that also, because they had to correct her a couple times. Like when she was saying, like, we were invited to Kylie's party after the video shoot. And I think the DA was like, "You mean Megan, right?" She was like, "Yeah." And Megan asked me to come along with her. And also, they had to correct her with the false equivalency that she made when she said that, well, Megan's not going to be held accountable for what she does. She never do. And the DA was like, well, Tory should too, right? She was like, yeah. And then she made some type of,
I guess he's the bad guy.
Yes, exactly. Yes. And I was just like, I get what you guys are saying about Kelsey. Like, she is a victim and she totally went through things that night too by the hands of Tory. It seems like she had more vitriol towards Megan than she has towards Tory. And
But wouldn't we expect that Pink Clover? Because I know I said this like a few lives ago in one of these goddamn discussions about this coverage, that of course naturally she would put more emphasis on the person she actually had relationship to. Like, you're going to put more emphasis on your mom versus like the homegirl that you club with every other weekend. Like,
I'm gonna put more emphasis on the person who beat my ass twice, who like left me bruised. Listen, I'm not even picking up a phone call.
Sometimes it's easier to rationalize bullshit from a stranger than it is from somebody who you actually expected and believed loved you. She didn't know Tory Lanez enough to maybe think that he would treat her better or worse. But what she absolutely had faith in was, her camaraderie to her girl, and even in the language that you're describing from her in the interview, she's even then still keeping the language of oneness when it comes to Megan, like us, we.
Well, no, my perspective is that she was making it. It was almost as if it wasn't Megan, it was them. I don't know if I'm
She was
explaining
talking in
it.
third persons.
Yeah, it was just like really, and that's the vibe that I picked up off on the video. Okay, so let's get past that. So you were talking about earlier that, okay, so people are saying that Kelsey and Megan was fighting. I do not think there was a fight. I don't think there was ever a fight. I think Sean Kelly interview, I think he was just a bit discombobulated. That night was a lot. It's the wee hours as it is now. You're waking up, you have your son with you. You don't know exactly what's going on. You don't know these people from a man to the moon, right? And you just like, you don't know what's going on. Kelsey said that there were 2 incidents in that text message. And those incidents was when her and Tory fought, when Megan was on the ground, when she was protecting Megan. And the second fight came from when Tory yanked her out the vehicle, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and to me, no, and Sean Kelly never spoke of a third incident. He never spoke of a third fight. He only said that he seen 2 women fighting, right? And it just wasn't enough time from Sean Kelly's interview and from Kelsey's interview. There wasn't enough time for a fight to take place between them getting out of the car. Because as soon as they exited the car, that's pretty much when the gunshots went off, right?
That's according to Kelsey. But what do you think about in all that she said in her interview, she left out this alleged bump that also would have had to take place in Kelsey's scenario, because on the stand, she was forced to acknowledge that there was something that took place. But
yeah,
but that bump when would that bump have happened in her original interview? Because when would that have occurred, Kelsey? Now you're being caught. Your slip is showing on the stand, because now you're having to address that there was some aggressive physical behavior between you and Meg. But if we're looking at your thorough depiction of what took place that night in your September interview, when would that bump have happened? Because you said that when Megan first got out of the car, it was only Tory that went to aid her at the bus stop, and he coerced her back to the car. And then, but the second get out was y'all both getting out of the vehicle, but you didn't even make it past your door when shots fired. That's what you said in your interview. So, in all that you laid out in an interview, why are you now saying by force that, okay, yes, there was a fucking bump. There was a bump. She lied. Kelsey and Meg lied about a fucking fight. They both
I think we're gonna agree to disagree on that one. I do not think there was a fight.
There was a fucking fight. Where was there room, Pink Clover, for a fucking bump? When?
I don't think there was a bump. I just think
Kelsey said it.
Just saying it on stand.
Kelsey said it on the stand. There was a bump.
The defense pressured her. They pressured her, and she said, "Well, maybe it was a bump. Maybe it was a bump."
Where was there even a possibility for a bump when you and her didn't even come into physical contact at all? She's in the front seat the whole time. The first time she gets out the vehicle,
just like Sean Kelly said, you believe the shot came from Kelsey.
Get out the vehicle with her. The second time she get out the vehicle, she's already in front of the car, and you still stepping down out of the back seat. So when was there even a potential for a bump?
But Sean Kelly said it was gonna throw her into the river. It was a lot going.
No, but he said he
all
thought.
were drunk.
He said he thought. He said he thought. He didn't say they did throw into a river. He didn't say that
Kelsey said
threw her. He didn't say that
we know
threw her over the bridge. He was very clear about what he thought was going to happen. He spoke what was going through his mind as he observed shit. He explained what he observed. He just put it all together. But he didn't say they actually threw her over the river. He just said that he just thought.
That's what I said. He saw it.
Yeah, but I'm talking about.
I must say, we need
to those who don't believe there is a fight.
Kelly
I'm saying for those who don't believe there is a fight, because now I want to invite all the people who believe there was a fight up to this panel, because somebody need to make it make sense to me. If there was not a fucking fight, and Sean Kelly observed two women beating the hell out of each other violently, which is what led to his 911 call. Was two women are scrapping in the middle of the street.
And he said for a long time.
And Kelsey spends 80 minutes talking to investigators, and never ever in her entire dissertation ever comes into contact with Med physically, and then gets on the stand and has to acknowledge this altercation, but still reduces it to just a bump. And even they're like, just a bump, Kels.
I got something for you, Conscious. Answer this for me. Answer this for me.
A bump.
The defense whole claim was Kelsey and Megan was arguing, right? Why didn't he also? Why wasn't it in his closing statement that Kelsey and Megan was fighting that night over Tory? There's a witness. Kelsey has said it. They were fighting that night. Why didn't he include that in his statement?
Why the fuck did Kelsey say there was a goddamn bump? When in the fuck did you come into contact with Megan's fupa, with her goddamn titties, and all that you said to prosecutors in September? Now all of a sudden there was a goddamn bump. All of a sudden now y'all done ran titty to titty. How? 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 Fucking how? They lied about a fight. Sean Kelly.
He did include the fight, though.
I disagree that
He
there was
included the fight in the closing arguments. He stated that Sean Kelly stated that there was a fight and that the muzzle flashed closest to the woman. He definitely included that.
The defense, not Sean
I'm talking about the defense in their closing statement. He definitely did include. He definitely did include the fight in the closing statement, and the fight was the initial reason for the 911 call prior to shots being fired. That is documented on recording that when they released those 911 calls.
I just feel like I need to see like Sean Kelly's actually transcript, the transcript also.
What about
listening
Kelsey?
to these
What about Kelsey?
But listen, Conti, there was never a fight though. There was never a fight.
Where did this bump come from, Pink?
There was no bump. And Kelsey,
You cannot just come out up to pressure. No, ma'am. Where did this bump come from?
Megan even acknowledged the bump, though.
You cannot pressure me. I cannot allow you to pressure me to stating something that is just completely baseless and a flat out lie. If I know damn well me and my friend never ever made any physical contact and there was never any nothing. It ain't enough fucking pressure you can do to get me to admit. And they did come down on her because it was bullshit, and they knew it was bullshit. She had to give them something. So she gave them she gave them that something. Well, it was a bump. It was a bump.
Okay.
Maybe a bump.
Conscious Megan also said it was a bump in her statement too.
Oh,
okay. To Beauty. Okay, she made a point earlier, and she said, and I was gonna state this earlier before she said it also. She said that Kelsey said in her statement that she had an attorney named Dawn for what Tory had did to her. Okay, so there was no civil suit, right? Do you think, Conscious, that Tory just settled out of court, or just settled like he did with the was it the Prince situation? Do you think he gave her money out of court? Because she had a lawyer. She clearly stated she had a lawyer named Don. Okay, so I was thinking there was maybe a civil suit. Okay, if there was a civil suit, we'll probably know about it right now. But do you guys think that he gave her money and settled out of court? Make it all go away?
No, I don't think so, because if he would have given her money, then she would not have spoken about being physically attacked. That would have been a part of her. That would have been a part of her statement. So because there would have been documentation where once he gave her a payment, she could not have spoken about it. She would have had to sign an NDA.
And maybe that's what she did.
That's why she pled the fifth.
Yeah,
but if she signed an NDA, he can sue her.
Maybe that's what something did happen in between September and December. Kelsey made that fucking obvious by pussy popping on her hand, by completely throwing out her September interview, by asking for immunity, by pleading the goddamn fifth, by not being able to answer an emphatic yes or no to did Tory Lanez pay for your lawyers. It was I don't know. It was amnesia all over again. So Tory must have got her ass in between September and December. That's the only way to really fucking explain the pussy popping of Kelsey. Is something there, some type of transactional something has went on. And she knew if she said no, he did not provide, and then they would have chose to subpoena the fuck out of her bank account, her checking, her cash app, whatever the fuck it was. And they would have found any type of fucking transaction between the defendant and Miss Kelsey after she done declared that she has had no financial involvement and this man ain't did her no favors, but yet she talking about but yet she says emphatic no, then that's a problem. But I learned that the whole I don't know is super strategic in terms of avoiding perjury.
Yes.
Like it's only perjury if you answer dishonestly. But if you declare that you just can't recall or you don't know, then that's another type of situation. But when she couldn't answer that shit clearly, I think that brought a lot of context to something happened between September and December for sure. For sure.
Because she clearly said she had a lawyer named Don.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's why she pled the fifth. And I think that when they went into the judge's chambers, they did disclose that to him. But that's
another thing, Pink Clover.
Bring it up.
That's another thing, Pink Clover. There was all this backdoor chamber talk between Kelsey and the judge, and Kelsey and her lawyer and the judge. And he knew why she was pleading the fifth, but she, didn't have to disclose that on the stand. So it was very, very fucking interesting. But yes, something fucking happened. I believe that there was definitely something made good on behalf of Tory when it came to Kelsey. And she played her part.
For sure.
And that's why she couldn't take the stand and set the truth free, and she couldn't do all that shit she said. And I got the interview. I just want the truth to be out. It was like an entirely different person on the stand versus the person who was in that fucking interview. An entirely different human being.
It was because my heart went out to Kelsey in that interview, and I was like, poor Kelsey. Like, I can understand, because I had a similar situation, and when I was like 18, 19 years old, where my homegirl and her sister was fighting like these 5 or 6 girls, and they were fighting, so I jumped in the fight too. Well, I ended up fighting all the girls by myself. Well, I'm like small but country, so I can throw them things. Like, I got the job done, But I'm like, where were y'all? Like, this was y'all fight. Like why did? And at that day, I was like 18, 19. After that day, I never spoke to them again. After that, I joined the service. I changed who I associated myself with, who I talked to. My circle always became smaller and smaller. And I think that's like sort of, and we have to like keep this in mind that these people are very, very young. And sometimes it do take traumatic experiences for you to actually change your life around. That goes for Tory or Kelsey or Megan, So I can totally understand how Kelsey felt abandoned, left out. But I was like, hold on. After she took that phone call from the jail, I was like, okay, so Kelsey took that phone call when she was with Rock Nation. Rock Nation, she went to their house. I forgot the lady's name. She went to their house, changed clothes, and she asked about Megan. And she asked her, could she go see Megan? They went to the hospital. She was with Rock Nation when she got that phone call from Tory. So that could have possibly been the time that Rock Nation overheard her talking to Tory. Who knows? But I wouldn't have appreciated or liked that if that was my friend. And that's all.
So what I'm saying is that, like, would that have been unreasonable since they all was on code about keeping this whole thing on the wraps, and which also would include keeping Tory out of jail. That would include avoiding any litigation. So why would Kelsey have thought it was inappropriate for her to take a phone call from Tory when they all already was on a unanimous agreement about how they were going to handle this thing? And they decided that before they even got into the SUV.
I mean, they didn't really have enough time to really talk through everything, when they
what
got.
They all agreed to is that we all are black and brown, and we don't want no involvement with the police. We just.
But they didn't actually come up with a plan. No one, detailed. Detail.
But that part of the plan was enough to inform Kelsey about, like, just her trying to do her part and keeping shit down, because the more
I agree with that, but and we all have our different perspective. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm just getting over a cold. Our different views on things, right? But because myself, I wouldn't have cared how big a famous Megan was or how big a famous Tory was. Like, he beat me and you turned your back on me. Like, I'm about to go back to Texas. I'm not going to stay in Louisiana, in LA, and then fly someone down to help me cope. No, I'm going to go be with my family. someone, the people who I know loves me, I'm not going to try to stay in LA. You know, I'm going to leave Megan exactly where she was with her team, or, you know, like Kelsey said, on a jet back to New York.
That was her initial plan, which is why she had even put it out there that, you know, like, maybe she should go back home. But her thing was she
thing was she wanted to be in the limelight. She wanted to be in the limelight, and she loved it. She didn't want that life to be taken away.
No,
and
I think that she. No. I think that she.
enthralled in that. I want to be famous. I want to be seen instead of getting your butt back home where you need to be around your people. Right?
I think that she
all want to be seen.
I think that she obviously wanted to make sure she cleared it, and that she had an understanding about what was going to happen now, because she also is employed by Meg. She needs to understand how we gonna handle business, what we gonna do about media, what we gonna do about da 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 da. All of us now have been put out here because of the information that's available and the footage that's available. It's perfectly sensible for her to secure her livelihood and for her to need to know what the next steps are before she just impulsively runs back to Texas. For what? Like, I'm already here. This is already happening. This shit either is going to hurt us or it's not. But she needed clarity, and she obviously thought she would have had enough time to stick around to talk to Meg, to see what the fuck pow is, and then she can go home and take care of herself and deal with her own experience. Like, I think that's perfect priority. Like, she's not going to haul back to, you know, what she just left in the midst of all of this shit and all the publicity that's now behind it. And this is her livelihood. She's not going to just abandon all of that. It's too much on the line. This is now bigger than her. This is involving all of them. This is involving their reputation. This is involving business. This is involving da 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 da. Like, and her whole thing was,
and I agree.
I just wanted time. I thought I was going to be given time to have an understanding, because I would have loved to go home with clarity. It's already bad enough that the whole situation is fucked up and Twilight Zone as it is, and now I'm supposed to go home and not understand what the fuck is supposed to happen now. No, I'm going to think and expect to have enough time to understand what we're supposed to be doing, so that when these folks running up on me, when fucking paparazzi is running up on me, when Rolling Stone is emailing me, when I'm being asked, when, like, I can't leave this without an understanding. But she was forced to. She was forced to. They already had her shit packed, booked, and busy on the way back to homeless in Texas.
Yeah.
But I think that's reasonable. But okay, thank you for that, Pink Clover. Red Clark, your thoughts on 80-minute interview. I'm almost scared to hear you speak.
That is no shade.
Nah, I mean, it's cool. I ain't gonna be here for long. I got an event to go to on today. So I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna dip. Bullshit. It's all bullshit. Not just her interview, but just the whole thing is bullshit. I agree with what's her name? Beauty. Yeah, Beauty and Me. I just can't buy it, man. I just can't buy the whole thing. And I agree with the other lady that was speaking. You hear me? Because I gotta get more. I want to read the transcripts and compare and contrast. I want more of a I need more of the evidence that was presented in court before I start sucking on Meg clit like that. You know, like I just can't hop on it so quickly without, you know, because like even like how she was talking in the thing, like, man, and me knowing like the interview was 2 years later, and like Sean Kelly first account was different than when he was on the thing, and then it's just so much of a hodgepodge. And correct me if I'm wrong. I think I heard or seen when someone say that Meg the reason why Kelsey was going out there because Meg told her, basically, bitch, move down here. I just bought a house. Boom, 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 boom. So she up and left Texas completely to be out there with Meg. And then this happened. Now she's going back to Texas, but what is she going to? She had to stay in a hotel for like a little time before Meg felt guilty and decided to, hey, I'll pay your rent. I'll give you rent for, you know, whatever amount of time. So I don't know, man. It's just like I say, man. It's just bullshit. The whole situation is bullshit.
Can I ask a question?
What's up?
Okay, so the question I have for the panel, because I've been like sitting back and listening. So I'm gonna understand what's everybody's stance, because it's like on one end, and I do get it. We giving Kelsey, no, I'm not sure. Like we're giving Kelsey sympathy and empathy, and okay, cool. Then on the other end, I see people saying that she was the one that got like actually shot Megan.
You saying
Well,
she
I
was
feel like she was the one that shot Megan. When I listened to this is my second time listening to Kelsey's interview, and I think maybe it takes a few times to listen to that interview and understand the body language. I'm interested to know why they didn't release the actual visuals, because I think visuals gives you a different insight on things versus just hearing it just versus just audio, because that interview was recorded visually. Now, why they haven't released the actual visual so that you can see, same way as Megan's Gayle King interview. When people watched that, you saw no tears. You saw her pause when she asked. So immediately people was like, oh, she lying. You get what I'm saying? But that was because you had visuals attached to that. With Kelsey's interview, there is no visuals. You don't know if she's crying for real or if those are fake tears. If there's real tears coming down here, Kelsey had 2 years. We're talking about somebody that had 2 years, somebody that refused to go to the police, somebody that refused to cooperate, but claimed she hired an attorney to help her press charges for somebody that she said in a statement beat her and pulled and snatched her ball. She hired the attorney 2 years ago, but refused to go into the police station to give a statement. And when she did that interview, it was solely with prosecutors. That's why you don't hear any type of interrogation or like a officer digging deep into that. They did that without an investigator,
Her
and that's
attorneys
something
were
that's something that
there, though.
normally, yeah, her attorneys was there, but that's something that doesn't normally happen. Usually, there is an investigator that's there. So they did that without an investigator. And again, granted, her attorney was there, but she had 2 years to write this down, reread it, go over it, figure out how she's gonna say it. This wasn't something that she gave 2 years ago. This was something that she gave. Actually, trial was supposed to start in September. Okay. So if trial would have started in September, the prosecutors would have never even had that statement. But because trial got pushed back to the end of November, going into December, is the reason why the prosecutors was able to get that statement. So I think we have to look at a lot of that.
And also the lead investigator, he's on administrative leave, and the one that was on the stand said he didn't hear the audio of something like 2 days ago. Was his first time hearing it. This case been going on. This case been going on for 2 fucking years, but it's your second day hearing. Like, you haven't heard the audio because he wasn't the original investigator, because the original investigator is some bullshit. So it started out on some bullshit because the lead investigator is in court on some bullshit too.
For
So
domestic violence.
it just was a lot of holes in it. You see what I'm saying? It's just a lot. And me just sitting here, like, I can't just agree with, like, it just don't sit right with my spirit, just agreeing with something that I feel isn't, that it's too many holes in it. Is what I'm saying, man. Like, that's all I'm saying. Like, if it was the other way around, no matter who it is, what it is, it's too many holes in it for me. mean, y'all can have
What polls would we be referring to though? Because I mean, I honestly think
I just said one a major one was the lead investigator, and then they just
that
now
has
doing
nothing to do with nothing though. That was his own personal.
how doesn't the lead investigator in which that was supposed to conduct the interview with Kelsey have nothing to do with it? He was the one that was supposed to interview Kelsey, not the fucking prosecutors. The ones that is what like that. That's all I'm saying. Like it was not like how normal court protocol and things with court go on. It didn't go on in this case, and we can't sit here and say that it did.
So
I can.
Yeah, I can't really combat that because
I mean,
I've never really been in too many cases, or so I don't know.
So does the prosecution supposed to?
And you have the fight. The fight is a big thing that both Kelsey and Megan did not disclose, and the fight was the reason for the 911 call that eventually led to shots being fired. But the fight is very pivotal to the whole
case. He didn't say there was a fight. He said he heard screams, right? Is that
no? He said there was a fight. He said he saw two women in the streets pulling and snatching hair. That's in the article. I could put the TMZ article.
Is that the audio or the article?
Okay,
it's an audio, but it's also an article that TMZ produced in July of 2015. I mean, of 2020. There's an article.
Let me ask you this: that's the audio that came out today of a guy calling. Is that the 911 call you're referring to?
I think they released several 911 calls, so I'm not sure exactly which one it was because there were multiple neighbors that called in.
Okay, so my stance is I want to get to your questions here, Reckless. You asked a really good question. What is everybody's stance? Although I empathize with her, with Kelsey, empathy does not mean sympathy. I can empathize with you without feeling sorry for you. So I feel like when she got on that fucking stand and started doing all that fake ass amnesia shit, that's when I started, and when Conscious played the actual interview, that was my first time hearing it. So at first I was really thinking like, okay, so did Meg best friend, is she really a snake? Is she really a snake in the grass?
Yes.
Is she really somebody that would betray Megan's trust and all that good stuff?
Yes.
And you have a right to that opinion. Me personally, I just feel like that you can empathize with somebody, like I said, without feeling sorry for them. And I do not feel sorry for Kelsey.
I completely, I definitely agree with you on that for sure.
So the question I'm gonna have for the panel is like, so with all of that being said, should Tory be let go and just like sweep this up under the rug?
No, he shouldn't be let go.
Minimum 10 years minimum.
Wait, but why not? But there's reasonable doubt, remember? So why
not
shouldn't he
to
not
me?
be let go?
Damn, it is not to me, Reckless.
But there's reasonable doubt.
Either. No, not to me. You already know my stance on it. I don't think that ninja should be let go.
That's Red Clark. He said, and the other young lady, but no, like 10 years minimum for sure. He could have killed her. But that's why bullets don't have a name on them, and there's innocent bystanders getting shot and killed like almost every day, and I think that was extremely reckless and negligent of him to be out there shooting like that. He's a grown man with kids, he knows better. So
but that's why I asked that question, because I'm like, if there's reasonable doubt, obviously the jurors don't believe that there was reasonable doubt. So the reason why I'm kind of a little bit confused a tad bit is because that weren't even inside the courts are literally saying there's reasonable doubt, but yet Auto Magic himself also said that when he heard the audio, it changed his perspective. So obviously there is stuff evidence or whatever inside of the courtrooms that the jurors saw, they had to pay attention to, they had to focus on, and obviously to their perspective, there was no reasonable doubt.
Well,
And
see,
then
I don't
once
think.
again, and then once again, like we like to go with this Rock Nation narrative, when just very conveniently when it comes down to Tory.
No, I don't think that you get to decide a case within less than 24 hours.
I do.
They were on the case for probably what, 2 hours the first day, and then the second day they were reviewing stuff for what, 3-4 hours before they came back with a guilty verdict. You're talking about something where you have to go through all of these different testimonies. You have to go through these different recordings when the person gave their statements from 2020 versus 2022. It's just so much different things. I feel like the jury rushed to their decision and they found him guilty. Just it's the holidays. They want to get out of there. They're trying to get to their family. They're not trying to procrastinate and trying to push it back for a whole nother week. I mean, there's so many different variables. So yeah, we can say that the jury found him guilty, but did they really properly study the case?
I got a question
my
for
question
you.
to you,
I got a question for you.
They didn't have to properly study the case. Hello. They didn't have to properly study the case. That was on behalf of the lawyers and prosecution to be convincing, coupled with all the evidence that both parties had to present to the jury. Anybody who heard that phone call know damn well
that's what I was about to ask. That's what I was about to ask.
Hello. Anybody who heard that jailhouse phone call knew Tory Lanez ass was goddamn guilty alone. Matter of fact, I ain't even need no goddamn convincing argument. That goddamn jailhouse phone call and that nigga bleeding out from the penitentiary, and that nigga then slipping up in the phone call when Kelsey said that there was already reports and shit that was already going out, and his ass talking about, oh, but they can't know, and then he catches himself and falls back like whoa and get his Hennessy in check and realize he's on a recorded call and tries to speak in a different, like y'all can act like that.
I disagree.
Young lady, I want to know what you thought about the phone call when you heard it.
Hello. Y'all can act like that shit should have took 6 fucking months and 2 goddamn years of goddamn scrutiny and psychoanalysts, all y'all fucking want to, but y'all are sad. And if all that they, from the text messages to the goddamn apologetic text to goddamn Meg to the goddamn damn near incriminating confession from the goddamn jailhouse, baby, please. Baby, please. Miss me with the bullshit.
And that was my point, because I was confused on why we literally talk about reasonable doubt, but yet you literally have somebody on, like,
let her answer.
I think my perspective of reasonable doubt and your perspective is 2 different perspectives. I'm only looking at it from my perspective, from what I see based on how I'm looking at the case. You're looking at it from your perspective based on what you see and how you're looking at the case. So for you, there may not be no reasonable doubt. However, for me, there's so many different holes in here to where there is reasonable doubt.
I got a question for you. With me, I was a person who believed that Tory. I believe
that there wasn't no holes, and this nigga was guilty as charged.
I got a question for you. I was a person who believed that, that was reasonable doubt, and then I heard that phone call that he made from jail, and that kind of switched my stance on it. I want to know what you heard from it.
Okay, I think I kind of explained that earlier, but me listening to the phone call, it did not seem like as if neither Kelsey nor Tory was being frantic about anything. Kelsey was extremely calm, so it didn't seem like as if. No, well, he asked me a question.
Girl,
you don't have to. You don't have to agree.
Girl, you is not gonna play.
But you don't have to. You don't have to agree.
You're not gonna play in 500 people's faces talking
I'm
about.
not playing in nobody's face.
Literally, girl, don't make me run the recording backwards. Don't make me play that motherfucker. Can you play it?
Go ahead and play it, Conscious.
You literally just stated that.
Conscious, play it and let's dissect it.
You just said that it don't
Conscious.
sound like either one of them are panicked.
Yes.
Are you kidding me? Beauty?
Play it.
You don't think that Tory
Play
Lane
it.
sounded panicked in that
begging
phone
like
call?
Dare you to play it. I
in it.
dare you to play it, Conscious. Play
He was
it.
begging like Keith
Y'all
Sweat
are
on that
so
call,
He
girl.
was not
silly.
begging. He was not
Give me a
begging.
few
He
minutes. Give me
apologized.
a
He
few minutes.
apologized. He was not begging.
It's like,
He
oh, please.
apologized. And let me
Apologize
tell you
for
what
what?
hold on, let me explain. Let me tell y'all what I feel like he was apologizing for. I feel like he was apologizing for being an asshole that shit started some stuff between two friends. That's what I feel like he was apologetic for. That they ended up throwing hands and it got out of hand. To my knowledge, based on Megan, the TMZ article, they both assumed that she had glass in her feet. So at that point, neither one of them sound like as if they felt Megan was shot.
No, they got their news from the police.
Are you
The
hearing
TMZ
what
got their
you're
news from the
saying?
police.
Wait,
Do you really believe
Yeah,
what you're
but
saying?
no.
How can they not
Hold
feel
on.
No
that
Do
glass.
you
Megan was
really
shot when
believe
the
what they're
DS started
saying? When
looking
there
at?
are how is it that neighbors 3 blocks away knew there was a damn shooting, but
I'm
Tory
not
Lane
saying
didn't
that it
know
was not a
that there was a
shooting. I'm
shooting?
saying that
He knew
they
damn well he had to peel Megan ass up off that ground. He knew damn well that Meg was injured in her goddamn feet. Where the hell was Glass? Hold on, beauty me. Hold on, because I'm dead ass serious. Where in the fuck would Glass have came from?
Conscious. Remember, Megan was barefooted
I don't want to
outside.
ain't no conscious
She was
nothing.
barefooted outside.
Where in the hell would Glass have came from?
Outside
Ask
on the
Meg
porch.
then.
She
She
was
the one
barefooted
said it.
outside.
Rock
Outside
Nation
where?
planted that story.
She said it first.
Where?
No.
Yeah, I mean, I think y'all want to argue about what I'm talking. We can
No,
only
we
talk
want to
about
argue
what.
about why the hell y'all still
Okay.
trying to entertain a whole Glass narrative when a
Hold
whole
on. Can you
person
let me?
pulled shrapnel
Hold on. Can
and
you
pulled
let?
foreign metallic items out of her
Can
damn
you?
feet, and Tory Lanez knew that a damn gun had
The
goddamn
glass was
discharged.
alive.
Why the hell would he have went into immediate damage control if it was just goddamn glass and glass that he ain't had nothing to do with? On top of that, he knew damn well that her injuries came from a damn gunshot.
You talking about something from 4, 5, 20 a month later versus we're talking about.
I'm talking about a motherfucker who was there. I'm talking about a motherfucker who was there. I'm talking about a motherfucker who got GSR on him. I'm talking about a motherfucker who knew that she hit the goddamn ground after those shots were fired. I'm talking about somebody who fucking knew that shrapnel was pulled out of this goddamn woman's feet. And and once again, why would you?
How would he know that she was pull out her feet until she
Hello. Why in the hell would you be apologetic if her injuries came from glass she stepped in?
It's not about being apologetic.
That don't even make no damn sense.
It's not about being apologetic. I think y'all want to push y'all narrative. Y'all not trying to hear somebody else's perspective.
Wait a minute. No, we need y'all to make
That's what it sounds like. Y'all just want to push y'all narrative.
No,
Y'all don't want to hear nobody else's
y'all to make it make sense.
I don't even
make it make sense, and y'all not gonna allow me to make it make sense.
It
don't make no sense because you literally just said that it's coming from the glass narrative. And how would Tory know that she got shot when? Correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't she bleeding inside the car?
I'm not saying that she wasn't bleeding. Don't glass make you bleed?
They had to pick her ass up.
You already knew it wasn't glass like that. I'm confused.
That's what you were.
So do you agree? She thinks that there's glass. She don't think there's a shot.
I didn't say that.
It is 6:30 in the morning, and I've
So why you talking about glass?
I've been doing this shit since 10 p.m.
I think y'all just listening to respond and not listening to actually hear.
I'm about to listen to y'all ass. I'm about to listen to all y'all ass. I'm about to listen to all y'all ass in the chat because I'm not gonna be hooping and fucking hollering on no goddamn piano at 6:30 in the motherfucking morning. I done put in this motherfucking work all day. What I'm fucking saying is, you really think that she miraculously stepped on the biggest shards of glass at the time that bullets were raining around her damn feet, and that Tory Lanez would know that she stepped on glass that was on the scene, and yet be calling Kelsey to profusely apologize for what the fuck he did while he was drunk about an injury that ultimately he ain't got shit to do with if she stepped on glass?
Can I respond?
If she got her dumb ass out the car barefoot and stepped on fucking glass in the middle of the street, that would be her.
At the bus stop, that would be her problem.
And Tory said on the call.
So why the fuck would he be apologizing about an injury he ain't got shit to do with, that ain't connected to a gun that he discharged?
Can I respond?
And wait. And he said on the call, I don't even remember what we were arguing about, but I am sorry for what I did.
Let me know when I can respond, because I feel like I'm being tag team right now. Let me know when I can respond.
Go ahead, babe.
Because this is the tomatoes and y'all just kicking my behind right now.
Actually,
but anyways, let me respond.
You good, baby?
Okay. Megan's statement herself said she thought that she was cut by glass.
She said that because she did not want to get shot by the popo.
Let her finish.
Here come the tag team. Y'all not even letting me finish.
No. We're not going to waste my time this morning. She told y'all she lied. I can't go back to the glass.
We've been past that one.
About the glass. The glass has no truth. Glass was not pulled and extracted from her fucking feet. We're not doing no glass talk.
That's not what I was doing, though, Conscious. That's the thing. You're not letting me finish. I wasn't doing the glass talk.
Girl,
I said that when they were on the phone. I said when they were on the phone.
Conscious, I got a question for her.
No more questions right now. Let Conscious finish.
No, I got a question for you though.
No, because I don't get a chance to speak. So just let Conscious finish.
No, I got a question for you so you can speak.
No, I'm not gonna get tag team because I can't.
You're not getting tag team. I just want to ask you one question. That's
I can't properly articulate and get out my thoughts. There's no need to ask me no questions. I'm waiting on Conscious to play the audio.
Can I ask you a question while he find the audio? Because he got to get it.
No, we've been on.
No, they finna beat you. You want them to beat me up again? You just asked me a question and I was trying to answer. And about 6 people jumped on me.
No, but I'm the one who posed the question at first on what you thought about the audio call. So I just want to ask you a question real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
Question is, so you talking about you bringing up what Megan said about the glass, right? What do you think? Do you think that metal shards were pulled from her feet? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So if metal shards were pulled from her feet, everybody know at that scene that a gun was discharged at her foot for it to hit the ground and metal shards to get into her feet, right?
I'm not disputing that.
Okay. So if you're at the jail and you're calling and you're apologizing over and over again and you say, I'm sorry for what I did, what do you get from that? Because at that point, it's not even about the glass anymore. Because honestly, Conscious brought up a good point. All the witnesses, everybody in the neighborhood heard gunshots. So I'm pretty sure there were more 911 calls about that. So I really think that when she said that Megan's team is handling it, I think that Megan's team hit up TMZ and said, hey, there was glass in her foot, trying to all be on top of the narrative so that it can just blow over, because they honestly just wanted it to blow over. They didn't want anything. They didn't want it to be as big of a deal as it is.
Okay,
you get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Yeah, you get what I'm saying?
Hold on.
So
Okay.
that's what,
hold on, wait a minute. I just want to add to that. Most of the callers sounded like people who were well over 40 and 50 years old. So this sounded like a upper scale community by middle age to elderly people. They are not going to have openly left glass all over the fucking streets. And these folks got poodles and dogs and pets and grandbabies, and they're elderly themselves. There was not going to be just random fucking glass in the middle of the road right outside of people's driveways and pavements. Literally, like, it's so ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. And this is upper scale neighborhood. Where the fuck was glass? Why would there have been glass in the street?
It wouldn't.
Can I respond? Okay, this is my response. I'm strictly talking about the phone call.
Okay.
And when you compare the phone call with Megan herself, right? Megan said that she did not know that she had fragments in her feet until the surgeon told her that it was not glass. and they had to do the surgery, right, to pull it out. And then that's when Megan made the statement, right, on Instagram that she was shot, right? And I'm talking about strictly the phone call. So the phone call was a few hours after they had been pulled over by the police. So at that point, I'm talking strictly about the phone call. If Megan was under the impression that it was glass, they were under the impression that it was glass. Megan said that she did not know. Megan said that she did not know that it was shrapnel that had went into the back of her feet.
It wasn't glass.
But Conscious, even when you talk about her testimony when she got on the stand, she also said the same thing, that she did not know.
Remember when the neurosurgeon did the X-rays and the exam and said,
I'm not talking about that though. But I'm talking about what she conveyed to
she had to come forward and tell them the truth that she was shot.
But Conscious, the same neurosurgeons never reported a gunshot to the police.
The police knew there was a gunshot from the calls. They had fragments. What do you mean? They got lost in transition from the police.
You're not listening.
The police lost the fragments, so they reported it to the police.
There were shell casings on the same scene with all the blood, while her blood was on the
I think we all know that, but we talking about, remember when we had the conversation where we were talking about the fragments, we were asking why didn't the hospital report it to the police that there was that she had.
That was pure speculation.
They did.
They were put on notice.
They gave them the fragments, so they had to report it.
Did y'all listen to the trial? Did y'all see the reporters when they were saying when the officers learned that Megan had been shot? Was on her Instagram post that came out in trial. Did y'all see that?
Oh my God!
It wasn't reported by the doctors. It came out in trial.
So that's neither here nor there.
I understand that. I was only strictly explaining my point for my perspective on the phone call. I mean, it didn't got blown out of proportion, but I was strictly explaining my point and my perspective about that phone call, where at that point they probably was not aware that she had actually been hit by the ricochet from the bullets and fragments was in her feet. They were under the impression probably that
I don't know. Kelsey was yelling pretty loud. Megan, is you okay? Megan, is you okay? When they were all laying on the ground and Tory was right by her. And Tory
she was also talking pretty calm when she was on the phone with Tory. Like she had
the fucking white man in 911 call even knew that a woman had been shot. He said, I believe a woman is shot. He didn't even see shit.
But the ambulance report doesn't even document shots. You know, the ambulance report don't even document that, right?
Because the ambulance picked her up. They didn't examine her until she got to the hospital.
No, they examined her in the back of the ambulance.
They didn't dig in her feet and look and see what's in her foot.
They didn't dig in her feet, but they examined her feet.
They examined and they saw her bleeding.
They noticed something.
They saw her bleeding. Exactly.
Oh my God. I have a question.
You know, the EMTs are not doctors. They're not certified to go and do all of that. They just assist and stop the bleeding and keep you alive so you can get to the hospital.
Position to get X-rays so that they can determine why the fuck
they're not even nurses.
And on top of that, I have a question. If that whole narrative that it wasn't reported or whatever, so correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm gonna try to break this down. I'm gonna break this down in my head. So she was shot, glass, whatever. She went into the ambulance. They got everybody. They threw all the ass in jail. Tory's in jail. Kelsey's elsewhere. So how did they get possession of the weapon? How did they find the shell casings? How did they know that there was GSR on people? How did they get all the evidence that they actually were able to actually get if those things weren't reported?
Well, the shots were fired, right? So that was reported, right? When they came to the car, they found a hot gun, right? That was hot touch, right? Tory got arrested because they found a gun, right? What was he charged with? He was just charged with strictly possession of a gun. He was not charged with shooting anybody. He wasn't charged with any of that.
That charge came later.
It's called pending.
Yeah, but that charge didn't come into December of 2020. Okay,
it's still called pending. It's
yeah,
called a
it was only
developing story.
pending after somebody named somebody that said somebody shot them. After the police. Okay, I listen.
Okay. So my question
when you
to you is
going
this:
strictly
what
based
do you
on what
expect?
the police testified to, the police said that they did not know that she was shot.
So my question to you to you guys is this: okay, if they have all the evidence and they confiscated all those things,
Okay,
what
wait
do
a minute.
you expect to do?
It doesn't mean that shots was not fired.
Wait a minute. So he was charged in October of 2020 with felony assault with a firearm. That came right before he released his album and was immediately met with criticism, which came right before Megan accused Lanez of shooting her doing an Instagram live.
The possession of the unregistered gun came later.
Hello, I'm talking about the assault charge itself.
Right.
She accused him in August on Instagram of shooting her. She ID'd her shooter. Nigga, you shot me. They arrested his ass in October. They charged his ass in October for the assault with that firearm.
So I mean, I thought it was in December, but
No,
I could be wrong.
Hold on. My name, hello. My name is not LeVar Burton, and you do not have to motherfucking take my word for it. So look at the goddamn screen and check it out. Okay, insider.com, October 2020. Los Angeles prosecutors charged Lanez with felony assault. The former LA District Attorney Jackie Lacey issued a statement on October 8th of 2020 outlining the prosecutor's theory of what took place. On July 12th, the defendant and the 24-year-old victim got into an argument while riding in an SUV in the Hollywood Hills. The victim exited the vehicle and Peterson is accused of shooting several times at her feet and wounding her, the statement read. According to NBC, Lanez's attorney pleaded not guilty on his behalf, and the musician was issued a $190,000 bond. On October 9th of 2020, Lanez tweeted that the charges did not constitute a conviction. The truth would come to the light. I have all faith in God to show that. He wrote, love to all my fans and people that have stayed true to me and know my heart. A charge is not a conviction. He added. Meg wrote about her what that is, about her experience to defend and protect herself and Black women, blah, 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 blah. Okay, but this gives a timeline, and all the timelines are the same.
So I have a question. So the question I really wanted to ask is that what do you guys expect for prosecutors and the government to do when you literally have a victim that was shot, but they're not cooperating? Like, what do you expect for them to do? Like they have all types of things, evidence or whatever, but if you don't have the person that was actually the victim cooperating, what do you expect them to do? So yeah, of course, when she actually said what she said, yeah, his ass was going on trial. Because now it's like, okay, huh?
She did cooperate. She spoke with the police officer 5 days after, at 5 days afterwards, along with her team. She had the lady from Rock Nation on there with her attorney on the phone. That's what the officer said. The lead detective said that's when he first spoke to her.
But did she name Tory did she name Tory and say, oh, he shot me? Did she say that?
Well, no, she named him in August.
Okay, so
was about a month later.
But my point is that when you're a victim of something, yes, there are going to be mandatory meetings and stuff that you have to go to. Like right now, if I was to get robbed or whatever, and it happened like 2 days down the road, like 2 days ago, some random cops or detectives may come to my door, and guess what? I gotta talk to them. But that doesn't mean I have to be like, okay, yes, he shot me. It could be like I'm still gonna try to throw this up under the rug because as long as I don't give out a name, eventually they're gonna leave it alone.
But see,
So
that's
the
not
fact that
that's.
he,
I
yes,
don't
he
think that
finally
is
gave her.
even logical and even truthful, because if Megan did not want anyone to know that she was shot, the fact that the police said that they did not know she was shot until her Instagram post, if she would have never posted that, it would have never been investigated for her actually being shot. Not saying that that shots were not fired, but it would have never been investigated because, per the police officers, that's where they learned that she was shot. She was wounded.
Oh my God.
She was actually shot.
So okay, so wait.
I mean, if you
So,
want to be blind to the facts, I mean, that's what the officer testified to in court.
wait, but
So
my
it's not like I'm
question to
making
you
it
is
up.
this. So
what is being argued?
Wait, but you saying it's her fault for actually saying something?
No, I'm not saying that. I promise you, I'm not saying that. I think that you misinterpreting what
You
I'm
sure?
saying. I'm just saying that when the
Okay.
officer learned that she was actually shot by a gun, that's the only thing I said.
Somebody got.
Jump in here, please.
From Anya, it's a lot of
Feel like
background.
a lot of feedback.
Hold on, it's a lot of feedback in your phone, boo. Like a lot.
Yeah.
Oh God, that's my Anya, y'all. That's our rumors in tea. She been trying to get into this damn conversation forever. It's some type of connection issue. But what are we arguing? Like, what's the goddamn tea? I'm
I was
confused.
trying to get an understanding because
there's no arguing.
There was no arguing, but I was trying to get an understanding because, from my perspective, they're gonna correct me if I'm wrong, that they were saying that if Megan didn't want this to actually get out, she never would have said something. Essentially, basically saying that when she got shot, she could have just kept lying about it or whatever.
She made a different choice, and she said why she made the choice to jump out the window because she got tired of Tory Lanez and all spot playing in her motherfucking face. So
yeah, so I think we saying the same. I think we saying the same thing.
Hello, I'm not even finished. She's allowed to change her fucking mind. She's allowed to make whatever decision she want to make about what happened to her. And even when she said that, she still didn't go down to fucking police. She was just letting it be known to him and all his goddamn cult following that he's a little short maniacal leprechaun.
But she didn't have to go to the police because the police came to her.
She did. Well, who fault is that? Tory Lanez for shooting her in the first place.
Exactly.
Who fault is that? Who fault is that?
I'm not blaming her.
You didn't owe him a motherfucking thing. If she wanted to fucking tell it then, she could. If she wanted to tell it later, she could. If she wanted to tell it now, she fucking could. He ultimately did what the fuck he did. Like,
listen, I'm not blaming her. It's just people saying that Megan did not want to do this. Well,
she didn't want to do it because she let the nigga live for months. She let him live for fucking months. If she wanted to do it,
1 month.
She could have did it right there on the spot. She
1 month.
Right there in the hospital. She could have did it
1 month. The incident happened in July. She got on Instagram in August.
Why she didn't? If she
She got on
wanted to do it
Instagram
so bad,
on his birthday, July
22nd. Hello. If she wanted to do it so fucking bad, why she didn't do it from the start? If she wanted his ass locked up and penalized so fucking bad, why she didn't do it within the same week? Why she didn't do it within the first 48 hours? Why she didn't do it within the first 2 weeks? Why she didn't do it 3 weeks later? Why she did it a month later? If she wanted his ass down so bad, why? Did she wait even a fucking month? A month is enough time for a leprechaun to play in your fucking face and trigger your ass to jump right up out the motherfucking window.
It could be that, or it could be that she really didn't know who shot her, because that's what her initial statement was to the police officer.
She didn't know who shot her.
Put blame on the wrong person.
How she didn't know who shot her when not only did she have her own eyewitness account, but she also had Kelsey's text message to Justin about who shot her. She knew exactly who the fuck shot her.
Yeah, but that could have been Kelsey just being guilty, throwing it off on Tory when it was her that actually shot her.
She knew that Kelsey knew who the fuck who shot her, so she knew who shot her, and she knew that Kelsey knew who shot her.
And so, and my question is, then why did Sean Kelly say that Tory Lanez shot her? Like,
he didn't say that.
Why are these people saying these things?
He didn't testify that Tory shot her. He said that Tory was shooting.
He
had his arms outstretched.
He actually did testify that.
No, he did not.
Yes, he did. He said he thought it came for Kelsey. He said, I believed it came for Kelsey. The defense asked him, who shot Megan? And he said that Tory did.
That's not true.
That
is not true.
He said that Tory, he said that Tory exited the vehicle with his arms extended and multiple flashes followed him, leading to Meg hitting the ground, crawling across the street, and balling up into a fetal position. that Tory
Yes,
was the
he said
last one with the fucking gun, and that it was him shooting that led to her falling to the ground. And he saw the
Yeah.
flashes coming directly from him as his arms were extended.
Is my audio better?
Yes, boo, it is
Yeah.
perfect.
Yes, ma'am.
And I also, and after you speak, boo, I want a purple lover to definitely jump up in here, and then IG. Is IG still here? Yeah, and
Yeah, I'm
IG.
still there. I just got in. Was adding everybody.
Hey,
Hey, everybody. Okay.
hey.
So, I mean, just to speak to this specific right now, I feel like we could literally have a video, and people will still, the conspiracy theorists will still say, zoom in. That wasn't a gun in his hand. He was holding a hat. You know,
That was his flash.
all the evidence. I mean, from Tory eliminating Kelsey as the shooter, Tory's jail phone call, Tory literally not taking a stand, nor his legal team stating he absolutely did not do this. Not one time did they state this. Yes, they did do somewhat of a good job. Well, they didn't win, but they still, the attempt to throw in reasonable doubt was there. But you also have 4 people, including the person that was found guilty himself, state Kelsey did not shoot Megan. That was really all I needed without anything being released or anything. That cannot be argued or debated. He stated that he cleared her. So if it wasn't Kelsey, and we know it wasn't Megan,
Mm-hmm.
who else? And it's like, it is really baffling to me, even respecting everybody's opinion. It is really, really baffling to me how people, now that there is, because everybody well, it's a lot of holes. We don't know. We don't have details. Now we're getting the same information, not even all of it, but very intricate pieces that allow the jury to make a clear, decisive decision that this man was guilty based upon that evidence. And people are still, which I knew was going to happen, people are still trying to deflate the fact that this man actually was guilty. They're going to spin every narrative. We know this, but it is baffling to me. I really wanted to get up here and speak about Kelsey and the whole situation. Kelsey, to me, was a victim of Meg and Tory's. And I do believe she is still operating from a place of trauma. I think the reason why she was more lenient when it comes to Tory is because Tory did speak. He was the only one communicating with her. Tory did give and offer acknowledgement to his actions by apologizing to her. None of these things has Megan done. And for her, it is like, although he got physical with her, and I know that a lot of times people see physical abuse to be worse than mentally and emotional abuse, but it's actually all equaled out. You know, everybody's level of how they handle trauma, how it affects them, is different. It is very, very different. Me, myself personally, I used to be the type of person, you can hit me and we can physically fight, and I will forgive you, and I can heal from that way quicker than I could if you did anything emotionally and psychological to me that was abusive.
And even
And
psychologists agree to that. Even psychologists agree to that. That emotional wounds heal a lot slower, if at all, than physical ones. People can't get over the physical. It's the emotional and the mental that they struggle with the most.
And I believe that is where Kelsey is at now. I don't agree with her getting up there lying and things, and not being truthful, living in her truth to spite Meg. But I think that's how her trauma shows up, because Meg refuses to acknowledge. I mean, if we look at just what information that we've been given, not no conspiracies, just plain information, not false information that was put out in the media. I'm talking about stuff that we actually now have tangible evidence of. If we look at that, everything shows Tory, because as the I forgot, as Don Speaks was saying, he's very charming. Tory gave Kelsey what she needed. He continuously gave Kelsey what she needed, which Meg just refused to, right? So I'm like, she went to, I believe she genuinely went to, despite her struggles and what was going on internally with her and Meg, I believe she genuinely went in September to give that statement because of the bigger picture of what happened overall in the physical violence, how she was attacked, right? But I think she got triggered up all over again because sometimes you can literally sit and think about things, and when you start to speak it, it just triggers you up in a way. So I don't know if people really ever had any real severe traumatic experiences, because a lot of times if you haven't had anything severely traumatic, whatever that level of severity is, you can never ever comprehend because it's not rational. Trauma doesn't show up in rational ways, and we're trying to
So,
rationalize something
so,
traumatic.
so, Charisse, is that your name?
No, my name is Anya.
Anya. Okay, thank you so much. I agree with you, and that's all I was saying from earlier when Beauty and Me and Delina was basically saying, "Oh, you were saying this
Throwing
and
the
that."
fuck at it.
Yeah, and all I was saying was, with that being the case, you can't you can't sit there and expect this girl to think logically. I know that that's your opinion, and that's what you believe, but the fact that you're sitting there in the judgment seat and saying, well, I think she should have done this and I think she should have done that, that is you projecting your own feelings and personal opinion onto her. She does not. She has the right to her feelings. I don't give a damn if she got up on that stand and lied, and that's something that I will never ever forgive her for, because that's some shit. If you really cared about getting justice for Meg, you would have done it. You would have got on
See,
that
that's why,
stand.
William, not to cut you off, but I have to cut you off because, see, listen, it's not, that's the whole thing. Kelsey really, this during that most of the event until she got up on that stand, even in the parts of her, for the years that she didn't cooperate that time or whatever, Kelsey was still defending Meg. That's the whole thing that I don't think people really understand. Kelsey really was still defending Meg, but she just really wanted Meg to her
And that's
acknowledge
and
her experience, right? And for to
yeah,
say, because for us, when we say she should have got up there, I agree. I don't think she should have got up there and gave her testimony to defend Meg or to validate what happened to Meg. What I think she should have did was stepped out of her personal feelings that were
and gave
triggered
her truth.
and gave a testimony, because this man is a menace. This man has victimized, and we see the patterns. It should she at that point, which is not always easy to do to someone that suffers from. I believe she suffers from PTSD, just like
I
I
do
believe
too.
Meg suffers from PTSD.
I
And again,
do.
it does not show up the same way, and it does not have to come. And when I say show up the same way, it does not have to be enraged or crazy or belligerent. It doesn't have to show up belligerent. It could be very calm. We have seen in history where people who have been sitting, chilling, laughing, talking. Next thing you know, they open fire. So you cannot, looking for characteristics to describe an irrational person, an irrational mindset. Like, you're really never going to get it, because it just shows up differently in everyone. That's why it has
So
to be an individual thing.
let me interject. Let me interject here, because I wanted to
And then
ask
after
you.
you do that, William, I want to run this audio.
Okay, that's cool. So I agree with everything you just said, and that's everything you just said is what I was trying to say, but you put it in much more detailed terms and layman's terms for the panel to understand, because I wasn't trying to say that, oh, y'all are wrong for your opinion. I don't think that was my intention there. I think what I was trying to say is that exactly goes back to what you were saying. Logic cannot be dictated when somebody has a trauma that is associated with what they've been through. And if you try to use logic to analyze a person that way, you will never understand them.
Agreed. And that's why I don't understand why people, well, I guess because people believe that Kelsey isn't allowed to be traumatized and doesn't have any trauma because it's Meg who was ultimately shot. They don't even see her as a trauma victim. So they're still sizing Kelsey up in this logical way. Well, why would she pussy pop like this? Why would she pussy pop like that? And why would she, slide to the left? And why she didn't do this? And why she didn't do that? When, like, yeah, we're talking about two women who were traumatized. And both of them, as far as I know, haven't received any fucking counseling.
No.
So they don't even know they don't even know that their responses are trauma responses. They don't even know that the dish records are trauma responses. They don't even know that everything that they're doing is coming from
Their
not
trauma.
have healed this shit, and they're just in reaction mode. They're just responding to them, to the triggering of social media, to them triggering each other, etc. And it ends up as a goddamn shit show.
I agree. Now, what's the audio?
I want to also shout out Street TV for the epic receipts. Street TV is going to be dropping all of the goddamn exhibits, and apparently there's like 42 of them, I believe, 42 pieces of goddamn evidence and shit. And clearly, I don't know what Street TV did to get access to all this shit, but he definitely got it all over there. Matter of fact, hold on. Let me push through on over there real quick and show y'all what his channel looks like so that you guys know how to find him out here on the streets. Hold on. This is Street TV, you guys. He has all of the audio and all type of footage of Meg inside of the ambulance. He has the 911 calls. He got Megan Thee Stallion crying inside the ambulance here. The body cam footage of Megan Thee Stallion in LAPD custody. LAPD body cam shows police investigating the location of the scene. He got the shots fired. He has Kelsey describes how Tory Lanez shot Megan Thee Stallion. Okay, he has the whole thing broken down here on his platform. He got it all. So make sure that you guys subscribe to Street TV over on YouTube Arrangements. He's putting in that motherfucking work. Now, this is a little snippet of Meg's IG Live. One of my street committee members just sent me this with the caption that I guess this is what made her jump out of the window and cite him by name as the shooter. So we're going to listen to that. If the audio is good, you guys give me a 1 in the chat.
I'll get out the car. I'm done arguing. I don't want to argue no more. I'll get out. I'm walking away. This nigga from out the backseat of the car started shooting me. You shot me. I ain't get cut by no glass, but let me tell you why he's saying that. When the police, because the people in the neighborhood, there's a witness. When the police came, because the neighbors called the police, this did not happen at Kylie's house. This happened damn near back at the house I was staying at. I was just trying to get home. We was 5 minutes away from my spot. The police come. I'm scared. All this shit going on with the police. The police is shooting motherfuckers for anything. The police was literally killing black people for no motherfucking reason. Soon as tell us all get out the motherfucking car, the police.
Yeah.
Okay. Right there. Hold on. Please don't attack me. Did you hear what she said? She said he shot her from the back passenger seat. Remember, I told you when Megan first said this, she said she was walking to the back of the car. Now, her statement at trial says that she was walking to the front of the car. And what Kelsey said, he jumped into the front passenger side and shot over the car. This is why I was trying to tell you, it's two different statements. When she first did this,
God, that is meaningless. Meaningless. It just means that she got her direction wrong. The woman was shot.
I'm not saying that. I was just telling you the directions. That's all.
Like,
he's talking about a bunch of drunk people that's
because I have already accounted for.
Oh, I don't remember you.
Hold on, wait a minute. I have already accounted for these little like tidbits and mishaps in both Kelsey and Megan's testimony to trauma, to shock, to alcoholism, to it all. I mean, I do not expect either one of these women to have a precise account of what happened that night. It was too much in a system, and the situation was too shocking to not have had some impact on their brains and their memory. So them getting these little like seemingly meaningless details wrong does not mean that they completely imagine Tory Lanez hanging out of a window shooting. Ultimately, like, I mean, he shot her at the end of the day. Whether she is a, you know, whether he shot her to the front of the car or to the back of the car, literally, like, it really doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. I understand the desperation of social media to need everything to line up perfectly, because when nosy ass social media ain't there, they don't have no fucking choice but to, you know, grasp at everything in order to make it make sense to themselves. But realistically speaking, like, these are the things you have to expect when there has been a trauma. These are the things you should have to expect when there's trauma coupled with alcohol. Somebody is not going to recount every single detail perfectly. They may get where they were in the house incorrect. The shooting might have took place in the kitchen. They might say, I was shot in the living room. Like, things like that happen all the time when it comes to victims of gross violence at that. And this was pure violence. Did you not hear those gunshots? Could you imagine being within feet of that gun? What we got was door cam footage from people who were blocks away. What we got were 911 calls from people who was a street over. Could you imagine have been right there and that gun aimed at you? And you hearing those fucking explosions and you landed in your own blood? And you think that you're going to account things perfectly when your mind was literally arrested right there in that moment by the extremity of that violence perpetuated against you? It's just not realistic. And it doesn't ultimately matter, because what the prosecution had to prove is not whether she was shot to the front or the back, but who pulled that trigger and why. They didn't have to burden themselves with whether she was shot to the side of the vehicle, on the roof of the vehicle. All they had to prove was this nigga discharged this unregistered weapon and discharged it recklessly, and it leading to bodily harm. So I don't know what you want us to do with Meg saying she was walking to the back of the car versus everybody else saying she was walking to the front of the car. Right. So because we still have the issue of Tory pulling the gun, and why people are attaching that gun to him.
Well, yeah, it wasn't nothing that I wanted you to pull from it. I just didn't know if you all had heard that part.
No, baby, you wanted to pull
Well, I mean,
don't moonwalk out of it now.
The way that you pulled the brakes, baby, and you knew you had the smoking gun right there. The way that
Reckless be ready to windmill. That is your tag team.
She had the smoking gun, baby. Right there,
but you gotta admit, you were ready to windmill because you were so sure.
I want everyone to right there, Conscious, right there. Did you?
I think that is still important, but I mean, from your perspective, you just gave an account why you don't feel like it's important. So I was just pointing it out that this was her first live a month or so later, and that's what she said. She was walking away. You know, he came from the back of the passenger side,
and
she was walking to the
not
back of the car.
Nothing that all other Tory defenders are not saying. Like, what's his name? Sean Kelly. He wasn't even drunk and he didn't get everything right. Like, okay, we get it. Like, everything wasn't 100% accurate. Like, moving along. How Conscious said.
Yeah. And what we gonna do?
Yeah, I don't think that 2 cents was needed, but okay.
And what we gonna do about Tory Lanez inconsistencies? What are we gonna do about him clearing Kelsey on Twitter and then allowing his goddamn legal team to pin this whole shit on her? What we gonna do about his 2020 IG live where he calls the shooting a narrative rather than an actual event like we now know that it is, thanks to door cam footage, thanks to 911 calls, thanks to shell casings, thanks to a smoking gun, thanks to GSR, thanks to Sean Kelly, thanks. What we gonna do about all that? What we gonna think about him just blatantly lying that a shooting ever even took place?
Conscious, you know, and this is actually what I from my personal perspective as well. I think when Tory Lanez did all of that, when he was trying to put the narrative out there,
and how the fuck is he gonna speak so damn concisely when he also admits in the jailhouse call that allegedly he's so fucking drunk he don't know what happened. I'm so fucking drunk, I don't know what. I can't even remember. I can't even. But yet you out here trying to respond to fucking Meg, and your ass also got amnesia, and your ass also don't fucking remember a goddamn thing. Why you speaking at all, my nigga? Like, why you not gonna keep that same? Hold on, wait a minute. Why you not gonna keep that same motherfucking energy on social media that you did in that private jailhouse call to Kelsey and say, y'all, you know what, bitch? I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. That would have been the only accurate response for him to fucking make, because we heard him make that statement initially to Kelsey. I don't know, baby. They gave me 5 motherfucking rounds of goddamn tequila and rat poison right off the goddamn rip. I was gone. Two shits to the goddamn wind. I don't even know what the fuck we was even arguing about. I would have never even did no shit like this while I was drunk. And then he was being all double tied, because how the fuck you gonna act like you don't know what the fuck happened, but then in the same breath apologize for what you did while you was drunk? Make up your fucking mind. Make up your fucking mind, Tory Lanez. But then you're gonna jump your ass up on IG Live up in August of 2020 and then try to act like this woman fucking self-imagined a motherfucking shooting.
See, this is what I was gonna say. This is what I was gonna say. When he started all of that, running that narrative and shit to the blog, I'm not saying it was him personally, but I also know that how the fuck did it get out there? Huh?
Why the fuck are you? Why the fuck is he
how
even
the fuck? Well, hold up.
How the fuck is a leprechaun with motherfucking memory issues even motherfucker? I thought a leprechaun with a memory lapse said something. Ain't you got a memory lapse, sir? Ain't you?
Like it.
You can't recall. So then, for all the fuck you know, bitch, you did apply 9 pounds of goddamn pressure to that fucking firearm and this fucking charge it.
So this is what I was gonna say. You went Tory Lanez with his goddamn leprechaun nigga looking ass.
And maybe the bitch confused. Maybe the fucking bitch confused 5 shots of tequila from 5 fucking shots of a goddamn firearm.
Shit.
Yeah, bitch, you remember 5 shots, all right. Your ass remember 5 motherfucking shots, all right, you bald head bitch.
You bald headed scatter rat looking ass kangaroo hoe.
Oh,
Yeah. I said it in.
Okay, so let me finish playing back Miss Megan real quick.
Really aggressive. You think I'm about to tell the police that we niggas, us black people, got a gun in the car? You want me to tell the laws that we got a gun in the car so they can shoot all of us up? Nigga, I'm scared. It's a fucking helicopter over us and some more shit. Why the fuck would I tell the laws somebody got a gun in this car and this nigga shot me? So I can get shot, you can get shot, she can get shot, he can get shot. I ain't tell the police what happened immediately right then because I didn't want to die. I don't want the police to shoot me because it's a nigga with a gun in the car. I'm leaking, I'm bleeding. Motherfucker, I'm lying, bitch. Did I pay a helicopter to come over me and record my feet leaking blood? No. How the fuck I'm gonna fake that? I didn't tell the police nothing because I didn't want us to get in no more trouble than what we was already about to get in. The fuck? I get to the motherfucking hospital, the police bitch being so rude to me. Well, what's going on? Like, da-da-da-da, you're being detained, da-da-da. Ma'am, I'm being detained, I'm leaking. But I'm still not saying what happened. Shit crazy. The motherfucking doctor, the police finally let me go. I ain't go to jail. Them 3 motherfuckers went to jail. I get to the hospital, the doctors do x-rays on my feet. Oh, ma'am, you got bullets in your feet, got bullet fragments in your other foot. I'm thinking the doctors is the police, so I'm still trying not to tell them, like, no, I didn't know I got you know what I'm saying? I'm scared. Like, I've never been shot before. I don't have to lie about that. Why would I lie? You want me to be a bad person so bad, and y'all motherfuckers want to believe the lie before you believe the truth. Stop trying to come on the internet acting like.
I just want to say, honey, it don't sound like Miss Megan is suffering from no goddamn memory lapse now, baby. She's very fucking clear. She's very alert, very motherfucking lucid, very motherfucking aware. She's talking straight from the goddamn hip. No skip.
A black woman, a grown-ass black woman, really got any reason to be lying on another grown-ass black man when all the shit fucked up going on in the world right now. If you really want to tell the motherfucking truth, I tried to save this nigga. Even though he shot me, I tried to spare him. And y'all motherfuckers is not sparing me. That's crazy. That's fucked up. I go through so much shit on a daily basis anyway. Then I have to get on the motherfucking internet where I'm just trying to make my music, do my shit, pop my shit like the bitch I always been. And I'm trying to save niggas. And y'all on the internet talking about, oh, bitch, you ain't get shot. Oh, bitch, you this. Oh, free tour. That nigga not in jail. He not in jail because I didn't tell the laws what happened as soon as it happened. And I should have. I'm smart. I didn't have to spare that nigga. I don't have to spare nobody, but I did. And I'm done. Y'all asking where people at? Why ain't nobody saying nothing? Ask them why they not saying nothing. I haven't talked to the same people. Y'all worry about where they at. I don't lie. I don't lie. I don't have to lie. Ask that nigga why he not saying nothing. What the fuck he gonna get on here and say? Yeah, I shot her. Why? Tell him why you shot me. No reason. Stop fucking lying on me. Stop fucking acting like black women is the motherfucking problem. Stop acting like black women is aggressive when all they be doing is speaking the motherfucking facts and you motherfuckers can't handle it. Stop spreading lies. Stop getting on the internet acting like this shit your motherfucking diary. Stop lying on people. Yeah. Truth motherfucking is, bitch. You shot. You scared to come tell everybody that you fucking shot me, and you got your whole fucking team on the internet lying, trying to cover your motherfucking ass. And I'm tired of it. Stop doing that shit. Stop dragging me, and y'all motherfuckers don't even know what really motherfucking happened. Y'all niggas wasn't there. Y'all motherfuckers be so quick. Oh, but bitch, you a dry snitch. Oh, da-da-da. Ooh, you niggas talk more than bitches do. You niggas gonna tell on other people quicker than a bitch will. So don't ever play in my face like
and look at how that goddamn Young Thug trial going, bitch. Them motherfuckers dropping like flies with goddamn plea deals, baby. So
telling everybody telling
fucking truth, baby. Look at how that
she got a goddamn point.
Hell motherfucking trial is going right now, baby. Them niggas is getting the fuck up out of there by snitching to the high heavens, and I ain't mad about it because I don't even do motherfucking. I'm anti-snitch culture, so I don't give a damn, baby. Tell it all. So
I got a theory.
So
okay,
wait. What did Usher?
I don't even know where you motherfuckers be from on the internet. Playing with me and don't play in my face no more.
So what? I have a question.
I got a theory.
Wait. I have a legitimate question because okay, so when it comes on the Kelsey and Megan thing, so I've heard multiple times that Kelsey felt like Megan wasn't, I guess, protecting her in a way. So my question is this: if Megan already said it clearly that Kelsey did not shoot me and Tory shot me, how was that in the public's eye not protecting Kelsey? I would say I can see in the private eye, as in when it comes down to their personal, but in the public's eye, how is that not protecting when she already identified her shooter? Because like I hear that a lot. Like they be like, when it comes to Kelsey, she threw her to the wolves. Because I can
answer that. I can answer that. I feel like this video right here. This is Megan not mad at Tory for saying what he's saying. This is Megan mad at the public coming for her saying she's lying.
And she mad at his team for pushing the narrative.
Right. But look. Let me finish up. Everything she's saying is, if you watch it, all her anger is going at people saying she lying, that she ain't, that they won't believe the truth, but they'll believe a lie, right? If they all agree in a short amount of time, like you said earlier, that they're gonna go along, they're gonna paint this narrative. We black, we ain't trying to go to jail, no charges, we gonna sweep this on the road, we'll deal with it ourselves. Let's say if it was that quick, They didn't have time to make a story. They didn't have time to bring, come together or make their, make everything make sense to themselves so they can have the same story. So Tory on his end trying to do the same thing by trying to get the narrative out of everybody's mind that she got shot in the foot by trying to say that how you get shot in the foot, because this is before she named Tory anybody. She's even talked about the shooting. This is her first time talking about it, right?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But the reason why that wouldn't even make sense for Tory, because Tory on his live most definitely said Rock Nation called him. So if they called
Rock Nation
you,
called him to tell him what was going on, right? So what he's saying is he's trying to get the narrative out that she got shot in the foot and keep the narrative on it was glass by saying how you get shot in the foot and it ain't hit no bones or tendons. He trying to make the I got shot thing by the police, the news reported that. He trying to make that go away. But TMZ, who got their information from Rock Nation, she just stepped on glass. So they running with that, and he trying to get the shots out of the narrative because Megan didn't even press charges. So she mad that what he said is causing everybody to call her a liar or say that, this and that, she's lying and you ain't get shot, you know what I'm saying? But the people thinking that she said she got shot. She never said that. She said nothing in the beginning. So it's like everybody was trying to do their job, but Megan got so upset that the public and her fans were coming at her. It was going to mess up her bread and her image that she had to clear that up. She had to jump out the window to save her image. Yep. And she messed up Tory in the process.
But she didn't mess up Tory.
Wait. I'm sorry.
Oh no, she did. She just jumped out the window and said, "Nigga, you shot me."
But the thing is, like, my thing is this: if I quote unquote shot somebody, I'm not gonna indirectly say that they're lying. Like, why would you do that? You're asking for them to respond. Like,
but he did not. I think y'all missing that. Tory did not make that live until after Megan identified him and said that he was the one that shot her.
No,
Megan
that was
did
before.
Megan did this
You just literally heard her say in the live that she
Megan
was
did this live
responding to what he said.
Right. He said it first. That's why she made this post. Okay. He was responding to the backlash from people saying, "Nigga, you shot a female." So he said he trying to run with the narrative that Rock Nation called him and said, "Hey, we gonna make this go away." Because remember, they tried to sign him, so they got a relationship with him. So they might keep on trying to sign him. So at that point, they was like, "Look, bro, we just gonna let this." No, we just told you that that's not the case because she just said he's lying.
Okay, but
his
this
live
live
was
that's
first.
on this live that's on the
this is
screen.
the willful
Hold on, can I finish? Can I finish? Okay, but can I finish? I'm trying to answer. Can I finish? Okay, can I finish? Thank you. This live that is on right now. Okay, so what? This live that's on right now was in August. When Tory did his live was in October. The live that you're talking about, where he spoke about,
can you find that live?
Conscious done played it already before. He got on the green and the white. That was after this live. So that's why I was trying to tell you that you was confusing up your words. He did his live after Megan did this live, naming him as the shooter because the media was questioning.
But basically, okay, I may be wrong on that.
She said it was glass.
Okay, I may be wrong on that, but still, she is still responding to something that Tory said to cause her to say this. So what I'm saying is, he is trying to make the narrative. He's trying to go along with the narrative because if she wanted him to go to jail, she would have pressed charges. But it seems like they all wanted it to be swept under the rug. Remember, he might be a label mate. It's possible that he could be a label mate. So he has a relationship with Rock Nation. Rock Nation called him, say, "Yo, we're gonna sweep this under the rug. Just lay low." He should have just shut up and not said nothing. But he was listening to the public saying that he shot Megan. He independent, so he don't have a big machine behind him at that moment. So he trying to clear his name up a little bit. He trying to make it where he can still do stuff. And in the midst of doing that, he said something that a lot of people got behind and start attacking Meg. And when people started attacking Meg, she said, "Oh no, I don't want this." So she
Yeah, but I think it was the
emotional
blanket
jumped out the window.
statement. Yeah, but you have
No,
to
wait,
you have
but
to
free
listen. It was
TV
the
put a
blanket
comment up.
statement that Megan made about being shot and not naming anybody. So people was attacking Kelsey as well as people was attacking Tory. It was just a blanket statement that I was shot.
She didn't name nobody though.
But that's what I'm saying. It was a blanket statement. So because people knew who she was in the car with, her fans or people went to go and attack Kelsey, and they were
So
seeing
she
Kelsey
said,
shot Megan. And then
so she
people
said I was
came in.
shot. When
Yeah,
it
she said I was shot with the intention to cause harm to me. That was her post that she
was that
made on.
before?
That was 4 days after the incident.
Okay, so 4 days after the incident, she came out and said I was shot.
Yeah, she said I was shot. She said the story that you heard about glass in my feet was not true. I was shot with the intentions to cause harm to me.
Damn, Rock Nation ain't care about Tory, so that just messed up my whole. That just messed up everything I was saying.
That's what I was trying to explain.
Hold on. I want to insert this from Billboard.com. Tory, because this is what she meant by his team was pushing narratives. Tory Lanez team allegedly sent emails from fake 300 entertainment account to campaign press for Megan Thee Stallion incident. A source close to the Tory Lanez and Megan Thee Stallion situation speaks on the incident and alleges that Lanez's team created fake emails under 300 Entertainment, Megan's label, to go against. Oh, baby, I'm not subscribing to a goddamn thing. Hold on.
I hate when they do that shit.
Hold on. They got me all the way fucked up. Oh, Insider got it for the free 99 on period. According to Insider.com. Okay. Hold on. Let me scroll. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, here it is. Tory Lanez are reportedly using fake email accounts and doctored text messages to discredit Megan Thee Stallion's allegation that he shot her. According to a new report from Billboard's Carl Lamari, Lanez's team sent multiple emails to media outlets while pretending to be a representative of Megan's record label 300 Entertainment. The goal was apparently to campaign press on Lanez's behalf after the WAP rapper accused him of shooting her twice in both of her feet. On such email reviewed by Billboard included a fake email account for 300 head of creative Kevin Leong. Quote, the email impersonation of our head of creative Kevin Leong with the intent to disseminate false information has been brought to our attention, and we are working diligently on Megan's behalf to get to the bottom of the matter, a representative for 300 wrote in a statement provided to Billboard. As you guys see here, Billboard's anonymous source also claimed that Lanez's team created fake text messages, fake text conversations between Megan and Lanez and sent them to various media outlets. A representative for Lanez strongly denies these accusations. The only commentary which has been made on this topic was the creative output on the album Daystar. The representative told Billboard, we are investigating who could be sending these false emails and intend to take action against them. After months of silence, the 28-year-old rapper released a surprise album on Friday, which he used to address Megan's allegation. Quote, I got the hiccups. Megan's people trying to frame me for a shooting. He raps on money over fallouts. And later, how the fuck you get shot in your foot? Don't hit no bones or tendons. Megan did not immediately name Tory as her assailant in the July incident. On July 13th, TMZ reported that Lanez, whom Megan had partied with at Kylie Jenner's pool party earlier that day, was arrested for carrying a concealed weapon in a vehicle. The report originally claimed that Megan's foot had been injured by broken glass on the floor of a car. Hours later, TMZ reported the police had listed Megan's real name, Megan Pete, as a victim in the incident. After a few days, the Texas-born herself set the record straight on Instagram. Quote, I suffered gunshot wounds as a result of a crime that was committed against me and done with the intention to physically harm me, she wrote on July 15th, calling the incident traumatic. She later said on Instagram Live that she underwent surgery to remove bullets and bullet fragments from both of her feet, but said the bullets didn't hit any bones or break any tendons. On July 16th, both TMZ and Page 6 reported that Lanez, real name Daystar Peterson, opened fire on Megan from his vehicle while she was outside trying to leave. Even after sharing additional details and photos of her injuries, Megan declined to name her assailant until late August. Quote, yes, Tory shot me, the 25-year-old hot girl summer star said during an Instagram Live. Quote, you shot me and you got your publicists and your people going to these blogs lying, talking about the fake emails and all that shit. Addressing Lanez directly. Stop lying. Why lie? I don't understand. I tried to keep the situation off the internet, but you dragging it. the one we just listened to. According to Billboard source, the shooting occurred after an argument ensued in his car, and he was meant to be dropping her off at home. He started calling her names, so she said she wanted to get out of the car. The source told Billboard she got out of the car, walked away from the car, and at a short distance, he told her dance bitch, pulled out a gun, and shot at her 4 times. 2 times hit her, 1 in each foot, and the other 2 missed her. Megan Thee Stallion accused, da-da-da-da-da. Okay, so there it is. All right, boom.
Okay, yeah. So now it seemed like the label didn't care. Okay, now I'm thinking the label called him, say, "Yo, we gonna sweep this under the rug, yo," and then Megan say that. So he like, "Oh shit, no, they don't care about me." So he went to trying to cover himself by creating fake emails and doing all that stuff, and then he put out that song to try to further, like say that it's a lie. You know what I mean? So yeah, he really drugged the situation. He really messed it up by talking and putting out that song saying that yeah.
I have a question, and it is related to this particular to the July 2020 incident. The question is, did Tory Lanez make the statement first, or did Megan come out later? Or did Megan come out first? Because it seems like
she made it.
So she came out first and said something.
Yeah.
But who insisted on drag? Okay, so we know Tory Lanez, after she came out with her statement, Tory Lanez came out and said, "Well, bitch, who shot you, ... And then this is Megan. And then when Megan came back, was she responding to
the song?
The song?
Yeah.
Okay. So when did this come into
No,
play?
she wasn't responding to the song. The song didn't come out until October. That's when Daystar, the album, dropped.
Okay, so what she was responding to the emails?
She was I think you had got it right the first time when you said that she was responding to the media, where people were saying that she was lying about being shot, because at that point I think she showed images of her feet, and people was questioning whether she had, because I think she said she had got shot in both of her feet, and then she showed like images of her feet, and people was questioning whether or not she was really shot. They were saying there wasn't no bullets and stuff like that. So that's when she went live.
But she was responding to Tory too, because she clearly said, "You lying." Like, yes, she was addressing the public, but she also
hold on, because she was addressing the text
message. She said you got
all this text message shit, all this text message shit had hit the blogs in the month of September. So she was responding to everything.
Yeah, she responded to the emails.
The album, all of this fake email shit and fake news shit.
Well, remember, if you're talking about September, she did that live in August. So she couldn't have been responding to that stuff that came out in September, because she did that live before she did that.
Okay,
well, it must have been some industry stuff. She must have been talking to the industry people.
Yeah, she had to be talking to industry people, probably behind the scenes or something.
Yeah, she could have been very well aware of, because we know that's how the industry works. It's a lot of things.
Right. She was aware of it. She was clearly addressing.
Because that's only when we became aware.
Yeah,
right. We became aware.
We became aware of the shit in September. She would have been well aware of this shit going on behind the scenes.
Because she clearly was addressing him.
Why she and that's why she said in her IG live, you and your team been pushing this fake shit.
Yeah.
So she was already aware of what it was. We just didn't become aware of the context of what she was talking about until it hit the internet the next month or the following month or whenever it was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because she went as far as to say that she wouldn't even had addressed him, period, had this stuff not had come out. She was still trying to hold the line up until the point that she was.
I don't think that she had I don't think Megan had no choice.
Without being interrupted.
Yeah,
but it's kind of messed up though, because
hello. Please, hello. Allow Park to speak. She hasn't even said anything yet.
Thank you. She was willing to go along with the whole thing that everybody agreed to, up until the point all this crap started coming back to her of what was being said by Tory. Because she goes on further into the thing we just watched, saying, I wouldn't have even said nothing had you not been running your mouth.
Yep.
I got a question for that though. after 4 days after the incident, she make a post saying I was shot with the intent to harm me in both my feet, whatever. Um, is that not her? So at that point, can the state pick it up and ask her, well, who shot you? Does she have to cooperate at that point?
No, the state had already picked it up. The
Right, but I'm
hospital
saying
reported it.
4 days later, if she was going with the narrative from the jump, 4 days later, she say that I actually did get shot. So now the state is going to hear, oh, you did get shot. Now we need to find out who did it. Even if she don't name the person, they're still going to want to find out who did it and pick up the case, right?
No, that's what I'm saying. She said that because the state had already picked it up. The state picked it up because the hospital reported
Right,
it. Like
right,
she
right,
had
right,
to get in front of it and say something because it was gonna come out anyway. Because the
right.
prosecutor had already pushed the case up.
Yeah, there was no hope for that boy.
Yep.
I also want to respond to Red Clark, who said that for all we know, it could have been fans sending fake shit, and that's a real consideration because we know that people jump into shit and try to add gasoline to the fire. But the reason why it's more likely that Tory Lanez and his team was up to the bald-headed hoe shit is because Tory Lanez is a well-documented stunt queen. He pulls publicity stunts. He changes narratives. He proved that in the August Alsina shit when he played in y'all face and denied that he was even on the premise and basically made this boy delusional like he tried to do with Megan Thee Stallion by calling the event a fucking narrative and say, I don't know what the fuck this crazy nigga even talking about. Once again, I'm a good leprechaun in the studio making leprechaun beats. So, and
That's
then
some
boom,
good leprechaun music though. Oh God.
remember, this is the same stunt queen who also was doing all that bald-headed hoe shit about that video set where he tried to act like he was caping for a dark-skinned model and all of that shit, and then she came out and exposed his ass and said that was a fucking publicity stunt. Like he literally plant that shit. Like that was not a genuine situation where he was, combating colorism on the set of the music video and all of that shit. Like, so we know he's a known fucking liar. We know he's a pathological abuser and a pathological liar. He's a pathological ass stunt queen. So it's probably more likely that him and his team was up to the fool la la. Yeah, on the bullshit. Like that's within his character.
But Conscious,
Yeah, they
remember
tried.
the call that he made from jail, he knew it was gonna come out because him and Kelsey talked about it.
He
Was
did.
like, who knows? Who knows about this? Like he knew it was gonna come out, and his
And as
team
soon as
tried to
she
get
said
ahead of
that,
it.
as soon as she said it was already reports and shit, oh, she shrunk even shorter.
Yep.
He shrunk even shorter.
And Kelsey had to calm him down and say, well, nobody names have been leaked yet. So he already knew it was coming. Him and his team knew it was no way they was getting around this. When whoever called the police and the police came out, they got all their names, and all it takes is for one person in that police station to say, oh shit, that's Meg Thee Stallion, that's Tory Lanez, and leak that shit to the public anonymously. It was gonna get out regardless. And he
Yeah, it
knew
was
it.
gonna get out.
So
Or used in trial.
The lady that was just speaking, do you think that there was a fight between Kelsey and Megan that night?
Oh yeah, I think it was a fight for sure.
Me too.
Okay.
Yeah, I think even if it didn't get as wild as our imaginations would like for us to believe that it got, they definitely didn't just have no calm, casual ass conversation about them two, messing with the same guy, and they was drunk. Yeah, they got a little heated in the car.
So I think I'm the only one that believes there wasn't a
Yes,
fight.
you are. Okay.
But here's the thing with the fight though, because I was like, but here's the thing with I actually do believe there was a fight because there was just too much commotion in the vehicle for there not to have been a fight between Kelsey and Megan once Jesus, I'm thinking of that boy. What the hell is wrong with me?
Tory.
Thank you. That short motherfucker. Anyway. Once that short looking ass cussy ass motherfucker dropped the truth, dropped the bomb on all of them, on the girl, that's when I really thought that's when I believed that they actually had a blow to blow, and Kelsey was just like, how dare you, bitch, and Megan was like, I don't give a fuck. And that's when they came blow to blow. I don't really think it got to the point to where it was that bad, because at that point I think or I believe that that's when the leprechaun decided he was gonna say dance, bitch, dance, and then started shooting out the goddamn window of the vehicle.
But you know what? I don't even know. Like, so in the car, because Meg even said it herself. She was like, she told them to stop the car, and she got out the car because they was arguing, and she didn't want to argue anymore. So what I think what Sean Kelly saw, again, he's an old ass white man, and he don't. I don't know how used of our culture is. Like, we loud, we talk with our hands, especially if we arguing. So what he probably seen is when Meg got out the car, like, look, I'm tired of arguing with you about this dumb shit. Open the door, let me get out. He probably saw Kelsey get out the car, following her, arguing with him, and them two, they just going back and forth, whatever. And could I believe that they actually hit each other? Yes, but I don't think it was just like no drag out. Like
that's what I'm saying.
That's
what I'm saying. And also, you also have to remember there was heavy alcohol involved in this as well. So that could have revved up Megan and Kelsey too.
Let me tell you what a rev up Kelsey. Megan, remember in the interview, she said that Megan was sitting in the front seat laughing. She just kept laughing. That might have gaslighted her. It's like, are you still laughing? And you laughing about this? I'm mad that you know, while I have COVID, you having relationships with my dude, and you sitting up there laughing. Just get out the car. Give me my one.
I just don't think any one of you have gave me a good enough reason, even CTV.
All right, I got one. I got another one. You got the witness saying he saw it. You got Kelsey saying there was a bump, and you have the arguments. You have Megan saying she don't remember nothing. She don't remember an argument. Like you just see so many things that point to a fight. It's hard to say what makes you believe there wasn't a fight. I know I missed something.
And to add to what Otto is saying, you also have that interesting, elusive ass, parable written ass text message that Kelsey sent to Meg, talking about two distinct events. The fight and then all the injuries she acquired from Tory. She says, she said something to the extent of, I think I need medical attention because of all of the fighting and Tory pulling me out of the SUV by my hair, She even makes the distinction in that text between whatever this fighting was and then whatever the situation was with Tory, as if these were two separate things. She didn't speak about one event.
They were two separate fights. They were two separate fights.
No. But no. But if you're talking about injuries, and it's only one author of all your injuries, you're not going to speak that way. You are just going to say, I think I need to go to urgent care because of Tory pulling me out of the care and beating me up. But instead, she goes through the motions of making the distinction between whatever this elusive fighting was, and then attaching talking about a separate fight regarding the injury she acquired when her and Tory Lanez were strapping. And even when I saw the tape, I was like, why she worded this way? Because it's given very much so because she was communicating with Meg, she was trying not to trigger Meg up by saying, bitch, I need medical attention from you whipping my ass and from Tory. So she just left Meg's name off of it to not cause no drama and just said all the fighting and then said and Tory and from Tory pulling my hair and pulling me out of the SUV, And it just sounded weird for her to just kind of divide that up like that, because if you never had a fight with Meg and he the only person you've been strapping with, like a person just wouldn't on average speak like that.
Yeah, it sounds like she's trying to not like rile up or make Meg remember the fight so she could pay for her doctor visit.
For me, it could be. I can see truth in both theories. To be very honest,
Okay.
but logically, just overall logically, I can't see them. I don't necessarily see them like literally outside brawling, but I
Right,
can
right.
see them getting into some type of physical, not a bump, but a tussle of some sort. I just don't see a literally, because to me, while all of this was going on before the whole Tory shooting thing or whatever, I kind of think that like Kelsey really was, although she had some experiences with Meg doing something similar in the past. I just think that she was completely caught off guard, and she, in that instance, was sort of like a deer in the headlights trying to figure out what's going on, and it was so much confusion that I don't see that there was a rage in her at this point. I think she was trying to get a understanding because they all drunk. I think she was trying to, be rational in the moment, trying to get some understanding of what was really going on. Like, how sometimes
I think, hold on.
you know what a person's done, but you want to give them a benefit of the doubt because you in a like, it ain't because like, what I'm saying, you love them so much, but you trying to rationalize everything.
Yeah,
I'm gonna tell you how I think the fight was off guard. I think Kelsey, from the time that Tory ass inserted, I'm fucking her too. Kelsey did not let up on goddamn Meg because she drunk, she in her feelings, and this the third, fourth time that she
And
done
she up
been
there in the front seat laughing and shit.
on her hands on her knees with a motherfucking nigga that she was on. And Megan, remember, Meg kept getting out the car. Apparently, she got in the car one time before. I feel like when they got to the final stop, Meg was popping that shit, and she was just like not interested in really having that conversation with Kelsey. And Kelsey was like, "No, bitch, you gon' fucking address this fucking situation. I'm sick of your bullshit." And so when Meg exited that vehicle, Kelsey exited too. And I don't think the fight meant to happen, but because she got up in Meg's face, and Meg was already 7 feet goddamn tall and drunk, and they screaming and they yelling. Somebody bumped somebody, and then from that bump, somebody got their motherfucking ass dragged across goddamn concrete.
She rapped about it, Conscious.
and I totally believe that Kelsey lost that fucking fight, which is why her motherfucking ass did not want to talk about what happened after that bump, baby. She did not. That's what the and that's why Kelsey on that stand, bitch. Is she did not want to motherfucking talk about what preceded the bump, baby. I mean, what happened after the goddamn bump was. So she
listen, Conscious.
Conscious.
If Megan didn't want to be,
a bitch that got a chain snatch, Carter lost that night, had something to say.
Exactly.
Exactly,
because even Meg fucked around and addressed the fight in the dish record.
Yeah, she already.
But listen, check this out. That's why I think that they're saying it wasn't no fight, honestly, because it really was over before it began, type of thing. You understand? Like, I really think it was like Megan just hit her, like she was being aggressive, but like I said, I don't think it was a brawl. I think she was being aggressive and trying to get like, you're not gonna dismiss me, you're gonna answer me, type of thing, or whatever. And Meg, like at her breaking point, just hit that bitch one good time.
Not one good time, couple good times. She grabbed some hair and some nails.
No. I really do think that it was really like, even if it was 3 punches, I just don't think that it was a fight. Like it was.
It got broken up.
And I think that the more they keep saying that, the more they keep saying.
Hold on. Something happened because you gotta remember.
No. This is what I'm saying, Conscious. I'm not saying that.
1 punch, 3 punch. There's a fight.
Hold on, because you gotta remember. According to Sean Kelly, this is what led to Daquan getting out of the vehicle
and breaking it up.
At this point, he had seen them fighting. Then the driver, according to Sean Kelly, got out of the vehicle to break the women up, and then he went to go tend to his son. When he got back, they had to move to the other side, and now he can only see the tippity tops of everybody's head. And then Kelsey had moved closer to the vehicle, and that's when the shots started.
Yes.
So he claimed Daquan got out to break up the fight, and he initially called police not about a shooting, but about the 2 females banging and swinging on each other.
You know what, you guys? We have to see Sean Kelly's statement because we've only gotten accounts from bloggers, and just like
until we get the transcript, this is the story.
Okay,
right.
okay.
And then think about this. If Kelsey gets up on the stand and she said her original testimony has lies in it, and she gets on the stand and introduces new facts that she did not have in her testimony that she did prior, then don't you think she would try to introduce the new facts so she cannot get in trouble for perjury? Like,
So,
because if she does not say that they got into a fight, and she and the guy gets up there and he says that he saw two women fighting, then there's some perjury going on.
So what I'm saying is it's subjective, right?
That is
subjective to what she and Meg would consider a fight.
A
What
fight.
I'm
And what
I'm not
Sean
saying
Kelly
I don't think
considers a fight.
yes, I
Yep.
don't think that there was not any hands, but I don't think that they did not make contact physically with one another. That I am absolutely certain happened. What I'm stating is the possibility of when they're saying that they didn't fight, because I believe that, not that I think Megan is so tough, but I do believe that Megan really caught that child off guard and probably hit
Sure,
her
that
boom, boom,
child.
boom. And she probably tried to like swing back or whatever, but by that time security got out, whatever he is, drive security, got out the vehicle to stop it.
Okay, I got one more thing, and I'm gonna let it rest. I got one more thing. Just like Megan didn't want the public to know that she had relationships with Tory out of embarrassment. Don't you think that they wouldn't want the public to know that they got into a fight over Tory Lanez?
I think
out of embarrassment.
No, but that's what I don't think you're really hearing what
her.
No, I hear what you're saying. You saying they fought, but you think they
I'm not saying that
lied
it
so they
didn't
can
happen.
not be embarrassed about it.
I think that I just think that because of like how street people think, a lot of times their logic is really not don't be logical
logical
or whatever. It's not, because you know what I'm saying, you have people that really be on it, like for instance the whole snitch thing. You know what I mean? Like someone shoots you and you're like downplaying it. It's not logical. Is what I'm saying. Yes, I believe there was a fight. I just don't believe that they consider that a fight. That's what I personally believe. And that's why, of course, embarrassment is a part of why, you know what I'm saying, they still won't, because these are out after all, although, you know what I'm saying, they out in these streets playing these little street games, they are college educated women, right? So they understand logically, yes, we had a fight. So yes, part of it is to save face. But I just believe that also on that street shit, like, oh, that ain't no fight. That wasn't no fight. That was about nothing. That's how I'm interpreting it.
I see what you're saying.
I just really don't feel like they was fighting over Tory. Like, I just don't feel like
it wasn't
Kelsey
over Tory.
or Megan just really care about Tory that much.
It
And the
wasn't.
way that everybody said that Meg was acting about Tory flirting with what's the white girl name? Kylie. Like, I think Kelsey would have picked up on that at the party. Like, why is she tripping over him? And that's supposed to be some dude that I'm messing with. I just think that some other words were said in that car
Yeah, it was
that really
disrespect.
set some shit off. Yeah.
Facts.
Like,
Yeah.
it really got disrespectful. Like,
And that's how
everybody
it
think
happened.
it's over Tory,
You're
but
right.
I think maybe he was kind of the spark, but no, that shit went way
Right.
left, because while they was arguing, some shit was said and some shit got real disrespectful, and
Yep.
that's what the fight was about.
Facts.
I don't think they really care about Tory that
think-
damn much.
So y'all think, okay, so there was a fight. There was a fight first between Kelsey and Megan.
Yep.
And then that's when they exited the vehicle, and then that's when Tory shot her.
It was a fight with all of them. Tory was in that argument in the beginning
Sean
too.
Kelly explained.
Sean Kelly already explained
it all. Meg and Kelsey got out the car at the same time and started swinging and banging and tearing each other baby heads out of the goddamn roof of the house. Daquan ass saw all these goddamn sew-ins turning into sew-outs in the middle of the
Daystar.
goddamn street, and he tried to break them up.
Oh, him. Yeah.
He tried to
My
break
bad.
them up. They had to move from the street to the sidewalk. At this point, all that Sean Kelly could see was the tip of the tops of everybody's head. he saw Meg and Daquan, and then he saw Kelsey move closer to the vehicle, and then everything had lit up, and there was sounds of fireworks, and then because I believe at this point, Kelsey was trying to get back. She was getting back in the car after getting her ass whooped. She was retreating back to the back seat after she got her ass whooped, and after Daquan had them separated them because Daquan was playing referee all night. He was breaking up the fight between her and Tory and da 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 da. So when she went to go get back in the vehicle, I believe that this is when Tory shot her over the window, and this is why Kelsey ass would have been in the doorway because she was getting back in the back seat, and then he got out, which is where the pause came from. He got out from hanging over the window, opened up the door, stepped out, finished unloading the shit. But that's what Sean Kelly said he saw, and I believe that because
you know what? You just said the most important
you got her nails in the street, you got her chain in the street, you got her ponytail in the street.
That's when Tory and the bodyguard, Tory was attacking her when she was on the driver's side, right, jerking the vehicle, and that's when Tory came over to attack her, and him and his bodyguard started playing tug of war. So that's why he was in the street. Yeah, that's the second time.
But you know what?
The first time, you remember Kelsey said she hadn't even gotten out the vehicle good. Her left side was still like in the doorway when she heard the first shots, right? And that's when she looked up and Tory was hanging over the door and he was pointing at a downward angle shooting towards Megan, but she didn't know if he hit her, but he was shooting towards Megan. She said she hadn't even gotten out the vehicle good yet when he started shooting, right? That's what she said.
So let me tell y'all.
I'm just confused because I'm telling you, I was with you guys. Like they were fighting, but I'm like listening to her testimony today, and that's what changed my perspective.
Okay, but what?
Oh no, yeah, that's
ain't nobody
she admitted the fight.
Ain't nobody who believes in that fight made it make sense why Miss Kelsey got on that stand and then dropped this. She dropped the bomb that there was some type of a titty bump, some type of a ramming going on between her and Stallion. And where did that happen if we're taking what she said in her interview at face value?
Exactly.
When would y'all have even had time to have cross paths? Y'all
That's
got
why
out
she
on the
had
same side of the vehicle. You never even got out the first time that the car stopped because
she had to fix that.
The one who went and talked her back into the vehicle. You sat in the car. So when would y'all have even crossed paths to have even accidentally ran into each other? There was an altercation. Sean Kelly got it right. Him and them cataracts in that scooter got it right, baby.
Because you know the
I-
whole time that Kelsey and Meg was out there arguing and titty bumping each other, Tory in the car talking shit, and that's why him and Meg, they still getting into it because Meg getting into it with Kelsey and she getting into it with Tory. Like the way that Sean Kelly. So one CTV, when you was telling the story, you missed one important part. Sean Kelly said they all was screaming at each other, even when the two girls was fighting. Tory was still instigating the shit, yelling, and I'm sure that's why I'm saying after. Because I think Kelsey tried to retreat to the car. Like once her and Megan started getting into it, she was like, let me get my ass back in this car before her big ass swing on me. And Meg and Tory still yelling at each other. That's when he pull out the gun and start firing at her. Like,
Chat, and y'all talking about so they're talking about, and it wasn't fighting over Kelsey. Kelsey had a man at home. Apparently, Kelsey had a man in Texas, a man in the goddamn Big Pen, a man on an open call in the back seat.
Did Meg have a dude?
Tory goddamn Lanez. Kelsey had all the men.
Didn't Meg have a dude at the time?
Yes,
she was single.
Meg was messing with a bunch of people.
I mean, she
Right.
didn't have a man.
There's some hoes in his house. There's some hoes in his house.
We gonna say she was dating.
Okay,
We
so
gonna be
I just want to
respectful.
clarify because I just wanted you guys to place where the fight happened. That's all I wanted because I wasn't.
It's hard. It's hard to place where because
No. The fight happened on the left side of the vehicle because Kelly said he saw the fight in full view. They moved to the other side of the vehicle, and then he could only see the tippity tops of their head. So this started right in front of his visual, right on the left side of the vehicle, and then it ended up on the right side of the vehicle when he went back to look. So the fight traveled.
I just remember something.
And that's why he couldn't tell where the shots initially came from. He assumed they came from Kelsey when she moved closer to the vehicle because she went out of frame because he hadn't even seen Tory Lanez at that point. So he had only seen Daquan, Kels, and Meg. So when the shots went out from inside the vehicle, that's why he said, I believe the initial shots came from the female because she was closer to the vehicle. But then upon that pause, he saw a short man exit the vehicle with his arms extended and multiple flashes coming from his extended arm.
So essentially, because to be completely honest, we've had these panels all the time and the same questions always come up. Refer to Sean Kelly's testimony. That's essentially what we always tell you. Refer to his
another
testimony.
thing, I just remember when Kelsey was on the stand, she said that they both got out the car to go to get their bags and they bumped each other. I think.
But then how did they get out the car to get their bags?
And they ain't even at the house yet.
But she claims she never even made it past the door of the back passenger. She never even made
in
it
the interview. In the interview, she said she didn't make it past the door, but on the stand, she said they was going to get bags, but they wasn't even at their house yet to get bags.
No, but remember, she was talking about the part where he kicked them out of the car and told them to get these hoes up out the car.
Yeah, because remember, Meg said that she was tired of the fighting, so she was like, "Pull over, I'm getting out." And I'm sure she was like, "Shit, I'll get an Uber. Give me my shit. I'm gone."
Okay.
No, that was the first time they got out the vehicle. The second time, Tory kicked them out. Like, these bees need to get out. He told the driver to pull over. But from what Kelsey said today, she said that Megan was sitting in the front passenger. She was sitting directly behind Megan. So that's why I just don't understand how the fight started on the left side.
Because she lied. Okay,
that's why I'm confused.
Yes, they're lying because remember they're trying to edit out the fight. That's why,
and that's why it sounds discombobulated because they edited out the part that drove them to the other side of the vehicle.
Yes,
and ironically, they found her chain and shit in the street, not in the driveway where she stood in between Megan and Meg and Tory, but right in that street where Sean Kelly said them women was going Tarzan on each other. And her nails and her necklace and shit. And remember, Meg acknowledges the fight in the diss track. And in the diss track, Kelsey doesn't say there ain't no fight. She responds and said, "Bitch, you ain't like she's saying, girl, you did not get the upper hand on me. You did not get the upper hand on me, ho. Like, I changed it, I get snatched." So like she doesn't even like full out refute that there wasn't an altercation and then doubled down on the stand and talked about a titty bump. Like, girl, because remember they were trying to get her to acknowledge that she had hostility and that there was a massive climax between her and Meg. And she finally caved and was like, "Yeah, there might have been a bump. Like, there might have been a bump in the context of them talking about her being hostile, her being in her feelings, between her and Meg, not just going to the back to get no luggage, none of that. They asking her this in the context of trying to create a motive, and then she finally admits, yeah, there was some type of contact. There was a fight, and that's why she was as toe up as she was. And when Goddess Dawn said they put all of Kelsey's all of her images up on the big screen for everybody to see, she said it was really like startling to see the level of injury that Kelsey had. That's also why I wasn't really like here for people saying that Kelsey don't have no trauma. Kelsey got her ass beat, and people were shocked to see the level of injury that Kelsey sustained as a result of that altercation. No wonder she was asking Meg if she should go to the ER.
Mm-hmm.
She was bald
Right.
head. Her arm was fucked up. She had bruises everywhere.
And I'm sure when she said that she went to go jerk the car to, break everybody up, what's little mini me name?
Yeah,
Tory
way too much.
probably thought that she was trying to steal a car and whipped her ass.
You're probably trying to take her out the front seat.
Yeah.
That's
And
what
he
he
probably just
did.
didn't want her fucking up his shit because it was
Right.
rented any damn way.
And it's probably a rental. I can fuck up the rental now. You drunk too? Get your ass out the front seat. Hey, you doing?
And making all that goddamn noise out there. So he came and yanked her ass out. They swinging and banging again. Daquan got to play referee.
And that's when Kelly said he saw two men ganging up on one woman. I think he saw that with Kelsey, not with Megan.
He did. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. He confused bits and pieces of the story. No fault to him.
Well,
no fault to him.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It was just his personal interpretation because he didn't know them. He didn't know what situation was, so he just calling it how he see it. But to him, it looked like a fight, and I could see why. If you an outside looking in, and you just see two men and one woman, and you see screaming and fists flying, and this woman is trying to pull because obviously she would have been trying to whip towards ass, so she would have been pulling away from Daquan. He would have been pulling her back toward him. Tory, according to Kelsey, had her gripped up and shit. So that would have looked like a woman getting attacked by
about to be thrown in the river.
Yes.
It looked real bad.
Yeah, because they were fighting. That's just the bottom line. But I believe prosecutors definitely knew that her and Meg were lying about that fight situation, and they just stayed away from it because I also believe they knew that was going to be the defense's strategy to try to pin it on Kelsey. So
and that's why Kelsey was willing to work with the prosecution because Tory's attorneys had been started pinning this shit on Kelsey months before the trial came. They was like, they started pushing the GSR narrative, and she got all this GSR on her. So I feel like that's why she really sat down with prosecution because clearly Team Tory wasn't Team Kelsey.
But Tory put he put his own nail in the coffin when he made that damn apology while he was in jail.
Yep, that's what got me over the fence.
Well,
because I was Team Tory at first. I thought that it was a struggle for the gun, and he was trying to take it from Kelsey, and then boom, the shots went off. But then when I heard that audio, it was a wrap for me.
I think the nail in the coffin was Tory making that post. He made that comment on Instagram saying Kelsey
didn't do it. Yep.
I believe that is what
it was just the incriminating ass jailhouse call that just built the goddamn face.
What the call did actually was it eliminated the response on Instagram. It helped clarify the call because just like how we all can sit here and say, well, we think that he was apologizing because he initiated everything by admitting whatever. That was a good defense in regards to trying to create reasonable doubt. But that statement,
it's really a lot of feedback coming from your microphone. It's like
retrograde.
You got feedback.
I said retrograde. I'm going back on mute.
Okay, boo. Yeah, I agree. The song, the text messages to Kelsey, to Meg, the phone call, it's been too much. The diss track, the chopping up, the severing of a Stallion's leg. It's just like, he did it to his fucking self. Who managed Tory? See, this is the problem with niggas being independent. When your ass caught up with the goddamn feds and shit, bitch, and you ain't got no proper representation, because who told Tory Lanez it was a good idea while being accused of shooting a Stallion to have a severed Stallion's leg in your diss track toward said Stallion.
Yeah, that's just
Like,
kind of
are
crazy.
you okay?
Right, because if he
Like,
had a
you just gonna
lawyer,
walk into the punches?
if
So
he had a
that's what I
lawyer,
was
his
saying.
lawyer would have
Like,
told him not to even say the word shoot. Don't say the word shoot. Don't be around nobody that say the word shoot. Don't be around
don't tweet
guns.
the word
Like,
shoot.
right, nothing.
Don't email
Don't
the
shoot
word shoot.
pool.
Don't
Nothing.
shoot pool. Don't shoot nothing.
Don't shoot the breeze. Don't do nothing. This
No,
fool made a
just
whole
shut your
song
ass
talking
up
about who
and
shot
sit
you.
down.
He made a whole song talking about who shot you.
So that was my thing. That's what I was gonna say earlier. Okay, motherfucker, you out here saying, you out here saying, look at here. Don't who shot you? You da 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 da. Motherfucker, you just told on your goddamn self.
And guess what, y'all? As a result of him saying the word shot, what ended up happening to his ass? Scalped. now your ass is scalped. Now look at you. Now look at you, bitch.
That stress, boy. That stress kill. I be trying to tell folks, stress kill you, boy.
I'm not damn. That ain't stress. That's I don't know what that is. That's some pussy ass shit.
Who the expect to say that I'm wood chipper?
Gathered.
Don't worry, Big Bubba gonna get his lace front right while he in jail.
I
And also as well, he hasn't even been sentenced yet, y'all. I'm pretty sure he's not gonna get 24 years. He might get close to that, but he hasn't even been sentenced yet, y'all.
I think 7. I think
okay.
7 to do. I think 7 is good for
Yeah, I
me.
think he get 5 at the most.
Nah,
Yeah, 5 at the now with his track record, and that's
I think 7 is fair.
No, but that's the thing that Conscious was explaining, and okay, I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Like a lot of times when we have these panels and stuff, I'd be like, we talked about this stuff 4 days in a row. But when it come down to Conscious, he said that when he spoke to a lot of his attorney resources and friends, that they go based off of your track record, your offenses. So yes, there is a range where he can. The maximum is 22, 24, but also there's a minimum as well. And so 9 times out of 10, the prosecutors are going to be on the higher end of the spectrum. The defense attorneys are going to be on the lower end of the spectrum. But however, depending upon his track record and other factors, he just might be in the higher end. That's what I'm saying.
Yep. Because let's not forget, he was committing crimes while this process was going on.
While this was going on, he's still having fights.
Yeah,
while
so
got
he
case
definitely have
pending.
a lengthy criminal history, and they're definitely going to take that into account when they charge him for sure. And that's not even including the additional 2 charges they have against him.
Pink, you mean when they sentence him? Because he's already been convicted.
The
It looked like he was trying to get all his ones out the way before he went to jail because he knew he was going.
He did this to so. How you get into fights while you got a case pending? I would have been doing community service, repenting.
I would have
have
been
turned
like,
into
yo.
a choir boy.
And that's why I don't understand the
shoulda
whole
put out
narrative about
gospel
Rock
music.
Nation. And that's the reason why the whole Rock Nation narrative is like really, it just irks my soul because it's like you talk about, you're scared of this machine and watch out because you have this big machine on your back, but yet you're literally punching up on fighting other artists that belong to different labels, aka different machines. If you scared of one machine, then why would you do other things to put more machines on your back? It doesn't make any sense. That's why I say it's very convenient when people try to bring that stuff up.
Y'all, I want y'all to also see this. This is video footage of Megan Thee Stallion in the ambulance. This is once again courtesy of Street TV, covered by Fair Use Doctrine. Megan Thee Stallion crying in the ambulance after the incident. It's my first time seeing this, so look at this body cam footage. Wait, I want to see something.
You're listening to Street TV.
I was trying to see if I could, because somebody said she had a knot on her head, and this frame right here, I don't see a knot, but I do see a wig that is
lifted.
Is down loose. But that's her crying in the ambulance. You guys, this is so sad. Could you imagine being this strong? Like, this would have been such an opportunity for her to rat the fuck out of Tory Lanez, and even still here, she is traumatized, scared as hell, injured, and yet she's still holding on. Still holding on to what's the word I'm looking for? Still holding on to secrecy and privacy. Still holding on.
I ain't gonna cap. In the beginning, when I was Team Tory, it's not like I always had not sympathy but empathy about her being shot. Like, that was not the case. It was more so with me on who did it. You know what I mean? Get the right person. But after everything and I switched over, I heard that call. It's like now I got a lot more respect for Megan, because it seemed like she tried to
definitely
keep it under wraps, but the more he antagonized the situation, she just got fed up and was like, yo, I'm finna just go ahead and say it. You
But
shot
you
me,
know,
nigga.
this is why I really hate black men that disrespect black women, because black women be taking a lot of stuff from black men only for them to turn around and disrespect them. Like, black women will take beatings, will
Yep.
take bullets, will take they self-esteem being lowered, will
Cheated
take
on.
hatred, they take their lives being in danger, for the same fools that will get in the public eye and be like, oh, y'all just masculine and angry and ugly and like, what? Black men need to kiss black women's feet sometime.
But you know, one thing I want to just try to get a word in too is this IG. One thing I noticed, shout out to Conscious for the beautiful compilation of evidence and everything that he put together. I mean, he's been putting it together for the last 2 weeks.
And courtesy of Geek at Night and Street TV.
Yes, indeed. Okay. And one thing I noticed within off the back, you heard me, from that Tory Lanez call was how much he was masculinizing her. Like with Kelsey over the jail phone call. It was just like he kept saying, bruh, and you dig, and my nigga. It was like he was talking to like a dude. And I was just like, that's a very dangerous telltale sign when it's confusing to me, because it's like, in a world with people so concerned about pronouns and all this thing, it's like he's masculizing you in the way that he's talking to you. He's not talking to you as he was talking to a woman that he was once sexually
And he
into.
fought her as if she was a masculine object.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So when I heard that, I was like, hell no, let
Bruh,
this be a temp.
bro.
Yeah, bruh. When I was listening to that, I said, man, that irked me to the fucking God, you heard me? I'm like, bruh, like
Who
that's,
this, IG?
yeah, what's happening? This
What's
IG.
happening, bro?
What's happening? Yeah, when I was listening to that, I was just like, don't sit up here, because the same way that some of these men that will call you bruh will turn around and say that you're too fucking masculine. And it kind of showed that he thought that about her. He thought that about, I'm counting on you to have some type of male identified pathology in order for me to make this okay. Like,
IG, where you from?
oh, you already know, babe. I'm from the
New
boot from the
Orleans, baby.
504.
You know what? Yeah, that's my city. That's my hometown. When you said you heard me, I was like, yeah, you
Yeah.
from New Orleans. You
Yeah,
from
you
New
heard
Orleans
me.
for sure.
Yeah,
Yep.
it just, I was never on the fence of what was going on based off of the evidence. There were times my pendulum did swing with, conscious as the evidence was coming out, but it just was kind of based off of what the research and what I already do concerning black people. It was just like, I mean, statistically, it was easy for me to believe that Tory shot Megan. Like, and even as before the evidence, statistically, it wasn't far fetched for me to believe that that what went on. You know, that's one thing I really just wanted to say though about that phone, that jail call. Nah, like, do not cape for these niggas. Do not cape for these dudes. That's because at the same breath, they're going to say that you're too fucking masculine, and it
Mm-hmm.
shows how fucking masculine he really think of. Because I'm sure, I don't think he was talking to Kyla Jenner's ass like that, and I'm gonna just put that over there.
Oh, you know, oh, come on now.
I don't think he would talk to a woman of limited to no color the way that he would talk to a black woman. I just don't see, because I see niggas switch it up. They'll
They
talk to
do.
they'll talk to black women like that and use the masculine as fucking phrases, but when it comes to Maria or Ling Ling, all of a sudden he knows how to use.
Or Amanda, child. Amanda.
Okay.
But you
Wait
know
till
what? Everybody got mad at Santana when she was like, she liked black men because they cater to her. Yes, they do. They cater her to her because she's Latin and she light skinned. Like, I don't even know why people got mad at her about that. The shit is facts.
Yeah, I mean, and it's just, I really hope that black women would use this as sometimes I must go on and say this, even the way that these men handle people that are in the LGBTQ community could also give you a template on how, girl, you should deal with him as well. So if you can see that, okay, this person does not regard the men and women that are different, that are from the community, how is he going to value me as a heterosexual woman? That's the one that's that's supposed to be, quote unquote, quotation marks, his first preference. But we know that's not the case. So that's one thing I kind of want to point out, because I was never confused with dealing with black male pathology as another black man. I saw the way that how they would deal with heterosexual women as the reason why I'm like, oh, absolutely the fuck not. I'm not going to be disillusioned through maleness
Mm-hmm.
because I see this is how you treat everyone within the community with this pathology. You're not going to be able to run that spell with me with, oh, it's maleness, and this is why I don't think you would ever, because Tory Lane is a living embodiment example of there is no honor even among maleness among black men. Because with the FBI data, and I'm going to say this again and I'm going to let somebody else talk, we know that black men are killing black women every 5.5 hours. So if we know that there is more black on black crime with black men, we need to do the charts and the data. I would love to see what is the rate and frequency that black men are killing other black men. And I'm gonna let somebody else talk.
Hey,
Man, every
IG.
20 minutes.
Right.
Hey,
Every
IG.
20 minutes.
Hey,
What's that?
IG. I was actually having a conversation with my white family about this very issue, and I'm the only black kid in my white family, so you could say I'm adopted. So
I would think you would have to be.
yeah,
Go ahead, bro.
yeah, kind of. Um, so we
Not laughing
were.
at it's. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
You're okay.
You
I
get
get
it.
it a lot, and it's honestly because of the way I talk. I
It's the
know.
melanin, bro. No, it's the melanin, bro. You kind of. Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was saying you said you could say you got a white family. You said you could say I'm adopted, but I was saying I I think with the
You were
melanin,
basically saying, "Duh, Captain Obvious."
yeah.
Yeah,
Go
I got
ahead,
it.
bro.
So this is my thing with my white family. While we try not to have these political discussions about the black community, but you considering that I'm raised around and by a bunch of white folks, you almost have to really be in it to really know how these white people really feel and think about poor black folk. Now, I am not a poor black man by no means. I have my own money. I got my own I got my own space to live in, got my own thing. So I'm not poor by no means. I actually have a little bit more than what most Black people that I know have. So because of that, I see the world differently from most Black people. So a little bit over the holidays, and they said, well, we were talking to each other, and they were like, well, I just wish, especially mom was just like, I just wish there's just certain Black people that the crime on Black crime is just absolutely terrible. And they're just killing each other. My God, and they're destroying all of their neighborhood. It is just terrible what they're doing to each other.
Oh Lord, you finna gaslight me.
Reckless. Let's not go there.
Let's finish it.
Let's not. Keep in mind, I am the only Black person in this family. So what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing is very different from the experience of most Black people. So when I'm hearing this, I'm immediately thinking, oh, they kind of got a point. Because Black men in particular do not protect the Black women. So because of that, what they're seeing, they are not. That's the reason why you see so many Black men and sometimes Black women interracially dating outside of their race, because we have not been, because to be honest, we have not been and especially as queer people and Black women as well, we have not been protected or loved by the Black men that are already here.
But that's not fair to say, because Black men date outside the race as well as Black women.
I just said that. I literally just said that. Black men and Black women date outside the race. So I find it funny that you have certain segment of the Black community that gets mad that Black women are dating outside of the race, but dating outside of the community, but they're also dating outside of the fucking community. So they'll protest too much. So I'm just wondering, what is the purpose? I'm just wondering if what my white family is seeing in terms of what they interpret the Black community to be as of today. What does that say about us as a community?
It doesn't say anything. What it actually says, I'm gonna have to go there. It doesn't say anything. I think what it actually says is that once the colonizers decide that they want to stop being racist and start trying to employ racists behind laws, and also want to do manipulative tactics that also puts anti-Blackness within the hearts of our people, and also want to push homophobia, transphobia, also want to push misogyny, etc. If they stop doing that, then we will do better.
Yes, but if we are not willing, I see your point, Reckless.
Hold on for a minute. I need to know who the fuck worked the level of fucking witchcraft that allowed there to be 11 fucking panelists on a StreamYard that can only hold 10 people. Do y'all realize there's 11 motherfuckers on here?
Yes, I was gonna say, CCTV, what witchery did you do, bro? Because you got 11 people up here.
There was an old nasty piece of glitch like 2 minutes ago, and then Nolly slid up in here, honey. So
Nolly did it.
What type of goddamn hoodoo Haitian voodoo her ass is working with?
Nolly said you gonna hear her damn point of view today,
right?
Sir.
Let her talk right now.
we are experiencing the goddamn supernatural right now. This
Let her talk right now.
This plan is only for 10 panelists. There are 11 people up here. 11.
Let her talk right now, so we do not get in trouble by whatever. Let her on here. Oh God.
So
This is literal black girl magic.
Right.
Very.
Y'all
So
a mess.
So I'm just wondering, based on that, I don't agree with most of their stances because they're conservative and they have a very weird understanding with the Bible and God and all that other stuff.
Right.
So I
Right.
don't agree with their stances at all when it comes to their politics or their religion. I just think that when they comment on my community, I'm almost inclined to want to walk out of the room because they really do not understand the struggle of what it takes for us to be where we're at. But in terms of their in terms of what was discussed this past holiday, I almost kind of had to take a step back before I got mad and wanted to punch one of them and wanted to punch one of them. So I literally was just like, okay, Willie, let's examine the community as a whole. Let's figure out like what are they really saying? Because although what they're saying can be taken as racist, and to be fair, a lot of them don't even know the history of the founding of this country. They're going off of what they were told and what their grandparents were told and all of this other stuff. So it's not so. I
believe there is a problem, but I think what you had a problem with, you didn't feel like it was genuine, or you didn't feel like it was coming from a place of actual concern. So it kind of rubbed you the wrong way. Like it probably had a demeaning tone to it, and it didn't ring right in your head like when you was listening to it. So it kind of made you feel bad. But I do go ahead.
No, go ahead. Finish.
Yeah, but I do feel like there is a problem in our black community. You know what I mean? To me, it starts with the media and music. And the movies don't help, because the movies push a pro white, culture, lifestyle, whatever. And the music is anti-black. So it's like no matter where you go in media, even the news, all it talks about is when they run out of black people killing each other, it's like they don't know what to talk about. Like they don't have anything to bring up. They might bring up some political or whatever, but it's nothing.
This why I gotta jump in because I hate that. I hate when we do this because yes, what you're saying is true, but it's a catch-22. The media wouldn't be what it is if we didn't feed into it. Like, if we didn't put these artists on the platform and stuff, then they, you know what I'm saying? Like, so I was born in '83, so I went through the phase in the early '90s where like conscious music was booming. Right, and then the gangster rap hit the scene. But when
I do music, so I want to keep going with you on this one. Go ahead.
Okay, when we was buying the conscious music, that's what they put on the forefront. And I know Cosby is the wrong after all his scandal, but when the Cosby Show and all that, when that's what we was buying into, that was what's on the screen. But then we started buying into that dark energy and all that gangster rap and all that negative stuff. So yes, the media pushes it, but we buy the shit.
Do you know the agenda that put the gangster rap on the in rotation?
Right.
They put that in rotation. They sign artists to be that.
Taking accountability for our own actions.
Yeah, that's why I said it's the music. We consume it, but at the same time, the people who are signing these artists and putting the money behind them, they have an agenda. I'm not saying that we don't hold any accountability. I'm saying that there is an agenda with the music.
That don't mean you have to buy into the agenda. That's like the people that say, "Oh, the government pushed drugs into our community." Yes, the government pushed drugs into our community, but that don't mean you had to sell the shit. Yes, they may have had the agenda with the music, but that don't mean you had to keep making the shit.
You're right, but it's hard. It's hard to make everybody stop listening to music. I don't listen to rap. I listen to the pop station every now and then, or I listen to a certain rap that I like from back in the day.
Actually, wait,
mostly R&B.
A conscious
But
decision that you make to better your life and to use our Black history and to use the music and to use other talking points to make some of our behavior justified.
it's not justified. It's for you to understand where it's the source of it. It's not justified at all.
No, because I live in the worst city in the United States, right?
DC?
No,
Detroit?
no. I live in Louisiana, and I'm just gonna keep it there, right?
I'm sorry for everybody from DC and Detroit. I'm sorry.
No, it's so, you guys, it's so much Black on Black crime here.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! I'm about to lose it.
So many men taking out our young women, right? And it's reckless. I'm not trying to, rouse.
Where do you think it comes from? Where do you think it comes from?
I'm not. This is not a conversation that should take anyone anywhere when we're having an intellectual conversation here. But
the reason why it's about to take me somewhere is because the genesis of this conversation started from colonizers trying to worry about what the fuck Black people doing. You tell them to worry about the racism that's in our country because that's their issue to clean up. You tell them to worry about these dogs and stuff. That's their issue to clean up.
I can only worry about me and making it better for my family.
I agree with her on that.
And we understand that, but however,
I can reach to the next, that I can go to the next level, right? Because
and I understand that. But here's the
what
thing.
they're doing, I can't work on myself and better my life. Right.
They can fix all the stuff they want to fix, but we gonna keep doing what we doing, and that's not gonna help.
I'm sorry. Most of our issues stem from racism, even current day. That, like, literally the mutation that you see within our own melanated people, that's mutated through racism and oppression. That's the reason why even Conscious had to let me know this. That's the reason why we're homophobic motherfuckers, the Hotep motherfuckers. That's mutation through racism. So we cannot have a system that is constantly racist, constantly oppressive, constantly feeding us anti-Blackness, which most definitely is the foundation and the root, because guess what? The philosophy are the roots. And the thing, and in order for you to get rid of anything, you do not cut off the branches, you do not cut off the leaves, you take out the roots. And so with the roots,
and the roots are in us too. It's roots in us too that are bad that we got to take out.
Okay, but Reckless, let me explain something to you. When this country was founded,
I hate to say it.
Hang on. When this country was founded, we were not here. Native Americans were here first.
That's debatable. Hold on. That.
Hang on. I'm not finished.
Yeah.
I'm not finished. So when this country was founded, it was founded by a bunch of white men who came over from the European country. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So when they came over here, stole all of the native land, stole all of and basically came over here and just wrecked the whole damn place. One part was French, the other part was Mexican, the other part was European, basically. So when this country was founded, it was stolen by a bunch of white people trying to look for gold resources in this country. So while I understand, Reckless, what you're saying, and I get it, and I'm not trying to excuse or make excuses for it. I do think that what my folks were saying, I felt in my heart of heart that it did not come from a place of genuine concern and love for the Black community, because if they were, they would have been advocating for policies that the Black community have been trying to get pushed through Congress for years. And we're still on the same.
Here we go. We better get into it.
We're still back at square one, we're still trying to fight for our rights. We're still trying to do everything that we're still
But why
trying
is
to.
that? But
Okay,
why
I
is
gotta
that?
call bullshit on that a little bit. Let me tell you why. I don't understand why in 2022, it's about to be 2023 tomorrow. We still waiting on another race that we know don't like us to advocate for us. Why do we do that shit? We need to advocate for ourselves. And I'm gonna tell you this. I didn't
But
work
oh my
in
gosh.
no. Let me say this. I didn't work in local government and state government, and I'm gonna tell you this. Like, and I live in Tennessee. I worked at the state capitol, right? The hood is literally 2 blocks away. You know how many people from the hood showed up when it was like committee meetings or hearings to voice their opinions? Nobody showed up. But you know who was there? Fucking a representative from Coca-Cola, a representative from Walmart, these white representatives that want to push their company's agenda through. They was always at every single fucking meeting. And black people that live 2 blocks away couldn't walk their ass over and be like, no, we don't
Because
want that
it's
in
a
our community.
mentality. Like, once again, how are we gonna sit up and expect people who are not even in the right mindset to do something? Once again, where the mind goes, the body's gonna follow. And it's also the fact that, and I'm gonna be honest, William, lace up. Because the thing about it is that you literally said on this panel that you weren't willing to go toe to toe and go against your the family members or whatever that may have some internalized racism and asking questions about the black community, not from a actual genuine place, but then yet you want to come, yet you want to come into the face of other black people.
Not gonna do reckless.
And
Hold
try
on,
to
let him finish,
critique.
William. Don't take it personal, William. William, don't take it personal. Let him finish.
Okay. No. What we're not gonna do
No,
is
let him finish.
what we're not gonna do is do that.
Go ahead, Reckless.
No, I was done.
Okay, so what we're not gonna do is that. Okay?
Don't take it personal, William. He not attacking your family, bro.
Yeah,
He
and it's
just
just a
saying,
conversation.
Yeah,
It's just a conversation.
yeah.
I mean, damn, all I did was I feel responsible because I was just pointing out how,
You can definitely get
black men was just bad. I wasn't saying it to go down. And I'm not trying to gag. I'm just saying, I'm just trying to see how that correlates, because all I was mentioning based off of what we were talking about earlier when I finally got a word in is how Tory Lanez was showing that same type of pathology of when they say that black women are masculine, but then you hear this man talk to a 4'11" black adult female and using masculine terms of endearment like bruh, my nigga, and in the tonality in how he did it. If I would have not known that it was a female on the other line, I would assume that he was talking to someone with a penis, because there was no differential even in his voice inflection. So what I'm saying, I'm just listening from the other side. I'm like, well, how did we get on this? Because I wasn't saying anything about the systematic. The only thing I was bringing up, yes, black men do kill black women every 5.5 hours. And it's one thing to be, and that's something to see for black women too. If you know that he's killing you at every 5.5 hours, well, you know he kills black men more frequently. So what's the rate of the frequency of the murder and the fatality rate? How many hours does go by or minutes does a black man kill another black man? And with that being said, you should deal with those said men or black men accordingly. I didn't really bring up a black white issue. That's why I'm kind of confused as to how the conversation got here, but we can continue.
Oh,
But
William,
I have heard men call females, bro, not necessarily in a. Oh, go ahead, my bad.
I just want to insert something. Two things can be true at the same time. Every issue in the black community is inherently a result of pale supremacy.
Yes.
However, that can't be our excuse. It has to be our explanation, because there's nobody else that's going to get us out of this but us. Pale supremacy is not going to undo itself just because it's in the best interest of every other community for it to dismantle itself. It'll have to be dismantled by every other community. And there is a huge chunk of the community that is damaged. So really what it's going to ultimately boil down to is those who are consciously aware of the system to ultimately make the difference for everybody else who is a product of that system.
Because Reckless, I agree with you when you said that where the mind goes, the body will follow. So when I said what I said about showing up to government committees and stuff like that. I don't mean every single Black person in the hood, because you're right, that's not everyone's drive, that's not everyone's goal. Everyone don't have the mental capacity, but for those who do, they still don't do it. Like they'll show up for oh my God, what's his name? Oh my God, George Floyd, because that shit gives them attention, instead of going march to their state capital to actually fix the inner workings of this racist system. Like we have people in our community that can make a change, but they choosing to make a change. Like everybody just clout chasing these days. They
Yeah.
want attention more than they actually want change. They want it to appear as they're making some type of change when they just really want to be seen. I'm not talking about Miss Mary Lou, like she should be showing up to meetings, but it should be someone in our community that have deemed themselves to be community activists, especially like all these doggone celebrities now. They want to be community activists, right? T.I. think he the biggest fucking activist there is, but he don't go promote for anything positive for our community. He out there fighting for strip clubs and rap music not to be used in the court of law and gangsters and shit like that, instead of actually going to take his fight to these government agencies to be like, hey, like, why is this? Why aren't my people getting, equality in this area? Like,
I
we have
feel
to
like
do it.
I feel like a lot of us, okay, we looking at the government, we looking at the city hall. I'm gonna use that one for example. The people who walking in the city hall, the people from representative from Coca-Cola and all these big companies that want to push an agenda or make sure their voice is heard when it comes to policies, right?
Right.
We can't expect our celebrities to be on the front line because we know that they are representatives of they have representatives that lobby for them to do stuff. And if they go against that, there are consequences, whether it's the money taken away or the machine not working for them, and among other things that could be a consequence. So we have to all do it. We have to individually take responsibility because the consequence is it's harder to punish thousands of people for not buying music or for like not going to the movies to see this movie that we know is anti-black or pro white. Like we have to all do it together, or at least a third of us do it. Like we just can't, because if T.I. goes out and say, advocate for something, I mean, that's just one person. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying that he shouldn't do anything, but what I'm saying is we should do more.
But I use him as an example because if T.I. with the type of following that and I'm just using him as an example, of course.
Yeah, I get what you're
but with
saying.
the type of following that he has, if he stood up and made a stance, then some of these black men would follow him. Like, oh, you know what? Like a lot of people is so in love with Kanye because he made being a black nerd wearing a backpack cool. You know what I'm saying? Like he became the leader of those guys. So if somebody like T.I. step and say, you know what, I'm really gonna, start fighting the system, then you're gonna have a bunch of black men that's gonna follow up behind him and be like, yo, T.I., what you need us to do? But they not doing that. They pandering to their pockets. They pandering to our pockets. Like
and even
look at Kanye.
That teaching educational courses to our younger black men, the generation that's coming behind us, teach them credit courses, teach them land options, teach them building options, teach them trades. You don't necessarily
teach them venture capitalism. That's like these artists, they know about venture capitalism. Why aren't they pushing that to the public? Like, yo, let me teach you how to start this business. Let me teach you how to start this LLC, and you could put all your bills under this LLC, and now all your bills are taxable. You can get money back at the end of the year. Like stuff that they do to get their families to the next level, they not pushing that type of shit down to our
because most of us black people, we only want to hold it like within our own confines, right? We don't want to share the knowledge with our brother, with our sister, with our neighbor. We don't want to help other people grow. We want to keep all that bottled up inside of us rather than like share it with other people to help them make a better life for themselves.
And I think also too, though, because see, when we have these conversations, it isn't just the hood, Pookie, and Ray Ray archetypes that is responsible. When we do politics, I follow the method of Yvette Carnell and Antonio Moore when it comes to my politics. I appreciate the ADOS movement for what it talks about because it gives you, they're giving you enough information to show you how in policy, how intersectionality was used to throw us off. Because the thing is that the people that have the fine suits and ties, when Dr. King was assassinated and everything, the movement stopped because what one of the ladies said was just very true. Their family, their intermediate family, was able to benefit from pushing the intersectionality, while at the same time being the placeholder or the gatekeeper of what it means to be represented to be Black and American because of that. So it's not just the celebrities or the people who's pushing it. No, it's the people and how you vote in your policy, from your legislature to your state senate. You have to pay attention to the language that's often being used. Just like when we fucked up during the civil rights, when we establishing civil rights and all those things, when we added white women into an oppressive group, that was a chess move. So because we were more focused as Black Americans, those of us, I'm not xenophobic, but I'm just saying it's pertaining to us being, if you are not the descendant of Negroes and coloreds who were here and classified as such before the 1965 Immigration Act, then your nuance is going to be different. What that did for us was took us off the focus point on us and be used as the political back burner or the undergarment of what it means to be morally correct. They've played this bait and switch game with us politically and psychologically to use us to get us to think that we have to be the moral representation for everything, and everyone else can use our civil rights and benefit. Because there's no shade, no tea. There isn't any other first world country. Every single person of color, regardless if they're African, Indigenous, Caribbean, Asian, etc., has had to deal with a colonialist or an explorer. The difference is that what we did as Black Americans, we made it more conducive for other people to want to be here. So it's not like it's this world Blackness where Black people from America is going to other countries because other Black people fought the colonialists there and made it more palatable for people to want to be here. So we have to have that distinguishable political nuance, which was lost in the 70s and 80s. So that's why you see what you see happening with us in particular versus other people of color who come to this country, because they're not coming here with paying the cost of their ancestors paid the cost from the land that they're from. Their ancestors didn't pay the cost and went to the institutionalized them here to be here and be comfortable. So it's not just the Pookie and Ray Rays and the hood trope that you will. It has a lot to do with the preachers and the politicians that some of our people have listened to. And I just want to really put that in there. So if anybody, this isn't just my information. Check out Yvette Carnell, Breaking Brown, Antonio Moore, and ADOS, because they send out very great educational articles every month for you to read on and get that political nuance as your stance as a Black American.
But you want to know what happened? So I want to say around the 50s and 60s, it seemed like we made a major 180 cultural shift where everything bad became cool. Like you said, when back in the day, if a civil rights leader died, it seemed like their cause died with them. You know where that never happened? In the gangs. If a gang leader died, that gang gonna continue on and continue on and continue on. But when it comes to like the positive
Long live,
stuff,
pound, long live, Ray Ray.
yeah, it's just going to continue on. But back in the 30s and 40s, Black people were like super refined. We were even more refined than the white people, than our previous slave owners. Like the way we dress, the way we talk, the music, the art. Like we were super refined. And I don't know if it was the introduction of, I think that maybe that's when like Karen hit the scene real hard and Black people started to associate with Italians real hard, and that black men started wanting to be gangsters like the Italian men, and it seemed like we made a cultural shift where everything bad became cool, and ever since then it's like that philosophy has a chokehold on our culture and we can't let it go. Like we demean the positive and we praise the negative. People like Tory Lanez. That's why black women to this day rooting for this dumbass. Like, why? It's nothing positive about this guy. I don't see why everybody's like, oh, he didn't do it. You just trying to take down the black man. Like, where's the positivity within him? I don't see it.
And I'm gonna say this. It is not a shot to black women. It's just something I'm just. It's an observation. Sometimes that transferring of seeing every black man as your brother or your uncle is not a good thing, because in the case of this Tory Lanez case, right, you're projecting the struggle of everyday good black men onto a person who's in a
Yep.
different class from you. And in this case, you do not, baby, let me tell you one thing about it. You heard me? I have never in my whole possibly fucking never life vicariously looked at any male celebrity. I like a lot of jazz and neo soul. I can't name one fucking Megan Thee Stallion or Tory Lanez song, baby. But let's say if Robert Glasper, he's a contemporary jazz musician out of Houston, love his fucking music. If someone was to tell me that he did what Tory Lanez did, I am not going to be so blinded by the artistry, and I'm not going to just say, yes, we're both black men, but I also understand that you're in a different class system. You have a different economical class and public class than me. So I can't vicariously live through you, even though and this is one way for us to look at it too, you have something to do with their public success. That doesn't mean that you vicariously participated. You invest in it. You put your money and time in that, but you cannot vicariously live through them for that. And I think with black women, it hurts y'all when you see every fucking lost nigga as that good brother or uncle. Don't give them that credit. I have the exception of the rule, you heard me. I had a single father, and I'll be damned if I let most of these dirty fucking niggas vicariously get credit of what the fuck my pa do. You could possibly fucking never, and I'm gonna put that over there.
And you know what? I'm sorry. Go ahead, because I can have.
So this is my thing. My experience of living in a quote unquote white world, I am still a black man and I still face racism at every turn. And I don't really I may not face it as much because of my disability. And because that's what they physically see is the disability, the skin color does not come into play until it gets behind closed doors. When it gets behind closed doors, that's when they start the so you're well defined. You speak really well. You're this, you're that, you're da 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 da. What are you doing? Oh, you're on Medicaid? Oh, we can't hire you. It's that. It's racism, and then it's on top of that, it's also classism. It's everything in between.
Elitism.
So because of that, you can't physically, you probably aren't as aware of it as I am, because I live in this system, and I know what the system can do if I were to step outside of it. They will leave me dry. They will leave me without support. It'll take me 10 fucking years to get back in the system. So it's everything and some more. So I am quite aware of this system of racism. And what my family said, I felt a way about it, because it was just like, you do not get the Black struggle, and you do not get to come around me and start saying that shit. Not as long as you've known me yet. Yes, I grew up around a bunch of white people, but don't forget, I am also Black. I'm not a white Republican. I don't have that kind of political capital. You know.
So how does that make you feel when they say things like that? It seems like it does bother you a bit.
It does. It really does. Because they're not used to seeing. They have a particular view of the world that I think is a bit false, in the sense that it makes me feel like, well, no, I don't think that they're racist in the sense that they're like calling us all a bunch of the N-word and all of this other stuff. I don't think that. Otherwise,
Maybe.
why would they be dealing with me?
Let me tell you, they are. And I say that only because I can relate to you. Right? Not that I was raised in a white family, but because I live in the area that I live in, right? To where I'm the only Black person around. But the difference between you and I is I don't let certain verbiage and certain behavior go unchecked before I absolutely separate myself completely from that person. So, that's why I just asked you how it made you feel, because it does seem like, it does bother you a bit.
And to be honest, it does. And I
also have a question after William answered this too.
To be honest with you, I am tired. I am tired of having to fight.
All right, and hold on, and put a pause in there right there, William, because I was going to ask too. Has anybody considered that, while we were talking about the how stress and stuff and all of this can be passed on through DNA, that the Black community is collectively suffering from battle fatigue?
For sure. Heck
For
yeah.
Sure. Yep. Definitely.
Yes.
And on top of that, I'm hearing people in the comment section say there's no such thing as benign racism or partial racism, but why don't y'all keep that same energy for homophobia? Because y'all act like homophobia can be compartmentalized.
There definitely there's even unconscious racism. There's people who really don't think that they're racist.
To be completely honest, that and I'm kind of glad you hit on it, because that's why I was over here really trying to see the best way I can say it without actually going there all the way there. And that's the reason why I'm really like asking the question about the actual mindset and the theories and the way that you operate, because even when you literally have people actually doing the work within the very own community, and someone did mention in the comments, says something along the lines of, they don't go back and they don't invest back into, their hometowns, communities, Black communities. But even when you do have people that actually reach back, look at Nipsey Hussle, he lost his life.
Right.
But that comes from but the thing is, but here's the thing is that you literally have people that don't even recognize most of the system that they engage in. And so that's what I'm saying. Because, okay, I'm gonna speak from my experience, of course, per usual. Once I became aware of those things, that is when I was able to make a conscious decision to do better. And so a lot of things you talking about, why don't they go to City Hall? Why don't they go to like, people aren't really making those decisions because they're not even at the higher frequency. No shade.
I get it.
And then what they also do with those meetings, keep in mind, it is a systematic thing. They're having those meetings at the town hall during the times. See, people who have the people who are showing up at the townhome have lineage wealth. They're not living always based off of income, or they're in households where someone from that household who does not have to live from an income-based check to check. So when they have those summits, when they have those meetings, they're intentionally having them during the times that they know that most ADOS or Black Americans will have to be their asses at work. So that is also a part in that too. You know what I'm saying? And then, yes, I'm not a with Byron Allen. Byron Allen might have a white wife, true enough. But when he was out there fighting for the 1865 Project Act, which has something to do with media and Black owning media, people was out there for intersectionality, for other stuff, for immigration. When it was time for him to have his case to battle against the 1865, I forgot which act, 1860 project, I forgot which bill it was. There was no, even people who were available who have time, there was no outreach for that. There was only some people from the ADOS community that was out there with their posters and stuff like that. So it really does, you have to have people in different classes of every group in order for you to move. And that also goes to show, though, too, exactly why people who are Black American are oftentimes are of a certain class, right? Who's out the ghetto. Their interest is not for the overall collective as it is for the lineage wealth of their intermediate family. Yet at the same time, these will be the people to speak for you, to represent what you want. And that's one thing that we would have to be able to do and organize. Okay, nigga, if you know you off this day, if you give a fuck about this, you show up to City Hall with the paperwork and present the argument. You see what I'm saying? But that is something that also goes into play as to when this is decided, how we're available to be in the room. And if you are in the room, oftentimes from political, they're intentionally picking people who have a certain political view that will not be specifically Black or ADOS. It's got to come through intersectionality now, but it's a new day now, babe. I'm going to claim it with the ADOS community and stuff like that. We coming through. And even for me, yes, I know that I have Seminole, Chata, American Indian DNA. I'm not going to bring that up in a political context. Why? Because I understand that the way that it's moving, that's me giving the Native Americans and those Siberian hybrid mutts something to come in and say, oh, it's the same. So that's why language and nuance and contextualizing things are very important when you deal with politics.
Oh yeah,
Speaking on what Reckless said about high frequency, us not having a higher frequency. I mean, look at what everybody's doing to Kanye. You literally got Black people laughing at this man for losing money when he trying to expose the media and the music industry, the TV industry, the sports industry on all their contracts and how they're exposing how they're trying to take the masters and own people's rights and names and likeness and not and not compensate them at all, and pushing crazy music to you and telling you that you're anti-Semite when they're pushing music, anti-Black music at you. He's trying to tell people this stuff and the same stuff we want, everybody to know. Yet we still have Black people calling him crazy and laughing at him.
Well,
So
here's
it's
the
like,
thing.
I call bullshit on Kanye. I
No,
call
but
bullshit on Kanye, and he
yes.
contributes to the Black fatigue, because don't think that only white people are contributing to the Black mental and emotional fatigue. Black people are too.
It was a choice, so
yeah, like Kanye, because Kanye was a huge part of that system for the longest time. Now he wants to have this breakdown, and he wants to blow a dog whistle for all us to join the band when he's been a part of this system. Kanye purposefully has a Jewish lawyer, Jewish record company. He surrounds himself with white people and Jewish people, and now that he's pissed off about some contract, now he wants to call everybody out and he wants all us to jump on board.
And
when
that's
Kanye was a billionaire, he had the most access and resources to take down that shit from the inside in. Like he calling upon poor people who really can't do as much as he could have done from the inside, and he wants us to all rally against them now because he's pissed off about Kim and some contracts and stuff like that. So he doesn't have the purest of intentions.
And to be completely honest, like the thing is, like I get what you're saying. It's just that what Kanye is very convenient because this Kanye is also the same person that at least like quote unquote called out people for not condemning Balenciaga, but then once Kim Kardashian got her backlash, everybody else got their backlash. He said he stands with Balenciaga.
Right.
He uses stuff. He's very strategic about when he actually wants to say something. And also Kanye as well. And this is what I mean. You have to understand all of these issues on a societal level, systemic level, and also in and out, so you can be able to understand the language and understand the way that people move to be able to detect who's actually really about what the hell they say that they're really about. Because it's also the same man that decided to say white lives matter. This is also the same man that paired up with Donald Trump.
That was to prove a point.
But this is also the same man that also linked up with the white nationalists, a well-known white nationalist, Nick Fuentes. I don't know his last name. I always butcher. So you cannot, and then on top of that, you literally get upset for Jewish people, white people, etc., to quote unquote use.
Okay, hold on. And we're gonna have to curve the word. Let's call them the Uish. The Uish.
Okay, my fault.
Newish. We call them the newish.
But like, okay, so
it's okay.
I'm just
Is
gonna
it
curve
okay
it.
if I
That's
use
even worse. I'm sorry.
If it's okay if I use Ashkenazi or Khazarian?
Sure.
We don't know.
Astronaut. I'm gonna call him astronaut.
Yeah, so I'm gonna say yeah. It's
Yeah,
fine.
because I'm not saying Jewish. It just points out their origin and their own history of where they come from, and that's okay. Go ahead, Records, my bad.
I'm gonna call him
But
astronaut.
here's the issue that what comes down to Kanye. Kanye is literally the same person that he complains, and I say this on my live all the time. He complains about the system of why certain people that have certain power to kick him out of certain spaces. And I'll come back to me because I'm actually gonna cam up because I actually want you guys to see me when I do this.
But so you say he did that to prove a point, right? That's playing on Black people's emotional fatigue. Like, why would you do that? Like, he knew saying those words the way he said it would get Black people in the uproar. Now, people call him a genius, right? If he's such of a genius, why couldn't he find a better way to get his point across than to make Black people so freaking riled up?
He's a genius thinker. I'm not saying he's a genius thinker, but I'm saying that he's a thinker. So maybe
we're all thinkers.
No, I'm saying the way he decided to put together a plan, he didn't have a plan. He just wanted to put his idea out there and make people aware of it so they can think about it. Like, if there's an argument to be said about all the statements he makes, like slavery was a choice. You might not like the argument, but there's an argument there. There are plenty of nations where there was slavery, but the slaves, rose up and overcame it and, overthrew the government or created a better situation for themselves. Not saying I agree with that because we weren't in that position to do that, but I'm saying that he's saying what he says is makes you think about, like, was it a choice? Do I choose it now? Am I choosing it now? Is that the thing?
This is the issue that comes with Kanye West. Like, Kanye literally talks about both sides of his neck. He literally says slavery was a choice, but then yet he's so scared to speak out against the exact same industry that he's supposed to be speaking out against. Let's be very clear. Kanye West, he's very strategic about when he actually wants to speak out, and he knows what to do and what to say to get a lot of people riled up and know what to say to get all the conspiracy theorists to get to thinking. Because it's also the same man. Keep in mind, one of the big tactics of being able to control power is to make sure on the executive level of any system, making sure that the oppressed, there is not too many of them in that system. Let's be very clear. A lot of people, when it came out of Kanye West, they liked him because of this, not because of this. They liked him because of his money, not because of this. They liked him because of this, not because of this. They liked him because of this, not because of this. And so when he got in those spaces, he thought he was one of the other people, but then yet they reminded him like, excuse me, sir, you're not
Still
one
a
of
black
them.
man.
And so now when they stripped him of everything that he owns, all of a sudden now it's the industry. And this is what I mean. It's very strategic about when people want to start bringing out conspiracy theories, because it's also the same man that linked up with a white nationalist, a man that literally says horrible things about melanated people. And so he's not a genius. He's full of shit.
And then again, none of these celebrities, y'all, have done any black specific policies. They come in to represent when it's time to talk about LGBTQ or immigration. None of your black celebrities are doing anything to lobby or support that type of political movement, even though they are ADOS themselves. So that's it's the contextualized, conversation. Keep that in mind. Like Reckless, I'm so glad you said it, babe, and how you did it. Yes, you like them for this. You don't like them, or you don't listen to Kanye West or any of these people because they're saying something specifically or pushing a political agenda for you as a Black American. You see them pushing other agendas.
When I was younger, I worked at this. It was just I was doing valet at this very popular restaurant in Atlanta, downtown, right? And I started to see that. Okay, you say that there's no celebrity that comes out and supports black politics. When you really look at all our celebrities, like look at all our celebrities and politicians for that matter, I don't think any of them are like qualified as the people that I've seen walking in these upstanding, like these black people look like they don't look like our politicians. They don't look like our celebrities. They look like really good, upstanding, moral black people. Like you get what I'm saying? Like they're not the ones that we get to see, the ones they put on TV or the ones that they let in office. They're the ones that are really actually out here. And those are the ones that have to do something.
Because honestly, think about it. You have to have a certain personality to be a part of a certain industry. Like people think politicians are good people. They're not bad people, but they're not necessarily the most morally high people either. Like people think Republicans and Democrats are natural born enemies. No, they're co-workers. They all work in the same industry. They just work on, they work in different departments.
And how much they can sell you a dream for you to vote for their political agenda. Because see, regardless of the morality, what is your policy? And just like someone said too, racism isn't just showing through them calling you a nigga. No, you're calling me a nigga in your policy, sweetheart. You're calling me a nigga how you delegate your legislator. That's how you allocate the funds will tell me how much of a nigga you really think I am.
But you know what? This what I always tell black people, and I always get pushed back. Like, yes, racism is a major component to our mental fatigue, right? But we really need to stop worrying about that shit. I say this to gay people too. Like, people not gonna like you. Fuck them. Let them not like you. Just do what's best for you, your family, your village. And that doesn't necessarily mean the black community as a whole. Like, politicians and these celebrities love to pander to us. You're black, vote Democrat. No, do what's best for your household. Because just because you're a Democrat or you're listen to a Democrat stand on a platform preaching some bullshit to you doesn't mean it's serving to you. Doesn't mean that shit isn't racism wrapped up in a whole bunch of words on a legal paper. Like, you got to do what's best for you and your household, period. Like, let's stop doing things simply because of the color of our skin. That's how they get us, because they know all they got to do is get a Democrat to say some shit, and here come all the black people. Well, it must be the right thing.
I never understood why we even classify, like the black community even classifies themselves as Democrats when we're one of the most conservative people that we even know.
Hello.
Right.
Yeah, and
okay, let me wait. Let me answer that. Because there's a little bit of history with that as well.
Oh no, I know why, but girl,
I'm gonna make it brief. Okay, back in the 50s and 60s, when the Civil Rights Act was being introduced, there was a flip. There was a gradual flip in the party. So the conservatives at that time were the Democrats. And to some, they will say that, and to some today, they still are the conservatives. As IG said, they may be in different political parties, but they work in the same goddamn department. They work in just in two different departments. They work, they're co-workers. They work together. So the history with this is, reckless is this. When the Civil Rights Act was introduced in the late 60s, Black people started flocking to the Democrats strictly because of that. And ever since then has been with the Democrats. Now you have some that are breaking away from the party, but for the most part, our grandparents and the grandparents and our parents and now us, we still have that hold on the Democratic Party because of what was done in the 1960s. So until we're able to break away from that, the Democrats got us by the balls.
You know, the funny thing, I think,
it's mostly because we live in an extremist society. Like society wants you to be one or the other. You're either black or white, red or blue, Democrat or Republican, when honestly we're all a mixture of both. Like we're conservative about some things, liberal about other things, democratic about other things. Like that's
So
why I
we're a
say
mixing pot.
yes, I mean
I'm gonna
that's who
tell
you
you
are.
how.
That's who you are as a human being. Like you will never be just one way as a human being. And over your lifespan, God willing, you grow and you change. You're not the same person that you were at 5. You're not the same person that you were at 15. Your life, your perspective have changed. Your life experiences have changed. So why would you constantly vote the same way politically every year when you're not even the same person every year?
and
The
the
household
economy
is
and the
different.
state of the economy changes every year.
Right.
I feel like if we voted and if we all voted and the I'm sorry, y'all. We ain't been asleep. But the political process and the elections aren't altered. I feel like one or two things will happen. The world, like this country, will expose itself. The people will expose themselves for what they really think, or we'll get some real change. For both of them, either one of them has to happen for us to get some change. You know what I'm
And the
saying?
good,
Like
But you know what?
either
That's why a lot of politicians, even politicians, didn't like Donald Trump. He was exposing a lot of bullshit. He was exposing the races of the world. He was exposing a lot of flaws in politics. He was exposing a lot of shit that because he wasn't a politician. Like politicians play by rules, just like
right.
Obama. Love him. You know, he was the symbol of change or whatever, right? He's still a politician. He's a politician before he's black. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people hated Trump because he was exposing a lot of their bullshit, and they got his ass up out of office real quick.
I want to say this. I'm gonna be
disagree
honest.
with that.
And
No,
one thing
I totally
and one thing I just want to say too,
because he wasn't. Go ahead.
when it came to voting, I asked other Black Americans. I said, based off of the policies, like the political track record of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, and Trump as a Black American now, who could you see in politics, not based off of TV, Celebrity Apprentice, and hearsay? When you look at the track record of Joe Biden and top cop Kamala Harris, they have ensued policies like the 90s crime bill and the
Right,
three strikes that
right.
affected you
You
specifically now as a
specifically.
Black American. So when you voted, I said, okay, are you going off of what Trump is saying and centralized based off of immigrants who are going to come here and be white, that he's trying to come here who's going to step over your Black ass? Or are you looking at the person just because they're saying something you don't like? When you paid attention to how their policy, how they're calling you a nigga through your policy, Kamala Harris with the transient laws in California when she was a senator was locking up Black women for not getting some of their children, and some of these children had disabilities and doctor's notes, and did all type of publicity stunts to advance her political agenda. Again, through the policy specifically, how is this person call you a nigga? And unfortunately, yes, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's policies and politics and showed how they view you specifically. So that's that whole intersectionality spell. Oh, when it's a person of color. No, sweetheart. I'm not a person of color. I'm a descendant of Negroes and coloreds. My classification is 2 continents. You know what I'm saying? I don't agree with that. But again, that's how you need to see it, because everyone else who comes here who hasn't been in this country long, they're going to look at it with that nuance. And that's how we have been disabled, by seeing voting just through party instead of policy.
That's why I voted for Herschel Walker, because he was going to get in there and do nothing and just tell us stories about pregnant horses and cows.
So IG, so this is my
wait. Is someone saying Donald Trump is for Black people?
No. Don't get it confused.
No, I'm not saying.
Not get it
No, not y'all. But I wanted to make sure, because I'm like, that's
Here's
what
the
I saw.
thing, and I agree with what IG was saying. When it comes down to either picking between Biden or Trump, I would choose Trump, because Trump is for Trump. Biden is against Black people. Like IG was saying, through his policies, he did the most damage to our community. Actually, the 90s crime bill is still affecting our community till this day. They still got people locked up. They still doing illegal stop and frisk. They just don't call it stop and frisk anymore. Donald Trump, yeah, that motherfucker is racist, but he one of those type of racists where he gonna put his money first. I don't give a fuck if you don't like my skin color, but don't enact these policies.
So can someone
my face telling me you doing what's best for me? Like,
okay, so can someone enlighten me then? What's something Donald Trump has done for Black people?
Well, this one thing I will say, here's the language. It's not something that he did specifically for Black people.
Right.
It's the policies that he put in place that would also benefit you,
right?
Versus someone who tells you that you're not Black if you don't vote for me, and you better get with the Native Americans. Did you hear the recording how Biden was talking to the Democratic senators? It was like he was talking to children. Well, you better just get with the Latino and the Hispanic. Now he had a different nuance. He specifically, Kamala said, "I'm not going to do anything specific for Black people. No, I'm going to do." But at the same time, she sold Black women. Oh, ski wee girl, I'm part of the fraternity and all of that. See, that's the thing. It's not that they're going to do anything specifically for you. But I'm going to say, living in South Texas, where there's mostly Mexicans, Mexican Americans masquerading, as Native Americans. I'm going to put that over there. I'm going to say that keeping the immigration status out and strictly, that helps us as Black Americans, because it's limiting the amount of people who are going to come here and become white, and who's also going to come here and be able to take notice. Peep game, you heard me? When we were in high school, for us, y'all remember we had workshop, we had trade, all the different things that they were having us in trade from.
They don't need it no more.
You don't have that anymore, because you did intersectionality, where you let a group of people who have the Latino or Hispanic culture, which again is European and Spaniard in its antiquity, right? So you are letting people.
I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. It's the issue is not that the whole Mexican Latino. It was just the rhetoric, and also the fact that you were so easy. It was easy for you to completely exit out, completely try to outcast Mexicans, etc. But yet the conversation surrounding Canada, never came up ever.
But no,
ever.
You want to know what, Reckless? And here's another thing when I say about Trump exposed a lot of shit. He wasn't the first president or political person to do that. That shit's been going on forever. We just don't hear about it as the public. Like, you think those they weren't concentration camps. What do you call those little detention camps that they were putting the immigrants in?
Right.
Trump didn't start that shit. It was during the Obama administration. It was during the Bush administration. We just never heard about it. So Trump, dumbass,
It's
come on
because
the
we don't look
scene
for
and
it.
just talking about everything, putting everything out in the public. We think that he started that shit when he didn't start that shit. But here's the thing: like people want somebody in the political realm to come in and do something specifically for Black people. Let me tell you why this will never happen. Black people are not all the same. So yes, somebody may
It's
come
not
in
just
and
that though.
enact a policy that is best for you, but that shit could hurt me as a Black person. So you still gonna be pissing off the Black community some type of way. It's like what IG was saying. The best thing for us to do is to have somebody enact policies that we could benefit off of, because you can't please every Black person. We're
Right.
not a monolith. We don't all
So
have the same household. We
so
don't all have the same goals and aspirations. So anybody that does come in and promise something specifically to Black people, that shit is gonna do more harm than good. Because you can't please all Black people.
And
Take
then
on board.
Biden
so this is my
with
Yeah.
that
Hold
question.
on for a minute. Hold on for a minute. Hold on for a minute. I want to get Donald
Yeah.
Intersex and Perp in here because I need people to like participate in the conversation. Like if y'all not going, if y'all don't have anything to say, then drop down because there's people trying to get up here. So if y'all
Yeah.
up here, I need everybody. I need everybody to engage. If y'all going, if everybody gonna be up here, I need everybody to engage in the conversation. If not, just drop down and let somebody else come up and engage. So Donald,
Yeah.
Perp, and then Intersex.
Okay.
Donald. Okay, so Donald just jumped.
Donald just
He
swiped
was
left
he,
by
he
mistake.
was caping for Donald Trump, so I'm gonna drop the link for Donald again. Perp. Mhm.
What I was going to say is that I agree with the policy thing. Just because
Mhm.
somebody smiles in your face and talk nice to you don't mean that they don't have the knife in your back while they're doing it. A lot of this has to do with knowing your history. Anytime they really wanted to do something detrimental to your community, they would typically get a representative from that community to do the most damage to you. AKA when they had like Native Americans going into Native American communities and communicating on their behalf. So we have suffered under different policies. It's not so much that Donald Trump was such a grandiose person for the Black community, but the harm and the damage that he did compared to what other people who have smiled in our face is is tangible.
exactly.
Um, we're dealing with folks like Kamala Harris. Um, One of the most impactful ways is to make a policy. We have literally had jokes become policies, aka Jim Crow. Jim Crow started off as a joke, okay? So policies have always been the way that they spoke and most clearly. So that's why what they're saying is important. It's not that, because clearly we can clearly show that Donald Trump has had a history of not being for Black people, but he did not outwardly go and make policies the same way the folks like Kamala
Joe Biden
Harris,
and Kamala.
Joe Biden. Hold on, let me finish. Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton, the Clintons were held up by the Black community, and yet they did the most damage to the Black community with some of their policies, aka the three strikes law, Hillary Clinton referring to people as predators. This was descriptive language used to describe our community and to put policies into place that is still impacting our communities to this day. And that was during the 90s. And here we are, and we're still suffering from those policies that they implemented. So that's why they're telling you it's not the rhetoric that they give to you in your face that you need to be concerned with, it's the policies that they make that you need to be concerned with. Because the policy from the 1990s is still very much at play right now today.
Can I
So
make a
Hold on.
distinction?
Ugh.
I'm sorry.
Hold
Go
on.
ahead.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Hold on. I gotta get other people in here as well. So if y'all got points, just jot them down, and then y'all can refer back to other people and respond. Donald,
Yeah,
right
sorry about that.
to the platform. Trigger up the panel by defending Donald Trump.
I will defend him, and this is why. Because the thing that he did that helped every African American out, he showed us who our enemy was. No other president has been able to do that. I know when I see a motherfucker with a Donald Trump bumper sticker, I know what you think of me. Because in my view, you can't be a supporter of him and then a supporter and just be a decent person. In my mind, that's how I look at it. So y'all talking about all these policies that have been made, but y'all have to remember, y'all talking about a system that was never meant for us anyway. So we gives a fuck what they're making. We have to find a way to come together as a collective and create our own system, because it doesn't. None of this politics shit matters. It matters about what we do as a collective. Because guess what? If we took our spending power, if you realize that if every black person said that, okay, on Tuesday, I'm not gonna get gas, you know that would fuck up the whole economy just for one day. We can get gas Wednesday, but we don't understand our power. We are the number one consumers. Why are we the number one consumers? We don't make the most money. We need to switch it around, but we have to understand it's not about politics. It's not about who supports who, Donald Trump or what. It doesn't matter. It matters what we can do as when we come together. So I love Donald Trump because he showed me who he allowed people to be themselves, be them true selves. So I don't have to worry about knowing, where this person stands, because it's like somebody having a KKK flag.
But
That's
that
what I
you
was saying when I said if everybody voted and the system didn't get in the way of the voting process, then America will expose itself or will get better. And your take on how you feel about Donald Trump and the Donald Trump stickers is the first part I was saying, how it'll expose itself. Like, because if everybody is voting for these bad rhetorics and these bad stances, then we know where majority of the people stand in America, and then we can move forward.
Hold up. Wait, hold on. What? No, reason why I'm like having like I'm scratching my head, because it takes a Trump sign to know where these people stand. And this is what I mean when you understand these issues on a societal level, because they also come with language and behavior. Someone should not have a Trump sign to let you know if a motherfucker is racist. They're going to let you know that through their actions, which can most definitely be subtle. The microaggressions that we also talk about, that we specifically in the work environment, the microaggressions. Oh, like William said, oh, you speak so well. I'm gonna you don't need a Trump hat to tell if a motherfucker is racist.
And I just want to give some pushback to Donald in a sense of,
okay,
to see that example which you use with buying power. That is a tactic that both sides, because I noticed someone put in the chat, well, Harris put $1 billion for black businesses. See, this is why language is important. That's why you have to disaggregate that black, because or they could say $1 million for people of color. Again, black and people of color could mean people from other countries. So yes,
Indian
that's why you
people.
see Africans, Haitians, they come here and they get that because they sit underneath that black, not you as the descendant of American slave or indigenous blood. And another thing is that nobody except for us, I'm smiling, nobody except for us looks at spending power. That is not a gauge of power. Everyone else, if you look at the Federal Reserve data that's available on Tanya More website, it's measured in assets, liquidable transfer of wealth. So your spending power is not power to shake a motherfucking thing. Your lineage wealth, your transfer of assets of moving the needle in resources. No other community does that, where they look at their spending power as power, because it's not. And
I'll push back on that.
Wait, yeah,
I'll push back
yeah.
on that.
He directly said my name. I'm gonna do like they do in the
Okay,
He
go
directly
ahead.
said my name. I had like 30 seconds to respond.
Yeah,
Got it.
yeah, it's because I'm saying that because yes, your spending power just shows what you're spending. That's not wealth. That's not
But
transfers
it's
of assets. It's
what I
it,
so when I say spending power, I mean if we were to use our spending power and put it towards things that benefited us, that's what I'm referring to. So as opposed to being the number one consumer, we should be buying land and things of that nature that gain power. And if you hit them crackers in their pocket,
Right.
then you're able to have power over them because that's what they really care about. And that's what makes the world to go round
IG,
is
if you
money.
had a
Yep.
Okay, hold on. I want to insert this just to be fair to the Donald Trump apologist.
First off, what you not going
Allegedly, camp, the facts are President Trump's policies have delivered for Black Americans. President Trump has expanded school choice, increased HBCU funding, and enacted criminal justice reform. Since his inauguration, President Trump has championed policies that have revitalized the Black community, creating a more inclusive economy for Black Americans, providing historic funding for our historical Black colleges and universities, expanding school choice, and giving more Black Americans a chance to achieve the American dream. Just in short.
AKA the nigga wrote checks. The motherfucker wrote checks. That's all he did, which is cool. But
Right.
what did we do with those checks?
And let's
if
be
you had a
clear, it's not
business,
like Donald Trump did that specifically for Black people. He did it because he's a businessman. He fucking playing
yes.
chess. Like he
Exactly.
playing chess all day long.
Yes.
IG,
But I
if you
Versus
had a
people who did nothing for you and smiled in your face and went on Arsenio Hall
I have
and made
because
detrimental policy.
I could but I could have sworn. Now y'all correct me if I'm wrong, because Moesha was thinking the same thing. The HBCU still waiting on their money.
I know
Okay, hold
fam
on.
got some of theirs.
Okay,
They ain't
so
get all of it.
hold on. So just to be fair to the Trump apologists, let's read a little bit more. President Trump signed the historic First Step Act into law. 90% of those who have had their sentences reduced are Black Americans. First Step Act shortens mandatory minimum sentence for nonviolent drug crimes. The law allows offenders sentenced under racially motivated mandatory minimums to petition for reevaluation. President Trump launched the Ready to Work initiative, which helps release prisoners gain meaningful employment. President Trump has proposed the Second Step Act to partner with corporate America to create opportunities for former prisoners to rejoin society. So it seems like, wow, because I remember Miss Kamala Harris had said something to the extent of, like, when they asked her specifically about reparations, and she was like, she pretty much beat around the bush, but basically said that basically what I learned is that if you are a politician, include a president, a vice president, it's not in your best interest to speak specifically to doing something for
a race
of people. It's just going to go left. So sometimes what politicians do is stay away from that type of language while still doing things that they know will predominantly like impact that particular group. Like in this case, Donald Trump, who knew that a prison reform and all of this shit would largely impact Black men and Black Americans who were incarcerated, etc., and be clever in this way. What do y'all think about that?
Well, can I answer that? Well, here's the thing: the language being used publicly and how they might not say that, but how they do policy. Do you know that Joe Biden? Now, 90% of Black Americans voted for Joe Biden, and there's nothing specifically done. But you know who he has specifically done things for? The illegal immigrants. He is delegating out reparations specifically for them. When COVID happened, there was a COVID bill specifically funds allocated just for them. So it's not that they can, I get what you're saying. They might not use it's not necessarily much it is about the language as it is the policies. Yes, policies can be put in place for a specific group of people. Like we have the No Asian Hate Bill, right? That does it. So there are policies that can be put in place for a specific group or region of people. And the fact that most Black people voted Democratic, but there's nothing in policy specifically for you. But everyone else, and even though I'm a same gender loving man, right? I might benefit for this, but there are going to be white same gender loving men that are going to benefit for the funds allocated for the LGBTQ community, for other rights. So yes, these people and politicians do delegate funds and specificities for particular groups.
Yeah, you know it's actually illegal for them to say we're doing this
Your audio is going out.
underprivileged or
Gray, just DM
yeah,
me.
the marginalized. They got to use certain language because it's illegal for them to do something for a specific race.
And see, that's the problem with
Can I ask a
intersectionality.
question?
And that's the problem with intersectionality. Go ahead.
My question is everybody that has an opinion on it, how many people actually work during election time and work in politics? Because y'all have a lot of opinions. I just wondering
I did.
how many of y'all work in. Oh, okay. Anyone else?
I did. Yeah, I was telling them I worked for the state government for a bunch of years. I actually just went back into the private sector. I do tech. I do IT.
No one else work in election or in
I mean,
politics?
I have
I'm not
before, not
educated
recently.
in politics. I'm just asking questions so I can get more educated. I know when to speak. I'm going back on mute.
Okay, so me as a woman of trans experience who are born intersex and who has worked in multiple what is it called, campaigns. It's not about the Democrat that that comes in that runs against. Black people are not voting primarily. Like black people are not. The primary election is just goes. Everybody come out for the election. That's
Yep.
another big problem. And also when these people that put money behind these people that are running, you gotta be asked particular questions. And if your question don't be answered how they want it to be answered, you're not going to get funding. So it's not about having Democrat. It's Democrat people that will be out here that do the work that does not that we don't see because they don't have the backing of the money from organizations. I had other stuff to say, but I'm gonna just back. I just was wondering, has anybody worked election time and et cetera,
I
because
did
it's a lot
voter
of opinions on
registration.
that.
I did a lot of voter registration for that old company Acorn, and I've worked the polls elect for state government here in Texas a couple of times.
So
And I
did
want.
anybody ever work for like a candidate, like went and knock on doors to get a candidate in
Oh
office?
yeah, I have.
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh
I
yeah, I
have.
did that
Yeah,
before too. Yep. I did it
Okay.
in New Orleans. Matter of fact.
I did it for Obama when I was in college. Yeah, I actually. Yeah,
I also want to, for those who are questioning the HBCU, so apparently President Trump restored funding and increased investment for historically black colleges and universities by 14%. The Trump administration provided more than 50 million in loans to HBCU through the Capital Financing Program. President Trump worked with HBCUs to protect 80 million in Title III carryover funding. President Trump signed the Future Act into law, which permanently funds HBCUs and simplifies the FAFSA application. In 2018, President Trump signed a budget deal which forgave more than 300 million in debt owed by 4 HBCUs impacted by natural disasters and provided 10 million in loan payment deferments for schools that face financial difficulties, including HBCUs. President Trump worked with Congress to lift the ban on Pell Grants on summer classes.
Yeah, because let's be clear, a lot of these racists that follow Trump, it's not because he said anything specific. Well, he did say a few things, but it's not like he was targeting them. Trump was the response to Obama. I was in the military when Obama took office, and when I say it was a bunch of pissed off people that this man took office simply because he was a melanated person. So when they got a white man back in office, everybody was just like, they felt a sense. I don't know what the fuck they felt, but they was just happy that Obama was out of office. That's why you got all those white nationalists that just followed Trump so blindly because they were just happy Obama was out of office. And Trump is the type of person, he let them think what they wanted to think. Now, I'm not gonna say he's not a bigot and he's not racist. I'm sure he is. His ass old, but you know what I'm saying. He just fucking he was playing the cards that they gave him to play.
How was he as a commander in chief? Like, how was life in the military when he was president?
I would say this.
Let's say Trump.
No, Obama.
Okay, because I most definitely was there for Trump, not Obama.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of people didn't like the. So I was out by the time Trump got into office. Was I out? Yeah. Was I out when Trump was in office? I think I was already out. I got out in 2015. But Obama, I mean, don't think so. When you say commander in chief, it's not like I was working up underneath him. You know what I'm saying?
No, I
Like
get
he
what you're saying.
did
I
some
meant like,
things for
how
the
was
vets,
life
but
as a person that's in the military? Like, you know, like, how was his views like me personally, like, with Donald Trump and his Rocket Man, when he went on his Rocket Man rants, like that made me uneasy because I'm like, why are you like gaslighting the whole nation? You know what I mean? Like a whole dictator, you just gaslight him, you just call him Rocket Man. You just you poking fun
you
at him. It's kind of
antagonize.
like
Yeah, I will say this: like, understand that the president, yes, he's the commander in chief, but he just a figurehead. Like,
exactly,
it's
yeah,
motherfuckers that run the military, and yes, the president could veto some of their decisions, and he has like ultimate authority, but the president really don't pull his authoritative card on them like that. Like, motherfuckers run the military. You know what I'm saying? So it's
yeah.
not
It's the
like you would
generals.
see a major change like that. Like
I get what
that, of
you're
course,
saying.
Trump saying stupid shit, inciting insurgents and stuff will have people scared. Um, I would say mostly the president affects the military with funding. Like, Republicans love throwing money at the military. So when a
No
Republican
shade.
in office, yeah, when a Republican in office, the military eat and we eat good. I'm a vet.
Like a mother.
Democrats, they still gonna throw money at the military, but it's not like the way the Republicans do. Because you know, Republicans, they love guns and wars and shit like that. So yeah, they treat the military real good.
Okay, I get that.
So see, Woody, I'm actually working on getting a policy paper on the Arkansas Medicaid program change. Now we have been in discussions about policy. Well, one of my biggest frustration with the Medicaid here in my home state of Arkansas is that when they started doing Medicaid waiver, I don't know if you, since you work in the government, see Woody, I'm just wondering if you know a thing or two about the Medicaid program in your state.
No,
You know,
I don't know. I do not know in the state of Texas. I don't.
and I don't.
But
So I worked like right under the governor, and like I said, I work in IT, so I can tell you like the inner workings of politics and how to, who to go to for certain shit, how to get around certain shit. But I can't say like specifically how an organization is ran. I would say the best thing to do is just get to know the people in the organization, like who really
Yeah.
runs that shit, and it's not always the person that's on the letterhead.
Okay,
Right.
so here's the thing. This policy that the state legislator put in place changed what we call the Medicaid waiver. It's a program that is supposed to it's supposed to help people with disabilities be a little bit more independent and be a little bit more on their own and not have to be institutionalized in a system. That's the purpose of the program. The problem here is that the state 5 years ago voted on a legislation that would make it, they thought it would make it easier for them to pass off their administrative duties that was already undertaking as far as this particular program is concerned.
Wait, what?
And gave it to like 4 private companies. Now, I want you to tell me, do you think these private companies that we are now up under, we did not get a say, and whether or not we wanted this, it was forced onto us, and I'm about ready to change this shit because this is stupid as hell. Now, you tell me, do you think these companies are pro-black?
No, they pro money. They gon' I mean,
The-
it's a corporation.
Yeah, they're pro corporation. They're
Yeah.
pro their interests. They're not pro any. They're not even pro white. They're
They're
pro
not even pro white.
corporation.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So
Yeah,
you
they're
have to
pro their
demand. You have
interests.
to demand and ask for what you want.
Yep.
And
Exactly.
that's
You don't got to tell me, Otto. I've been in this game a lot longer than you have, so I know.
Because they
you
picked
already
it, so you got the right to ask for what you want. Since you picked them, I'm gonna ask for what I want.
No, I didn't pick them. They forced this
No, I'm
on
saying
me.
they picked them. Yeah, they picked them, so you get you get the right to ask for what you want.
And you just got to know your state representatives. Because I'm going to tell you this. For Tennessee, our governor doesn't like bad press. He doesn't like contention. He doesn't like it seemed like confrontation makes him uneasy, right? So any motherfuckers that used to come, oh, he doesn't like inconvenience. So when protesters will block his entrance, like block the Capitol or something like that, man, I would literally be in my office. I would hear phones just ringing off the hook. That's him calling, like, hey, what are those protesters doing out there? Like, what do they want? What's going on? Somebody go, like, so I don't know if your state is like that, but that's one way. If you could get enough people and enough signs and inconvenience their life, I would say for the state of Tennessee, they did not like that shit.
So,
And also forming your own special interest group.
so this is
Having people go into the Capitol and represent you is important.
This is the issue.
Because
Hang on. This is the issue. The problem is when you are a person with a disability, although the interest is supposed to be for a person with a disability, it is not that easy. We do not have political power in this country. We don't even have political power in Congress, let alone in any of the state legislators. Why do I hear feedback?
I think it start as local as possible. So like say like the mayor, or not even that. Like what's before them, the city council, like or the what was Obama before he became
The Senate?
He was
before he became a senator.
He was a community organizer.
Right, like start as local as possible and just keep going and just keep going up.
This. It sounds easy, but it's.
But that's what.
Yeah, it's not gonna be easy. It's not.
Yeah,
Gonna
I'm not saying it's gonna be easy. Going straight to the Senate would be harder than starting locally. You know
It
what I
would
mean?
be
But like,
easy if people did their research of the people who's running for stuff locally. It would be easy, but people don't pay attention to that. People follow and vote for people who got the most money backing because that's who you're going to see all over the news and et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
Yep. And you have to ask them specific questions. Even when they throw something at you, you have to ask, well, specifically, how is this allocated? Because all politicians on both sides will throw something out there that might sound like it's generally for the public. But even within that, you have to look at it. Well, wait a minute. If I wipe away if I wipe away student loans, even though I'm a college student, I have loans. You have to see that, yes, it's going to affect some Black people. But is it going? But it's mostly going to be more beneficial for other nations of people outside of Black people who have more college admissions, who have other things going on. So you have to
IG,
kind of you can't necessarily look at just because it's something that might benefit
IG.
people
This is
generally.
not. This is not. This is not. This is. I need to. I need to. This is the. This is. This is not what you're thinking it is. When we're dealing with Medicaid in general, we're
I
not
think it makes
dealing
more
with
sense.
a system unless you're talking in general.
You
If
know,
you're
I mean,
talking,
in general, I wasn't
Can I speak
answering.
on the
Yeah, I
Medicare
wasn't
perspective?
speaking to Medicaid specifically, but go ahead.
um,
All I can say is Medicare treat me good. That's all I'm gonna say.
You know what? So I'm gonna
All
say
my
this.
surgeries was paid for by Medicare. So,
what
and my
state are you
therapies,
in?
etc. Bottom
What state are
surgery,
you?
top surgery. I'm in Maryland.
Maryland. So you're in Baltimore.
Yes.
Okay.
And is it a Commonwealth state intersex? I just want to know.
I'm not sure. Let me check.
I think they could
William,
be, but go
so
ahead.
is the issue that you don't want the private companies involved?
It's here's the issue. Me being me, I'm the kind of person that doesn't want providers trying to dictate what kind of aid I want that's best for me, and I have to wait days, sometimes weeks, sometimes months before I get a new one. I don't want to have to keep doing the annual meetings and all of that other stuff with these providers because every time something goes wrong, we have to. Oh my God.
The wig, bro.
That's what it.
CTV, you on a timeout for that, really?
So here's my issue. I have spent a year and I spent almost 2 years looking into the Arkansas Medicaid, the federal law, the state law, and all that good stuff. I'm not going to go into all of that because it's relevant, useless information that this panel does not need. The thing that I am concerned at is that for somebody like me that doesn't really need the private company, but can do things for himself, all I need is the money. I can take care of the rest of it for myself.
You fighting an uphill battle then. I mean, I don't see any company that's just gonna provide you money unless you create like your own organization of some sort and you
I
get
already
private.
have that. See, this is the thing. Y'all don't know William Morris. I think 3 steps
William
ahead.
Morris don't know William Morris. God damn.
No, you don't know me, so shut up.
Yes, sir.
So, I think 3 steps ahead. I didn't create my organization this year. I created my organization 7 years ago. And we have a website. I designed it and everything. I have people that are right now because of the ridiculous laws that our state legislator passed. As far as donation is concerned, we can't get no more than like $2,000, I think $3,000 in donation or something like that. I have to go
Wow.
back and look at. I have no idea. I'm gonna have to look into that, but that's what they passed, and I am like, why? So,
I mean, you can always get around that by creating like an S corp and just have LLCs underneath it, and that way you get people
Uh-huh.
to donate to specific LLCs, like 2,000 in here, 2,000 here, 2,000 here, 2,000 here, but they're all falling underneath your corporation.
Mm-hmm.
this is a
I mean, it's
nonprofit,
business. It's ways to get
so
around every damn thing.
Yeah.
I agree. So this policy paper that I am working on, I am trying to get the state to add a what is called a Medicaid consumer directed or or self-directed program, and what that simply means is the is that is that clients who participate in this particular program, they won't have any outside forces telling them who to hire, what to hire. They'll basically be their own employee, and they will also have to sign off on all of the timesheets and all that good stuff, and whatever else. And for somebody like me that is wholly independent, I feel like I'm stuck, because if I leave the Medicaid program, I'm without support. Well, not really, but in a way I am, because I was put on this um, when I had left the facility at 18. So if I don't have Medicaid support, if I were to leave it, it'll be much harder for me to get back on it. Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah, I wouldn't leave Medicaid.
Yes, I
That makes
understand that.
perfect sense.
so the program that I am a part of that's under the Medicaid umbrella is 10 years. It takes you 10 to 12 years before you're able to get back on this particular program. And it's because they have so many people that are trying to get on this program, and for years they've done nothing. They literally they did not pass any law that would make this beneficial. They just wasted time and money. So so on that front, I'm fighting an uphill battle, not to get money, but to get them to see that there are certain individuals with disability that does not fall under your umbrella of what you think of how you perceive everybody with a disability is.
Oh yeah, you know what? Yeah, y'all need y'all own funds allocated to y'all, because one thing I noticed with like the food stamp system, SSI system, Medicaid system, you know those systems get abused, especially people in low income areas, right? And programs like that are typically understaffed, so they don't have the time and the resources for people to go out and investigate to make sure that, do you really fall under this program? Do you really have the disabilities and stuff? Sometimes they just signing off to anybody. It's the reason why my grandmother is almost 80 years old and she only get like $60 worth of food stamps, but my cousin who just refused to get a damn job and who used his girlfriend kids get like $600 worth of food stamps, because he's abusing the system, and people who abuse the system end up taking away from the people that really need the system, right? And
Yeah.
then these government agencies don't really care, because they just, all they worried about is they have funds that are allocated to them that they have to use, so they gonna spend that shit regardless. So yeah, I can't really tell you how to do so, but if you could some kind of way find a way to get your specific group of disabled people, get your own funds allocated towards you, because if you're just pulling money from that big old disabled pot, yeah, you know it's people abusing the system, they got people stealing from the system, you never going to get your fair share of money or what you deserve, because it's a diluted system.
It is, and it's one of the things that, frustrates me about the Medicaid program in general. It's the fact that it's the fact that you have so many low income individuals, especially among Black people, that take advantage of the system, and they can walk. They can, they got two goddamn legs and a brain and some damn arms. And if as much as they can walk down to Dollar General, get a pack of beer, and walk their asses back to the goddamn apartment, wherever the fuck they came from, they can get a goddamn car.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, I am so done with how the government uses certain programs and loopholes so that people, and certain cracks that people can use so that they can abuse it instead of closing up those loopholes. Now they may say, "Oh, you taking away my Medicaid. You didn't use that." Well, Medicaid wasn't meant for you.
I feel like a lot of programs by the government, they're like, what do you call it? Oh shit, like shell cup, like they're there just to park money that they can use later on. Like they might not even use the money for that actual program or for that actual company or whatever it is. It's just parked there so that they can, you know, put out an press that, hey, we are putting this money into this program, but they actually gonna take about 30% of that and put it somewhere else.
No, and see, that's the thing. They can't, like, legally, they can't use those funds for, like, Medicaid funds are used strictly for Medicaid. The issue that he's running into is like Medicaid. Let's say Medicaid have 1,000 people working for that agency in his state, right? When they really need 5,000 to weed out the people that's abusing the system, but they not going, you know what I'm saying? That means more insurance for the state. That's, more employees and stuff like that. They
Right.
don't want to take on more of that responsibility. So they
Right.
gonna keep that 1,000. They gonna overwork the 1,000. Those 1,000 people don't give a damn. They just, you know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta realize,
Yeah.
like, these people that work for the government, they're just people working 9 to 5 jobs. They trying to go to work and go home at the end of the day. Like, they not people that's passionate about Medicaid. They don't give a fuck about these people on Medicaid. They just come in, do their little paperwork, and go home. So they not
Yeah.
about to chase you down to make sure you got a disability. Just like that's how the fucking PPP loan got out of control.
Out of hand,
People
right?
just people just filled out a piece of paper, submitted that shit, and that was it. That's how it is
Yep.
with Medicaid. They might
Yep.
come check on your house, they may not. So anybody could, come pull from those funds. And as long as it's like any business, it's kind of you use it or you lose it. Say that the state dedicated $1 million towards Medicaid. They're gonna spend that $1 million because next fiscal year they don't want less money allocated to them. Because if
Exactly.
they
Yep. I
don't
heard
spend
that
a
too. Yeah.
million, then they're gonna be like, well, why
Well,
did
you
you
don't need
ask
that
for a
much.
million? Yeah, you
Right.
don't need that much because you didn't spend that much this year. So now we're gonna cut your funding. And
Right.
honestly, for you, William, I would say, and this is just my opinion, trust me, I'm nobody. Like I said, I work in tech. I just so happen to work for, different government agencies. You might want to find somebody that's like really trying to make a name for themselves and see if they want to put put this agenda on their plate. Like, look, we need a separate type of
The
disability for people that's not as disabled as some, or see if they could like compartmentalize it. But maybe you'll find like some junior senator or something that want to take on a task to make this a thing. Other than that, I just I feel for you because I know it's an uphill battle because you're trying to change the way the government ran, and we know the government is the system that just doesn't want to be changed. It's traditional. It's a traditional system.
It
It's been
is.
running that way since forever. They not trying to change that shit.
Nope. And so I am. Somebody here said that they wanted to speak on the Medicaid program. I'm looking at the purple rolls at the very bottom.
My boy done took over. he said,
Oh,
I
you're
see you,
speaking to
William.
me?
Yes.
Can I?
No, I wasn't speaking directly to that. I was just saying that one of the ways that the government take people more seriously is when it's a special interest group backing you. Like a lot of the
Ooh,
things that
yeah.
have been pushed through by different groups, like people kept asking about how come we have that Asian hate bill. That's because there's a special interest group that made sure that that would happen. So a lot of the ways that the government moves, if you really want to get taken seriously by the upper government, you want to have a special interest group, make your own special interest group. And there's information online about how you can go about doing that.
And see, that's the other thing too, where the special interest group, um, there is a lot of money that's involved and a lot of investment on those politicians.
You gotta give him a dollar.
So those investment that they are going to invest in those politicians, they're looking for a return, and that return is in the tune of policy, like IG said. So if I were to form that and to get certain favorabilities from the government in terms of policy, I don't think I would be doing so for a lot of these special interests are really greedy, and they have a lot of favors that they can pull, and I'm just like, I don't want to take that route because I don't want to lose myself in the process. Does that make sense?
Okay. So
it makes sense, but I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just about to say it makes sense, but I guess it depends on like what are you willing to give up and how big is this fight and how big is this cause for you? Because you're gonna have to give up a part of yourself. You're gonna have to give up a part of what you want. It's like they're not just gonna give you 100% of what you want and they get nothing. It's gonna be okay, quid pro quo. Is that how you say
Right.
that?
I
Quid pro quo?
scratch your back,
Like,
you scratch
right,
mine. That's
exactly.
basically what it is. So
yep.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm scared of. But if that requires, but it's almost like that fear is understandable, but at the same time, I know if I sit on this, if I don't do nothing with this, it's gonna go away. So I'm well aware of the risk. I just don't know how to best, because it's uncertainty. You know what I mean?
You could look at it like a relationship, because relationships are like quid pro quo a little bit. Like you do something for me, I do something for you. So it's like if you if you look at it as a commitment to an idea, then you might be able to get behind that instead of you may not have it. It'll be a better a driving force to actually want to do it, get behind it, and stay behind it, and actually do the compromising and that's required to actually get it done, because it's going to take a lot of compromise, like she said.
Yeah.
And networking. You might want to network with like attorneys and things that specialize in dealing with stuff like that. Just like having like doing like a TikTok, or maybe like having like a group that you do where you bring in other people who have your concerns together, and that can help you to get the ball rolling and get people involved that specialize in that area to help you along your process. Because there may be certain things like grants or something. I can't speak intelligently about this subject, unfortunately for you, but there may be different ways to kind of like skin the potato per se that you just may not be aware of, that may help you to get you to where you're trying to go, if that makes sense.
And utilize your network, like you might know, I don't know who you know what I mean? Like, see where they stand on the subjects, you know what I mean? Like, see what they feel about it, and then see if you have like if there's like a common denominator that could grow into something, into a partnership or some movement or I almost said a collaboration, or you know what I mean? Like, there could be something close to you that you could use, and you never know who they know, what cause what organization or nonprofit they can get behind, what heads of organizations they know, you never know who they know.
Yeah, and I would say get with some of these big medical companies too, because they may already have like a smaller program that that's aligns with what you want. But if you can, provide them the opportunity to grow, I'm trying to use some keywords, the opportunity to grow that small program for them, then that's more money for them, because now they could go run back to the state government and be like, look, I know we said only, 1,000 people need this type of service. But William showed us it's really a million people that need this type of service. So we need more money. It's just different ways. You just got to explore all the options, and it's an uphill battle.
My organization,
Yeah, true.
my
And
organization is it's called the Morris Youth Foundation. We we're focused on this exact kind of work, but we're also focused on providing certain services that other organizations may not be well equipped to provide. And one of them is dealing with the Black community. Um, we're trying to get um, certain services like counseling, like LGBT services. Um, there are just there are a plethora of services that when I looked around and I saw that the state of Arkansas isn't equipped to handle mental health. That's another one that Black people I feel need to really address and really bring to the forefront in my state. And so as I was looking around, I was just like, we have a lot of work to do ahead of us. And if I'm gonna lead the charge here, I can't do it by myself. And so over the last year or so, I have been assembling a team that can help me with this. So I'm already well on my way. It's just that this is the final step, is trying to push me to make some compromises that maybe I don't want to make, but I know if I don't make those compromises, this is going to go away. Does that make sense?
It's a relationship. It's a
Yeah,
relationship.
and I would definitely say
absolutely.
start your corporation then, because you don't want your entities, you don't want the waters to get muddied. Like you don't want people to confuse uh, LGBT with some form of disability, right? So that could be one that's one company, one umbrella, and you know what I'm saying, you build a corporation and you have all these different companies and LLCs under one umbrella.
Mm-hmm. And it goes by doing business as. So you can kind of like have different branches. It can be one big tree with different multiple branches
And
that you work with.
see, that's where that's kind of where we're at. We're trying to
Okay.
get a summer camp up and running,
Oh,
and
nice.
that is not going to be that's an entity by itself, and it's under the organization's umbrella, but it's separate. It's not something
Can
that the organization controls specifically.
Can I ask you a question? Have you looked into grants for that? Because you can get grants that specifically allocated to do your summer camp as you're using the money for that particular
Mm-hmm.
thing. You can be, it can be
Yes,
backed by the government.
yes, I have. We've actually
Oh,
looked
okay.
into several different grants, and the issue that we kept running into is in order for us to get those grants, we have to already have a 501c3 tax exempt status from the
Okay.
IRS. So we
Yeah.
don't have that just yet, and I'm working diligently to get that. Um, so so right now we're just a volunteer organization, and that's what I call
Okay.
us for now. So we're
And
trying to get some things done, and I'm excited about it. This is a new year, and I'm
congratulations.
just yeah, I'm really excited about what I'm trying to do with this organization. I'm good at managing my people. They know me well. They know that I don't take no bullshit, but they know that I'm also fair. But they also know don't run over me, because I will fire your ass.
But you
I
also
know
know
that's
you
right.
could start, you could have a for-profit entity under your nonprofit organization, right? So you can still like start a company to raise money for your nonprofit. You just can't, I mean, where you can like sell goods or services. You just can't sell goods or services under the nonprofit, but you can have a for-profit entity under your nonprofit. So if you want to sell
So
like water or fruit or candy bars or whatever, you can do something, or wash cars or whatever you want to do to raise funds to support your nonprofit?
We're actually planning a bake sale type thing for the new year. And we tried to get it together last year, but there were just too many people with too many voices saying too many damn different things. And so I basically said, "Fuck it, I'm canceling this because y'all acting like y'all know more than me. So we gonna cancel this motherfucker, and then we gonna try again next year."
I think
So
raffles are good ideas because everybody put in $1 and the prize is $300. Ten after you get $300, you making profit.
Oh, you know what else you could do? There's you can sell goods. You can sell donated goods. And now I don't know the legalese behind this. I think it would have to be a separate company or entity, but you can like have people donate clothes to you and then sell those clothes. You would just have to let them know, you know, beforehand, like your donations will be sold, you know, to fund our nonprofit organization.
yeah,
Yeah,
so
one company can fund the other, so it don't like she said, it don't even have to be up underneath your nonprofit company.
So, everything I promise you, I am one step ahead of everything y'all are saying. So everything that we're doing is we're trying to get that's the main reason why we're doing the camp and we're doing the bake sale and we're doing all of this so that we can get the donation that we need.
Ah, I got you.
Um, and I am my background kind of includes um I was at a nonprofit organization for about 10 years of my life. And that nonprofit organization brought me to um, corporations. We're talking massive um, investment banks here in my state. We're talking financial institutions. We're talking, so I literally had speaking gig after speaking gig after speaking gig. But the thing is, because this was a nonprofit, I didn't get paid for it, but but I was very, very good at what I did. And I started out when I was 9 and I'm 29 now. So you can imagine those 10 years is 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 of me just going out there and speaking to these corporations, CEOs and boardrooms and just having this relationship. Now those people that I spoke to, they may not be there anymore. They may have moved on. That was about 15 years ago when all of that took place.
Oh, you know what, William? I'm gonna give you a link. Just check out this link. It's globalsources.com. So what this website does, it brings all the Chinese manufacturers to one platform, and you could buy stuff from them direct from China, dirt cheap. I'm talking about anything, sports equipment, shit, even hair, clothes, shoes, kitchenware, anything. But it all comes directly from the Chinese manufacturers, so you're paying pennies on a dollar compared to what you would pay, going through an American manufacturer. Um, when I had my business, I bought a lot of stuff from there, and I'm talking about like soup. My uncle, he still uses the site because he sells like oils and clothes and shoe. He sells a bunch of stuff, but he buys everything direct from China. Um, that could be a way for you to get the equipment you need for your summer camp. You could go on their website and search for things to find. I'm talking about you could get anything, motorcycles, cars, houses. You can get anything because as you can see, everything not everything, but most of the things we buy in America come from China, and this website just gives you the connection to buy directly from them without going through a third party manufacturer. You're buying direct from manufacturer. It's globalsources.com. I just wanted to give you that one last bit of information that can help you, raise some funds. But y'all, I've been up for I don't know how long, and I got a New Year's party tonight, so I'm about to go to sleep. But
Me
check out
too.
globalsources.com, William, and hopefully you can find something on there to sell.
I actually just looked it up and I saved it in my bookmark, so I have it.
Cool. Well, y'all have a good night. Good night, Conscious. Good night. Good morning. Shit.
Good
Good
morning,
morning,
good
Conscious.
night.
Good morning, Reckless.
Good morning.
All right, y'all. I gotta go. I'm getting sleepy. It has been a long ass night for me. And thank y'all for having me so much on the panel. I have a YouTube channel. It's called The Talk with William Morris. I will try to do more content and all that good stuff. So y'all can go check me out on my YouTube channel. And like I said, I have my organization. It's called the Morris Youth Foundation. It's THEMYF at MYF.com. And that's all one word, by the way. The MYF.com.
I just subscribed.
All right,
Period.
guys.
y'all.
Alrighty.
I'm out. Bye bye. I'm also going to wrap up because I am ready to get me some sleep as well. So, if anybody have any closing thoughts, this would be your time now to.
I got some. Tory didn't do it.
Wait a minute. I don't imagine. Did you follow me on whatchamacallit?
Oh,
Yeah,
I
no.
do. Yeah, I follow on IG.
Okay,
What
I thought
about
that was
me?
you. Because I feel
Yeah.
I was like, one of these selfies look very familiar. And I was like, I
Yeah.
think it was the selfie that you used when you initially came on to my
Yeah.
platform. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
The one when I was in my I
You
was
look
in
like
the
you were in a fraternity.
nah, I was in the that was a suit and tie.
Okay, but you just give me frat. You give me frat guy for some reason. I don't know why, but you just give me like
If I
frat.
went to college, I would have definitely been in the frat.
Okay. So Tory didn't do it.
Tory didn't do it.
Well, what he's gonna be doing is 22 years.
Oh my gosh.
That's for damn sure. Well, thank you for being here, Otto. It's always a pleasure. We have more amazing goddamn content to get at it. I will be back with you guys probably on Sunday. We got some hot topic shit to get into, so things should be very interesting. Well, thanks for being here, Otto.
Appreciate you, brother. It's always a joy to come in here and talk with y'all, man. For real.
Of course, happy to have you be a part of the family. Good morning and good night.
Good morning.
Anybody else have any closing
Yeah.
thoughts? Look up out of here.
I do. Make sure that you're recognizing beyond just what's popular. Really dig into who you're going to vote for. Know their policies. Pay attention to your history, because if you don't know your history, you're doomed to repeat it. And as far as the trauma thing with Kelsey and Megan, trauma does not show up the way that you think it ought to show up. Trauma is not logical. The way that Kelsey and Megan express themselves is typical of people who have been extremely traumatized. And trauma is just going to show how trauma chooses to show itself, point blank, period.
Period. and that was my purple lover, honey. Signing the fuck off, y'all. Intersex.
Yes. Hey.
Hey.
I hate that I always get to get the ending of the conversation. I had to try to click the link a little bit sooner before all these bullies who got up here.
Absolutely.
But I just want to say to you that I love your platform. I come here every time I see you. It definitely helped me go through a very dark place in my life, and I definitely appreciate that.
Oh, you're welcome, and thank you for being here. I'm so happy to hear that. You sound like you're kind of glowing, Intersex.
Yes, I am. With no makeup, no lashes.
Period. I'm happy to hear that. That is 2023 energy. That's what we need. We're gonna turn this year out. Okay, this is our motherfucking year for the takeover. Oh, period.
Yes, but also check your DMs, because I'm definitely been thinking about maybe putting a picture up. I've been thinking about it.
Okay. I will surely check it. All
Okay.
right.
All right. Y'all have a good morning. I'm at work,
And
so
you
I ain't
too,
about to go
boo.
to sleep.
All right. That was Intersex, you guys, signing off. And now this is, you guys, rumors in tea. My Anya, her something is going on, Anya, with your StreamYard, because this is, you guys know, rumors in tea initial her initial whatchamacallit had got stuck up here the last time, and then I had to like try to get it down. It wouldn't come down, so then I tried to ban it, thinking that I would have the option to unban it, but StreamYard don't give you the opportunity to unban people once you ban them, because I thought it worked like any other platform where you can block and unblock. Okay. But it got stuck and then it got banned. But this is her second StreamYard account, and this one is stuck.
I guess what you can do, just once everybody leave, just drop it down or whatever and just leave.
Yeah, but it's just like weird that this is the second time that
Come on, Mercury retrograde.
that it got stuck. Did the first one get stuck during retrograde? I'm
Mm-hmm.
trying to think. I don't know, but it's just freaking weird. Something's going on. But IG, are you still there, love? IG might be sleep, child.
Not the hell out.
Yeah, he gone, girl. He was already
or
smoking that good ganja, honey, and drinking on his lane, honey.
out for the count, baby.
But turn that fucking conversation out, honey, on politics in America and race. Honey, y'all had it going on. I'm like, right, rumors in TC, is something going on. It's still up here. It's so weird that this is back to back. Something. Whatever's already going on is being exacerbated by retrograde for fucking sure. But this is fucking wow.
Yeah.
But Reckless, any final thoughts?
No. I like the conversation at the end where we talked about politics, because I'm not really that well versed in politics and stuff, so I really liked hearing the different perspectives and stuff, and I got my questions answers and stuff. So I actually liked it. I think we should have more conversations about policies and politics and stuff.
Okay.
That's it. I said that's it.
Okay, y'all already know that's Reckless Logic 2C's girl over on the YouTube oration, honey. Get into the things, honey. Me and Reckless both met our quota, honey. He hit his 3K a week or 2 or 3 ago, and then I hit my 40K girl on yesterday, honey. Okay, that's what happens when you're working, honey. When you're working.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and by the way, y'all make sure y'all check out that video I just did about Andrew Tate, bitch. That was a key. Okay, that was
it was real good too. The Andrew Tate video was good, y'all. Make sure y'all go over and subscribe to the Reckless Bureau, honey. You get into the teams, honey. Okay. We love you guys. This was an epic panel discussion. Shout out to Red Clark. Shout out to IG. Shout out to Rumors and Tea. Shout out to Beauty and Me, honey. Even the, all of the apologists, honey. All the Tory Lanez apologists, honey. Shout out to you all, honey. We ain't never motherfucking scared to go head to head, right? Okay, it bees what it bees. I will see you guys Sunday. Sunday is actually the first day of the new year. Yep. So I'll see y'all Sunday, girl. We get into some hot topics and things. There's a lot of evidence, girl. So please go over and shout out. Go give click in the view to Neek at Night and give a click in the view to Street TV, honey. His channel is loaded, girl. Okay, these YouTubers went through the fire and they paid lots of money allegedly to get a hold of the stuff, to get access to the stuff. So please support them. And please let them know that CTV sent you. When you go over there, just please leave a little comment. Sent by CTV, sent by Consciouztv, and spell my channel name right, y'all. Y'all be spelling Conscious all type of crazy, honey. Okay, just spell it right, honey, so they don't get me confused with other conscious platforms and things. But let them know, honey. And thank y'all so much for the 40K. We did it, honey. We did. I told y'all we was gonna meet that thing, honey. And just before the clock strike 12, like Cinderella, honey, at midnight. Boom.
Baby, it was 58. It was 11:58.
Yep, it hit that motherfucking. We hit the quota, honey, and there's only more to come, honey. We are going to work our ass off. We're going to continue to forge ahead. We ain't got nothing else to do in life but be great. So that's what the fuck we going to do. I told y'all to be expecting the channel to just be really intense. I'm kind of getting back to myself on YouTube. You know, I came in a bit on the political correct side, but I don't give a fuck now. I'm here to pop my shit, bitch. I'm here to get all up into it. I'm not here to be liked. I am here to make a difference. And I'm just here to shut shit down, honey. Okay. I'm not here to be agreed with. I welcome opinions and thoughts, honey. And you know, it's just, you know, and I encourage a full platform where everybody have their opportunity to stand in a shit, honey. And you know, the opposition from either side is what really makes the dialogue really gritty. But also, you know, having people who are very informed and who are strong in their thoughts, and it makes things so flavorful. So I'm really, really, really grateful for what we've been able to create here. And I'm really looking forward to continue to grow with you all. And I hope you guys have a wonderful, safe, prosperous, fulfilling New Year's weekend, honey. Know that niggas gonna be drunk out here in these streets, girl. So please drive for you and them drunk ass niggas on the road, honey. Okay. People gonna be living their best goddamn life out here on these highways and byways, but please stay safe. Do your work, honey, from the inside out, child. Okay, stay prayed the hell up out here. Stay near the cross, honey. And look for the best. Look for the best, and be true to thyself, child. And just let it be what the hell's it gonna be, honey. Okay, I love you all, and I will see you guys on Sunday. Peace.